A key meeting in Ahmedabad. Take us through the details that are coming.
Well, Deepak, if you see Prime Minister Modi early this morning at around 8:30 a.m. landed at Ahmedabad airport, and from there he directly came to the very spot where we are standing. So that was a crash site where Prime Minister Modi arrived over here, and after inspecting the site at the ground zero for approximately 20 minutes, he left the spot and then he went to the hospital where those injured students, injured medical intern students from the PG batch who were also there at the hospital and they are being treated over there. So Prime Minister Modi met those students as well and the lone survivor, because if you see, Deepak, in this very incident what we have seen that there were 242 people who were on board, which include 230 passengers and 12 crewmen. So out of this what we have seen that out of 242, 241 have lost their life and there is one lone survivor. Prime Minister Modi has met that Indian origin British citizen, and after that right now the Prime Minister Modi is chairing a key meeting. In that what we have seen that the Gujarat Chief Minister as well, Civil Aviation Minister as well. Apart from that, what we have seeing that the NDRF senior authorities, SDRF senior officials and Gujarat police team, and apart from that, if you just talk about the regulatory bodies in this very case, so what we are seeing that the regulatory authority senior executive officials are also there and they are part of this key meeting. So right now the time has come for the accountability, and in that meeting, once that meeting will basically conclude, and after that we will get to see that further during the initial process what we have seen that the black box have already been recovered. The forensic team has collected evidence from the various spot site. So once those details will basically compile and then the report will come out, then only the accountability will be fixed at who will be held responsible for this entire mishap which took the precious 241 lives.
Also, Akhil, tell us about the Prime Minister's visit to the civil hospital, because the Prime Minister also spoke to the injured victims of that particular hospital, of that hostel to which the plane crashed, and also the Prime Minister also spoke to that lone survivor who miraculously escaped the horrific crash.
Well, Deepak, if you see, that's only good news that we have got in the last approximately 18 hours, because he was the person who was the only lone survivor and he is the first witness of this entire incident. So because right now he is getting treatment, so he has spoken a little bit with the media. But apart from that, once he will be fine, once he will come out from the hospital, then he will give us the actual account of what actually transpired from the moment when the airplane took off from the runway. Because if you see at the timing which was given for the Air India flight 171, that took off at 1:39 p.m. and after that what we have seen that within 30 seconds when it took off at an altitude of approximately 650 feet above from the ground, it basically plummeted with the free fall at a very high speed, and you can see and imagine the impact of that aircraft, because it was taking off from the very airport. Because right now if you see where we are standing, this is the very spot where the plane clashed, and if you see the distance from the airport and where the plane crashed is approximately just 6 kilometers. So it's to get a high speed momentum. Generally when a plane basically takes off, it basically takes on the projectile, and the speed is pretty high. So at that point in time when the pilot must have tried to give a speed to the plane, at that point in time there might have some errors, and what those errors were due to which this entire incident took place, that we will have to wait and watch to get the report in this matter to come out. Because if you see, the initial findings have been collected from the ground zero and they have been submitted with the DGC and the civil aviation authorities. So once that report will come out, then only things will be clearer. That is it the fault of Air India management, or is it the fault of the ATC, which takes care of the control part, or it is the manufacturing default, or was it the default from the technical side, or was it the fault for the pilot side? So right now we cannot basically give information on that. So once the report will be culminated in that direction, and once the investigative agencies will basically give their reports to their respective department, and after that we will get to know that what actually transpired during that 30-second moment when that incident took place. Right now, you can also see the visual of this aircraft, which is just which just took off from this very Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel hospital, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel airport, and you can see that right now, when we are at the very spot, we can actually even count on fingers that how many flights basically take off, because this premises of this medical college is nearby to the very airport where from where that incident took place. Back to you.
Right, Akhil, stay on with me. I have my colleague Gopi also joining me live. Gopi, a crucial meeting is underway. The Prime Minister is chairing this particular meeting with the Civil Aviation Minister, with Gujarat Chief Minister, and like Akhil was mentioning, the NDRF and SDRF top cops as well. What are the details that are emerging, and if you could also share as to what the details of this meeting is and what are the immediate steps that have been taken?
Well, in fact, Deepak, Prime Minister is keeping stock of situation since yesterday. He was constantly in touch with the Chief Minister of Gujarat, Bhupendra Patel, while he was also in touch with Home Minister Amit Shah, who visited the site as well as civil hospital yesterday. What we are learning from our sources is a meeting is underway, visuals of which we are showing our viewers on the screen, which is attended by, as my colleague mentioned, NDRF, SDRF chiefs as well as Bhupendra Patel, who is the CM of Gujarat. While apart from this, Harsh Sanghvi is also there. But what we are learning from our sources is there is Health Secretary also who is there in that meeting, as well as other health officials. Now, what we have understood from our sources is that this meeting is regarding speeding up the entire process of DNA reports which are, underway. In fact, over 1,000 samples were collected yesterday. Even Home Minister Amit Shah had mentioned about this in the press conference which happened later in the evening yesterday. So, Prime Minister is trying to speed up the entire process so that the DNA reports are out and the bodies of the deceased can be handed over to the respective family members as soon as possible. This is what we are gathering from our sources. While a meeting is underway there, let's tell our viewers that Prime Minister was here. The first thing that he did after landing here in Ahmedabad was he met Anjali Rupani, the wife of deceased former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani. He met her, after which he came to the civil hospital. He met the lone survivor, and after that he met the intern doctors who were injured, while now he is chairing a crucial meeting at the Circuit House. Back to you.
Right, Gopi, also tell us about the forensic teams that have arrived there. DNA collection is it done or is that still underway?
Well, in fact, Deepak, three FSL teams have been roped in and they are at the crash venue where our other colleague Akhil is there. In fact, yesterday it was here at the civil hospital. There is a Kasauti Bhavan. Now, at this Kasauti Bhavan, there were around thousands of DNA samples which were collected, because let's tell our viewers that the bodies are charred, completely charred. They are not in condition. The bodies are not being able to identified by the doctors. Precisely why they have to undergo this process, because so as to understand, so as to finally find out who that person was. It's so precisely why the DNA sampling was done yesterday, and the meeting which is now being chaired by the Prime Minister, he has asked the health officials to speed up the process so that the bodies can be handed over to the families. So the DNA sampling has been done, Deepak, but the reports will be out in 2 to 3 days. That is how the process is. Back to you.
Right, Gopi, thank you for bringing those details, but continue to stay on with us, because the bodies have been charred beyond recognition, and that's why back-to-back another FSL team has arrived at the scene to identify and also, I try to do a DNA sample testing to identify these victims and also repatriate the mortal remains with those family members. But let's try and understand what exactly happened. Yesterday at around 1:45, the plane took off from the Ahmedabad airport, and 30 seconds after taking off, the flight crashed into a medical hostel there, leaving dozens of people injured from that particular hostel as well. And 241 passengers, of the 242 passengers, have lost their lives. And these are the pictures of the Prime Minister interacting with the injured individuals. And I believe this is also one of those members from those hospital. But this particular picture is that of the survivor who made it out alive from the crash. He is seen speaking to the Prime Minister and detailing what exactly happened in those tense moments after the plane took off. This is the only survivor of the 242 individuals who were there on that AI 171 Air India plane that burst into a fireball after it pummeled into a hostel. Akhil is back with us. Akhil, we have pictures of the Prime Minister interacting with the lone survivor who made it out. And do you have any details about the conversation that the lone survivor had with the Prime Minister? Any details whatsoever, Akhil?
Well, Deepak, for that we'll have to wait and watch and to get some reactions on it and what actually basically the conversation that transpired between the lone survivor and Prime Minister Modi. As far as we have got the visuals, in that visuals very clear that Prime Minister Modi was basically consoling that person who got badly injured in that very incident, but he is out of danger. Because if you see in this very incident, it was a miraculous recovery, because if you just go inside the very hospital, last night when we were allowed inside the very hospital, we went to the premises, and there we can see the debris over there, the wreckages over there, and then we could not comprehend and find out any part which was in its actual form, Deepak. If you just see the frontal portion, which is the head of an aircraft, which is known as cockpit, so that was completely dismantled, destructured. If you talk about those wings, two wings which we see, which basically generate lifts, so that was completely shattered, and that was basically kept on the terrace of that mess where students were having dinner. So apart from that, what we have been seeing when we went inside the very building, that there were jet engines, two jet engines basically generally you will find in an aircraft, which basically generate thrust. So those jet engines were also basically dismantled, not in its actual form. If you talk about those flaps, which basically help generate and change lift and drag a plane, so that part also, those flaps of that aircraft was also got destructured. Apart from that, if you talk about the spoiler, which basically being used in changing lifts and rotating the body of an aircraft, so that spoiler was also broken. If you talk about the slats, which basically help in lifting the aircraft, that was also basically got destructured. If you talk about those rudders, which is at the tail portion of an aircraft, which basically help in changing side to side, so that was also being broken. So most of the parts, when we went inside this very complex of this BL Medical Hospital, there we could not find any part of that very airplane in its actual form. If you talk about the main body part of that aircraft, which is known as the fuselage, that was also completely destroyed. And when we went inside, we all have found out the broken parts of those windows, broken parts of the seat covers and the LED screens that we see on our seats. So you can imagine the impact and the momentum of that aircraft when Air India flight 171 took off from Ahmedabad airport, and within fraction of seconds, this is what the lone survivor who basically was inside inside that airplane has said this in an interview to our colleague that when that incident took place, he could not comprehend that within 30 seconds after taking off, this incident took place, and it basically tumbled down in a free fall way to this very hospital. This is the BL hospital where it got a struck, and there was a head-on collision with the mess of this hospital, where some students, a dozen of students approximately, were having lunch at that point in time, in which we have got official confirmation from the administration side as well that there were 3 students who basically lost their lives, and apart from that, a dozen other students have got injured. Apart from that, not only this, if you see those who were in plane, Deepak, but we have seen that there were 242 people, in which there were 230 patients, and apart from that, if you see, there were 12 crew members. So out of those 242 people, there is only a lone survivor. Apart from that, there were 241 people who have lost their lives. So right now, if you just see the visuals coming from the civil hospital, what we have been seeing over there, the grim faces of the parents and the next skin of the victims are still waiting to get the dead bodies of their kin. Because if you see right now, the main task for the administration, the airport authority as well, and the district administration as well in Ahmedabad, to basically find out identify those bodies. So once the identification process will done, then only they will be able to give back those bodies to.
That's right, Akhil.
Relatives.
Hold your thoughts,
And
Akhil. We also have Chandrakala joining us live from outside the UK High Commission. Chandrakala, you know, there were about 50 British citizens also on that flight which crashed into a fireball, and Keir Starmer has also said that a multidisciplinary team will also be sent to India. Any word from the UK High Commission so far?
Yes, absolutely. As you have rightly mentioned, the UK High Commissioner has visited the crash site and hospital in Ahmedabad, and colleagues in UK and India are working around the clock to assist the British nationals who has been affected. Of course, as you must be aware that a travel advice for updates and 24/7 consular helpline has been updated, and the British High Commissioner herself has visited the crash site, and they are taking stock of the situation. As you must be aware, of course, the British Prime Minister has asked for a probe into this horrific incident, and the UK team is absolutely on ground right at this moment, assisting in every possible way.
Right, Chandrakala, stay on with me because we also have Akhil joining us live. Akhil is also live with us. Akhil, there are about 26 injured people from that particular hostel into which the plane crashed. Any word from the hostel administration? All right, we'll get Akhil back with us in just a few seconds. Chandrakala, they're giving us an update from the UK High Commission. She clearly mentioned that the UK High Commissioner has also visited the crash site, and a helpline has also been activated for the UK citizens to contact and also get details about their family members. But right now, what we understand is that the bodies, since the bodies are charred beyond recognition, the Herculean task of the FSL team and the medical teams at the crash site is the identification. Since the bodies are not being able to identify, since they are not able to identify these bodies, now a DNA test is also being done. Samples are being collected to identify these individuals and hand over the mortal remains to their respective family members. We also have Akhil with us. While we stay on these pictures, let me also speak to Akhil. Akhil, there are about over 26 people from that medical college hostel who have suffered injuries and who are being treated at the civil hospital. Any word from the administration, from the hostel administration?
Well, Deepak, if you see, at this point in time, the senior authorities are basically taking charge of this entire situation. So,
These are basically taking charge of this entire situation. So, when we try to speak to the medical officer in this hospital, they are reluctant to come on camera and speak about this very incident, and they are saying that the ambulance will only speak. So, for that,
this is not a small matter. In this very case, what we have been seeing that there were several organizations apart from the organization. Basically, if you see, there are several measures which has been taken in this incident. So not only this, the Air India management, apart from Air India management, you can see that the DGCA, which is the regulatory body, so whether it is a failure of the DGCA or whether it is a failure of the Air India management or whether it's a failure of the ATC, so these things will come out in the investigation that how this entire mishap took place. Because if you just talk about the Boeing plane, which is the actually manufacturer of this aircraft. Apart from that, if you see who basically was the maintaining this very aircraft, because the information which I have suggested earlier that there was some errors due to which this mishap took place. So right now it would be very premature to comment on the investigation part that how this entire incident unfolded, and within 30 seconds of taking off from the runway, this incident took place, which took 241 lives, which in
241 lives, which include 169 Indian citizens, 53 UK citizens, and apart from that, if you see, there were 7 Portuguese citizens as well, and 1 Canadian citizen as well.
Right, Akhil, stay on with me, Akhil. We'll also play that conversation out with that lone survivor who spoke to the media after interacting with the Prime Minister at the civil hospital.
प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पर पहुंचे, विश्वास कुमार से उन्होंने बातचीत की, उनका हालचाल जाना।
सर ने पूछा कि कैसे हुआ, तो मैंने उसके बारे में बताया और सब हालचाल पूछा सब।
विश्वास, अगर हम जानना चाहें कि आप थोड़ा सा बता पाएं कि ये हादसा कैसे हुआ था, क्योंकि ये एक बड़ा चमत्कार है जिस तरीके से आप वहाँ से इकलौते ऐसे शख्स हैं जो जिंदा बचे।
वो मेरे नज़रों के सब सामने हुआ था। मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से जिंदा बाहर निकला, क्योंकि थोड़ा टाइम के लिए तो मेरे को लगा था कि मैं भी मरने वाला हूँ, लेकिन जब मेरी आँख खुल के मैं देखा ना, तो मुझे लगा मैं जिंदा हूँ। तो मैंने ट्राई किया, जब मेरी सीट थे वो मेरी बेल्ट निकाला, मैंने वो ट्राई किया जहाँ से निकल सकता वहाँ से, तो मैं निकल गया वहाँ से। मेरे नज़रों के सामने एयर होस्टल और दूसरे आंटी अंकल सभी उसमें मैच हो गए थे सभी।
अच्छा, थोड़ा सा बता पाएं, जब जैसे ही टेक ऑफ हुई फ्लाइट, क्या हुआ था और अचानक से कैसे हादसा हुआ? टेक
ऑफ के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना, तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्टक हो गया वो। बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ। बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई, ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं, वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस तो बोलते हैं क्या, रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ, और सीधा स्पीड में ही घुस गया जहाँ वो क्या था, वो
हॉस्टल था, एक हॉस्पिटल का।
हाँ, हॉस्टल में, और सब सामने सब हुआ।
ये जब फ्लाइट जब क्रैश हुई, उस समय हॉस्टल पे लैंड की थी, उसी समय आप बाहर निकले थे?
नहीं, क्योंकि आई थिंक मेरे को जब मैं जो साइड पे था ना, वो साइड हॉस्टल पे नहीं लैंड हुई थी। हॉस्टल के जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर है ना, जैसे नीचे, वहाँ लैंड हुई थी। तो मुझे दूसरे के बारे में मेरे को पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं जहाँ लैंड हुआ था ना, वो नीचे की साइड थी। तो जब वहाँ थोड़ा पेस भी था प्लेन के जब बाहर, तो जब जैसे मेरा डोर टूटा ना सब, तो मैंने देखा ना जब सामने कि थोड़ा इधर पेस है, मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए। तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर, क्योंकि अपोजिट साइड पे था ना वो बिल्डिंग का वो था ना दीवार, तो उधर से कोई शायद नहीं निकल सका होगा, क्योंकि उधर पूरा उधर ही क्रैश हुआ था। मैं जो जहाँ था वहाँ थोड़ा पेस था। फिर भी मेरे पता नहीं मैं कैसे बचा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे नज़र के सामने ही सब 2 एयर होस्टल वो अंकल आंटी सब उधर ही सब।
आप पैदल चल के आए वहाँ से निकल के?
हाँ, और थोड़ा जब आग लगी ना, मेरा लेफ्ट हैंड भी जल गया थोड़ा। फिर एम्बुलेंस मेरे को उठा लेके इधर आया हॉस्पिटल में।
Well, with that, viewers, we'll slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll tell you about that conversation the Prime Minister had with the lone survivor, and along with that, we'll get you all the details into the crash that claimed the lives of 241 individuals, and we'll also get you the details of the Air India CEO being confronted multiple times. There were several show cause notices issued, glitches reported on 3 different flights, but Air India CEO continues to keep mum. We'll get you all this and much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
Today at 1:30 local time, an Air India plane bound for London Gatwick departed Ahmedabad, and shortly after takeoff, it seemed to have experienced some issues and stalled into a residential area and then crashed. From the footage that we can see, it's very hard to determine what the cause might have been. However, there must have been some technical issues because the pilots sent out a mayday, a distress signal. The plane involved the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner is considered a new generation plane and has a great safety record. So ever since it has been introduced to service in 2011, it has never experienced a crash. Yes, there has been issues with the Dreamliner when it was introduced to service, especially with their batteries and other minor issues, but this is normal when a new plane enters service. Air India is known to have a great safety record. They operate hundreds of flights every day. They have a modern fleet of Airbuses and Boeings, and this comes to a shock for all of us. So it's very hard to determine what really caused this incident, given that the Boeing 787 is such a safe airplane and Air India has a great safety record. I'm sure the flight recorders will be found very soon as well and analyzed by a team of experts.
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. We are giving you all the updates related to Prime Minister Narendra Modi visiting the crash site and also meeting with the injured people in the civil hospital, as well as the lone survivor in that Air India crash. All the details coming up ahead. Let's first begin with the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi reaches a plane crash site to take stock of the situation. Prime Minister Modi visits a civil hospital, meets the lone survivor of the plane crash and the injured intern doctors.
ऑफ के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्टक हो गया वो। बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ। बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई, ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस तो बोलते हैं क्या, रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ, और सीधा स्पीड में ही घुस गया जहाँ वो।
The lone survivor of the biggest aviation tragedy shares the details of how he survived the crash. Air India under immense scrutiny, flights hit with multiple snags. On 12th of June, Air India faced a series of in-flight glitches.
There were multiple show cause notices given. Why were they ignored?
I don't believe this is the appropriate time to talk about things that are unrelated to this incident.
Republic confronts Air India CEO Campbell over the recent show cause notices issued to the airline. When asked about the regulatory concerns, Campbell dodges question. And Israel strikes Iran nuclear plant in massive escalation in the Middle East. Israel declares a state of emergency. Alright, Air India is under major scrutiny. What we are learning is that on 12th of June, 3 Air India flights reported major technical snags back after takeoff. Air India flight AI 3416, that is from Chandigarh to Leh, reported air turn back at Chandigarh due to green hydraulic pump low pressure during the climb. And during inspection, leak was observed from hydraulic line at the nose gear area. Also, we are learning that another flight, that is AI 2410 from Kolkata to Mumbai, reported bird hit damage on nose radome at Mumbai, and upon landing, dent damage was observed. Also, another Air India flight, that is AI 2465 from Delhi to Hyderabad, reported both windshield cracked during flight. However, flight continued the destination to Hyderabad. All right. Also, Republic TV had confronted Air India CEO Campbell over the recent show cause notices issued to the airline, and also Air India must answer because of these technical snags that were reported on 12th of June. But when asked about the regulatory concerns, Campbell dodged the question. Let's take a listen.
India still have contract with Turkish Technique?
I don't think this is the appropriate time to talk about that. We're very focused on supporting the families and everyone affected by today's incident.
We just wanted to know, is Air India accountable for this?
Look, it's our aircraft, it's our crew. We need to make sure the investigation is well supported. But first and foremost, we want to look after the people that have been affected by this incident.
One last question. There were multiple show cause notices given. Why were they ignored?
I don't believe this is the appropriate time to talk about things that are unrelated to this incident.
You would at least have information about the Turkish Technique. Do you have contract with Turkish Technique?
As I said before, this is not the time to talk about that. We're focused very much on the people that have been affected by this incident.
No? Just yes or no. Mr. Wilson, please say yes or no.
Absolutely. Now let's tell you about what transpired yesterday on June 12th at 1:39 p.m. Air India flight 171 took off from Ahmedabad airport, and but what should have been a routine journey turned into a disaster. In fact, just moments after the takeoff, the aircraft, which was carrying 242 passengers, plummeted to the ground in a crash, one that has left the nation reeling with grief and anger. The flame, the smoke, the devastation. These are the images that will haunt us forever. Here's more.
It was 1:39 p.m. on the 12th of June 2025 when Air India Flight 171 took off from the Ahmedabad airport. Little did the people in the plane know that in the next 30 seconds, the world would witness what can be called one of the worst civil aviation disasters in the history. The sight of the plane's rapid descent from over 800 feet was nothing short of horrific. The plane carrying 242 passengers crashed on the outskirts of the airport into a hostel. The moment of impact has been captured on camera and the visuals are heart-wrenching. The plane exploded into a huge ball of fire. Huge plumes of smoke covered the sky. The impact was severe, leaving no chance of survival. While one passenger miraculously survived, the others met with a fatal ending. The images are harrowing, the loss unimaginable. The aircraft crashed into a medical students' hostel, leaving a scene of devastation that no one could have prepared for. In a world already beset by tragedy, this is one more devastating chapter that leaves more unanswered questions about safety and preparedness. The visuals of the plane descending the crash, the blast and the visuals of the charred debris and the bodies scattered on the ground will forever haunt those who were there. 242 people on board, countless hopes and dreams, one devastating plane crash. Why did this happen? What went wrong? And why in 2025 are we still grappling with such preventable disasters?
Now let's also tell you about what the lone survivor of this horrific plane crash, how he shared, how he survived the biggest aviation tragedy. Listen in to what he said.
प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पर पहुंचे, विश्वास कुमार से उन्होंने बातचीत की, उनका हालचाल जाना।
सर ने पूछा कि कैसे हुआ, तो मैंने उसके बारे में बताया और सब हालचाल पूछा सब।
विश्वास, अगर हम जानना चाहें कि आप थोड़ा सा बता पाएं कि ये हादसा कैसे हुआ था, क्योंकि ये एक बड़ा चमत्कार है जिस तरीके से आप वहाँ से इकलौते ऐसे शख्स हैं जो जिंदा बचे।
और मेरे नज़रों के सब सामने हुआ था। मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से जिंदा बाहर निकला, क्योंकि थोड़ा टाइम लेके तो मेरे को लगा था कि मैं भी मरने वाला हूँ, लेकिन जब मेरी आँख खुल के मैं देखा ना तो मुझे लगा मैं जिंदा हूँ। तो मैंने ट्राई किया, जब मेरी सीट थे वो मेरी बेल्ट निकाला, मैंने वो ट्राई किया जहाँ से निकल सकता वहाँ से, तो मैं निकल गया वहाँ से। मेरे नज़रों के सामने एयर हॉस्टल और दूसरे आंटी अंकल सभी उसमें मिस हो गए थे सभी।
अच्छा, थोड़ा सा बता पाएं, जब जैसे ही टेक ऑफ हुई फ्लाइट क्या हुआ था और अचानक से कैसे हादसा हुआ?
टेक ऑफ के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना, तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्ट्रक हो गया हो। बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ। बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई, ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं, वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस बोलते हैं क्या, रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ, और सीधा स्पीड में ही घुस गया। जहाँ वो क्या था, वो
हॉस्टल था, एक हॉस्पिटल का।
हाँ, हॉस्टल में, और सब सामने सब हुआ।
ये जब फ्लाइट जब क्रैश हुई उस समय हॉस्टल पे लैंड की थी, उसी समय आप बाहर निकले थे?
नहीं, क्योंकि आई थिंक मेरे को जब मैं जो साइड पे था ना, वो साइड हॉस्टल पे नहीं लैंड हुई थी। हॉस्टल के जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर है ना, जैसे नीचे, वहाँ लैंड हुई थी। तो मुझे दूसरे के बारे में मेरे को पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं जहाँ लैंड हुआ था ना, वो नीचे की साइड थी। तो जब वहाँ थोड़ा पेस भी था, प्लेन के जब बाहर, तो जब जैसे मेरा डोर टूटा ना सब, तो मैंने देखा ना जब सामने कि थोड़ा इधर पेस है, मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए, तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर, क्योंकि अपोजिट साइड पे था ना वो बिल्डिंग का वो था ना दीवार, तो उधर से कोई शायद नहीं निकल सका होगा, क्योंकि उधर पूरा उधर ही क्रैश हुआ था। मैं जो जहाँ था वहाँ ही थोड़ा पेस था, फिर भी मेरे पता नहीं मैं कैसे बचा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे नज़र के सामने ही सब 2 एयर होस्टल वो अंकल आंटी सब उधर ही सब।
आप पैदल चल के आए वहाँ से निकल के?
हाँ, और थोड़ा जब आग लगी ना मेरा लेफ्ट हैंड भी जल गया थोड़ा, फिर एम्बुलेंस मेरे को उठा लेके इधर आया हॉस्पिटल में।
Now let's tell you more. Captain Sumit Sabharwal, along with the crew members, tragically lost their life in a plane crash. The captain of Air India Flight 171 from Ahmedabad to Gatwick, London, Sumit Sabharwal was one of Air India's most experienced pilots with 8,200 hours of flying logged in. Let me go across to my colleague Satya Prakash, who joins us live on the broadcast from Mumbai in Maharashtra. Satya Prakash, Sumit Sabharwal, who had a lot of experience in flying, 8,200 hours of flying experience, he has lost his life. Give us more details about the pilots and the crew members who were there in the flight yesterday.
देखिए, पायलट सुमित साबरवाल इसी बिल्डिंग के पवई के इलाके के इसी जलवायु बिहार सोसाइटी में रहते थे, और जिस तरह से हादसा हुआ लोगों को विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है कि इतना एक्सपीरियंस था, क्योंकि सुमित को लगभग 8,000 से ज़्यादा घंटे वो फ्लाइंग कर चुके थे, और जो सोसाइटी के लोग हैं, जो मेंबर हैं, उनका कहना है कि वो काफ़ी एक्सपीरियंस वाले थे। इतना बड़ा हादसा कैसे हो गया, लोगों को विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है। इसी बिल्डिंग में सुमित रहते हैं, उनके पिताजी हैं और उनके जो कुछ रिलेशन के लोग पहुँचे हुए हैं। लोगों को विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है कि कैसे इतना बड़ा हादसा हो गया, क्योंकि काफ़ी एक्सपीरियंस था, 8,000 घंटे वो चला चुके थे। और यहाँ पे जो लोगों को एक्सपीरियंस बताते थे, जब पायलट यहाँ पे सुमित यहाँ पे लोगों से मिलते थे तो बताते थे एक्सपीरियंस की किस तरह से चलाया जाता, सारी चीज़ें बताते थे। लेकिन लोगों को विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है। उनके पिता अंदर मौजूद है, और जो बताया जा रहा है कि कई ऐसे रिलेटिव है जो पहुँच रहे हैं। लोग यहाँ पे सदमे में है, लोगों को विश्वास नहीं हो रहा कैसे इतना बड़ा हादसा हो गया। फिलहाल यहाँ पे मुंबई पुलिस की टीम पहुँची हुई है अंदर, और यहाँ पे जो लोग जा रहे हैं उनसे बाकायदा पूछा जा रहा है, क्योंकि लगातार लोग मिलने के लिए आ रहे हैं सुमित के परिवार के लोगों से। फिलहाल सुमित के परिवार और उनकी बहन अंदर मौजूद है। जी,
Absolutely. So Captain Sabharwal lost his life. Keep tracking that story very closely, and we'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, among the 121 lives lost was a very prominent figure in Gujarat's political circle, former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, who once led the state from the front, is no more. From Rajkot to Gandhinagar, his journey, in fact, was one of resilience. And today, Gujarat mourns not just a leader, but the son of the soil. Here's more.
Dark clouds of grief have engulfed Gujarat. Pall of gloom has shrouded his family. And the nation mourns the loss of one of its stalwart leaders. Former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani is no more. He was on board Air India Flight AI-171, the ill-fated aircraft that crashed moments after takeoff in Ahmedabad. Seat number 12, a number considered lucky by the former Chief Minister, that's where he was seated. A seat now etched in the memory as the final stop in the life of a man who once held the reins of Gujarat. Vijay Rupani had served as the 16th Chief Minister of Gujarat from 2016 to 2021. A calm strategist, a loyal party soldier, and a leader known for his soft-spoken yet firm demeanor. Born in Rangoon, Burma in 1956, Rupani's journey from Rajkot to Gandhinagar was one of dedication, perseverance and deep-rooted commitment to public service. In his final moments, he was travelling to London from the city he once governed, perhaps aware that
We have a breaking news coming in. We are learning that a bomb threat note was found in the washroom of Air India flight AI379, which was operating from Phuket International Airport in Thailand and was heading towards Indira Gandhi International Airport in the national capital on Friday morning, that is today. The flight took off at 9:30 a.m. and was on its way to Delhi when 20 minutes in flight it was diverted back to Phuket due to the bomb threat. Now it remains to be seen whether the plane has landed now or not. Let me go across to my colleague Harsha, who's been tracking this story very closely. Harsha, a bomb threat reported on Air India flight. Has the flight landed back in Phuket?
Yes, Akansha, you rightly pointed out, this is AI379 flight bound Phuket, Delhi, and it was the morning in the wee hours of flight from Thailand to Delhi. This flight was supposed to come to Delhi today evening, but right now what we are learning so far is that that emergency landing has been made at the Phuket airport after in lavatory the bomb threat note was found, and immediately the pilot of the aircraft informed the ATC, and after that the emergency landing was turned back to the Phuket airport. It was just 20 minutes after the takeoff that one of the crew members found the bomb threat note in the LAV, in the lavatory of the aircraft, and now we know that the flight is back to Phuket, and after the proper checks of the aircraft, after then the flight will again operate from Phuket to Delhi. We are learning that after 3 o'clock only the flight will again go for Delhi, but right now the flight is at Phuket. Back it made an emergency landing, and now the proper checks of the aircraft is being done.
Absolutely, Harsha. Tell us more about this note that has been found. Do you know anything that has been written on this note as far as the recovery from the washroom of Air India flight is concerned?
Yes, Akanksha, you rightly pointed out. So in the note in the lavatory,
can you hear me, Harsha? All right, we'll try and reconnect that line with my colleague Harsha, who's been tracking that story. But what we know so far is that Air India flight, which was going from Phuket International Airport and was heading towards the national capital, it made an emergency landing and went back to Phuket International Airport after a bomb threat note was found on the plane. In fact, what my colleague Harsha informed us, that the pilot informed the ATC about this bomb threat note, and 20 minutes after the takeoff, this plane was in fact taken back to the Phuket International Airport. Harsha, as I was asking you about this note that has been found on the Air India flight, tell us more about this bomb threat note. What is written on it that alerted the pilot, leading him to inform the ATC?
So, Akanksha, the preliminary information is that the crew, after the takeoff, when the crew of the aircraft went to the lavatory, there was a small note in which it was written "bomb in the aircraft." Only this much was written in the note, and after that, the crew attendant immediately took that note to the pilot in command. The pilot in command immediately informed the ATC. There was just one statement, "bomb in the aircraft." Apart from that, nothing was written in the note. Immediately, pilot in command informed the ATC, and after ATC informed the pilot to return back to the base from where the flight took off in the Phuket. The emergency landing was done back to Phuket. The flight turned back, landed in Phuket again, and as soon as it landed, all the emergency measures were taken. The security team was there on spot, and immediately after it came to the runway, it was taken to the safe place, and also right now we are learning that the emergency checks and the safe checks are being done of the aircraft, and what we have got to know is that the Air India, after proper thorough checks only, the flight will again operate for Delhi, which will be after 4 o'clock only. Back to you.
All right, Harsha. So this Air India plane has made the emergency landing back in Thailand. It was headed from Phuket to the national capital, and 20 minutes after taking off, it went back to the Phuket International Airport. Harsha, I would like to come back to you again and ask you about the passengers. How many passengers were there on this flight and are they safe? All right, we'll try and reconnect that line with my colleague Harsha, but let me tell you what has happened till now. A bomb threat note was found on Air India flight which took off from Phuket International Airport and was heading towards the national capital. After that bomb threat note was found, let me tell you, on that note, bomb in the aircraft. This was written on that bomb threat note. That was found after that pilot informed the air traffic controller, and 20 minutes after the takeoff, it headed back to the Phuket International Airport. Emergency landing has now been made. Let me again bring in my colleague Harsha. Harsha, as I was asking you, how many passengers were there on this flight and are they safe?
So this is Boeing 777 right now, Akanksha, what we know. So more than 200 passengers were there in the aircraft. The capacity of the aircraft is 260, and also we are learning that more than 180 passengers were on board this aircraft. Also, we have got to know that this flight was bound to Delhi from Phuket in the early morning hours. At 8 o'clock, the flight was scheduled to depart from Phuket to Delhi. It took off also at the right time. It was not late. There's at estimated time only the flight took off from the Phuket International Airport, and after that only 20 minutes after the takeoff, the bomb threat note was found in the lavatory by the crew member, and immediately after that emergency landing was done. The flight turned back to the airport, and also now the checks are being done, the security checks are being done of the entire aircraft. And also about this entire incident, the Air India has informed DGCA. In the preliminary information, it has been stated that a note was found. There was no call, it was just a note found in the lavatory, and also Air India and DGCA have further started investigation in this entire matter. Exactly who were the passengers? Were there any no-show passengers also on the list who didn't show for the aircraft, who didn't board the flight? Also, who could be the one who had put such note in the lavatory? So all these are the part of the investigation, but right now the important thing to note is that all the passengers are safe. They are right now at the safe passage at International Airport of Phuket, and also the substitute flight will be arranged for all the passengers after 4 o'clock after proper thorough checks of the aircraft. Back to you.
All right, so thorough checks are being carried out right now. That plane has been taken to a safe area. All the passengers have deboarded from this plane. But Harsha, tell us in fact about the statement that has come from Air India. What have they said so far as this case is concerned?
So, Akanksha, you will be shocked also to know that after yesterday's incident of the Ahmedabad-London flight, and since morning we have been reporting several snags in the aircraft of Air India as well. In this particular bomb threat message found in the lavatory, Air India till now has not put out any statement. No statement has been put out by Air India. The information we are learning is that Air India only has informed the agencies, the official agencies of the aviation, which is the DGCA and BCAS, about this entire incident. Only the preliminary information has been shared with DGCA by Air India. Apart from that, we have been asking them for an entire media statement on this issue, but the statement is yet to be released. No statement as of now has been released by Air India.
Absolutely. So this is in fact the breaking news that we're getting for you. Air India flight has made an emergency landing at Phuket International Airport. Harsha, one last question before I let you go. Tell us about the procedure after the plane is, taken to the safe passage. But before I bring in Harsha, let me take you through what has happened till now. There was Air India flight that was bound to take off from Phuket International Airport and head towards the national capital. 20 minutes after it took off, the crew of that flight found a bomb threat note in the washroom of that Air India flight, and it mentions that there is a bomb on that particular flight. 20 minutes after the takeoff, that flight was taken back to Phuket International Airport. The pilot informed the air traffic controller about this whole situation. What my colleague Harsha has also told us is that Air India has not issued a statement till now, but they have informed DGCA, which is the regulatory authority, about this situation on ground. And those are the visuals on the screen of the passengers, in fact, that were to take that flight, and those are the visuals of the Phuket International Airport. Harsha, I would like to bring you once again. Tell us about the procedure after the plane is taken to a safe area. Checks and safety procedures are taken, done on the aircraft. Tell us about the whole procedure after such a bomb threat is given to a flight, since you cover civil aviation closely.
Yes, Akanksha. So the procedure involved after landing back to the base, after landing back at the same international airport, the flight is first taken to the safe passage, the safe runway area. It's taken to the place where the proper checks could be done. The forces and the security agencies are immediately called in along with the local police of the airport. So here we can see that the Phuket International Airport, the Thailand agencies were called in. Their security agencies and the local police immediately came, and also the information was floated to them via ATC only, and immediately the crew of almost 100 to 120 security forces arrived at the place where at the hall where this particular flight was taken. It is A320 aircraft VTTQA. This is the aircraft, Air India Airbus A320, which was bound from Phuket to Delhi. It was taken to a safe place, and right now what we are learning is that from past 3 hours the security checks are being done. So first, until the security checks will not be done properly, which takes at least the estimated time of 6 to 7 hours, only after that a proper report will be given by the security agencies to the ATC and to the regulatory body of the Thailand, and after that only proper checks and proper tick marks of the entire aircraft. The aircraft will again fly for its location, which is Delhi, but it will take 6 to 7 hours. We can say that at 9 o'clock around the security checks have started, and so it will take the time till 3 to 4 o'clock, and after 4 o'clock only the substitute flight again from Phuket to Delhi will be arranged for all the passengers. Right now you are watching Republic TV as we have the major update, not only the Ahmedabad London bound plane crash incident, but also about the Snags in the Air India aircraft. So right now you're watching Republic TV. More on the other side of the break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
हमारी बहन जा रही थी, 1 बजे जा रही थी, 1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन।
हाँ, मेरी शादी था, वो अमृतसर थी और लंदन जा रही थी।
हाँ, फिर
बस 1 घंटे में समाचार आ गया को प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, इसलिए मैं वापस अहमदाबाद से बाहर निकल गया था, तो वापस आए सिविल में आ गया।
क्या अभी लग रहा है, क्या प्रशासन की तरफ से क्या हेल्प?
अभी देखने भी नहीं मिला, वो अंदर एंट्री नहीं मिली सिविल में, अभी कुछ भी समाचार नहीं मिला है।
मेरा लड़का है ना, वो ब्रेक पड़ा था खाने का, तो हॉस्टल में खाने गया था इधर, हॉस्टल में ही प्लेन क्रैश हुआ, पर मेरे लड़का को कुछ हुआ नहीं। बात हुई मेरी, और इसके भाईबंद है ज्यादा हुए तो लोग मर गए, ये फिर मेरे लड़का को देखने जाना है अंदर मेरे को।
अभी क्या लड़के को क्या सिचुएशन है?
लड़का बोला है कि मैं अच्छा दूसरे मार्ग से कूदा था ना, तो थोड़ा खाली लगा है, ऐसा बोला है मेरे को, पर मैं जाऊँ अंदर तो मालूम पड़े ना।
Today at 1:30 local time, an Air India plane bound for London, Gatwick, departed Ahmedabad, and shortly after takeoff, it seemed to have experienced some issues and
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
माही सर, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते, and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Viewers, top headlines we're tracking right now. Air India flights makes emergency landing after a bomb scare. Prime Minister Modi and Ahmedabad visits crash site and meets injured victims. Lone survivor of plane crash gives full account of how he escaped, says it was a miraculous escape.
ग्रीन और वाइट के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्टक हो गया वो। बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ, बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस तो बोलते हैं क्या रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ और सीधा
Air India under immense scrutiny, 3 flights hit with multiple snags yesterday.
I want to make clear that I have raised these issues over 3 years. I was ignored. I was told not to create delays. I was told, frankly, to shut up.
And Boeing 787 Dreamliner was flawed. Whistleblower sounded alarm in the year 2024. Was his warning ignored altogether? And viewers, we'll have Ricky and Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. The latest story is that a bomb threat note was found in the lavatory of Air India flight. That is right. It's the biggest update coming in. And now that Air India flight had to make an emergency landing. Now, this note was found in the lavatory. We have those pictures coming in right now as well for you. This is the bomb threat note found in Air India 379 operating today morning from Phuket to Delhi aircraft. Air India flight makes an emergency landing in Phuket. All 156 passengers on the flight have been escorted from the building, and it's a hoax bomb threat. I repeat, it's a hoax bomb threat which has right now been reported. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We have Harsha, all 156 passengers have been escorted from the plane. I'm coming across to you right now. You know, the focus already on Air India, given the snags and that the huge disaster which took place yesterday. Now we see a bomb threat note found. What is the latest coming in, Harsha?
Yes, Shivangi, now the latest is that it is AI 379 Phuket to Delhi bound aircraft of Air India A320 Airbus, which we are learning is that was scheduled for departure at around 8 o'clock from the Phuket International Airport. It departed, and after 20 minutes of the takeoff mid-air, only the crew attendant of the aircraft found the bomb threat note in the lavatory of the aircraft, and immediately the pilot in command was informed and the ATC was informed about it. The ATC asked the pilot in command to turn back the aircraft and also to turn back the aircraft and also do the emergency landing. So right now we know that the emergency landing of the aircraft has been done. The thorough security checks by the forces and by the local security forces and the local police.
I'm really sorry I have to interrupt you, because we've been joined by aviation expert on this. Mr. Devesh Agarwal has joined us on the phone line. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Agarwal. Passengers being escorted from the plane, bomb threat to that plane and its emergency landing. But the question to you is that this is becoming very, very frequent. Now, of course, the radar is and the lens is on Air India. There's snags and technical issues. How do you read this latest bomb threat found on an Air India plane?
Shivangi, it quite obviously appears to be a prank. If you recall, and if your viewers recall, just about little more than 6-8 months ago, Air India was the victim. In fact, all Indian airlines, including Indigo and others, were victims of prank, bomb threats. You have foolish people, thinking that for them it's like musty. They don't realize that once you do something like this, an entire safety system is built where the plane is asked to land immediately. It is taken into an isolation area. All the passengers will be deboarded. All the bags will get deboarded. They will, get thoroughly scanned. The aircraft has to be completely checked, nose to tail. And it is just an inconvenience because somebody thought that they will enjoy a few moments of fun. It's not, what else to say? I just really hope that the person who wrote this threat is found and they need to skin him alive.
Okay, Mr. Agarwal, you're saying it could be a prank because we did see hoax bomb threats earlier in multiple airlines and planes. Just building on that, how important do you think is making sure that the plane is completely safe for passengers before boarding? We're talking about technical issues, ruling out bomb threats. Because in the past we have seen, especially that disaster where an entire nation is grieving, where that Air India plane crashed on the ground seconds after takeoff. Making sure that a plane is safe for passengers is the utmost priority, and the government is also making sure that they put in more measures and more protocol in this regard.
First thing is that there is multiple steps and multiple procedures that are processed, both from a security standpoint, from an engineering standpoint. There are so many times, passengers, they get angry that a flight has got delayed. They'll say, the aircraft is standing right there, why can't you take off? Because of all these protocols and safety measures, each aircraft before a flight has to be signed off by an engineer. It's not once a day. It's before every flight. An engineer will inspect the plane and say, yes, this aircraft is fit to fly. The pilot inspects the plane and says, yes, I accept the aircraft and I will fly it. There is a security officer who has to complete a complete security protocol. In fact, our Bureau of Civil Aviation Security has a very specific requirement that the security cannot be outsourced to an agency. It has to be done by the airline, because only then they feel that, somebody will be responsible enough. So multiple steps are there. The fact that a note was found in the lavatory clearly means that some passenger has thought of a prank, gone and put it in the lavatory, and I'm very sure they'll find that person, because The crew will recall who has gone to the lavatory before the takeoff, and they will zero in on those 2, 3, 4 passengers who would have gone.
All right. Okay. Thank you for joining us there, Mr. Devesh Agarwal, aviation expert, for joining us. Emergency landing after bomb threat on a flight, Air India flight. It landed back in Phuket. I'm going to go back to my colleague Harsha, who's joining us right now. And Harsha, as we are talking about this specific bomb threat note found in the lavatory of Air India flight, which was leaving from Thailand and had to be diverted. Also, you have been getting our viewers more updates in terms of the technical snags which have been found on Air India flights. The focus right now on Air India, the Air India CEO refused to answer the public's questions, but still many asking what went wrong. Why were safety regulations not followed?
Shivangi, this is not the first time when we have reported technical snag in the Air India aircrafts. Earlier also, if we see in the span of 1 year, there has been multiple times when Republic has reported about the technical snags in the Air India aircrafts. Earlier, what used to happen, that Air India used to hide it from the media, and also the set destination was to be achieved by Air India. Even after technical snag was there in the aircraft, the DGCA was informed much late after the reporting done by us. But this time, after yesterday's Ahmedabad-London bound aircraft plane crashed, from till yesterday to till now, how many technical snags have been found in Air India aircraft? Chandigarh-Leh today morning, Kolkata-Mumbai today morning, and also Delhi-Hyderabad. These all 3 flight Air India aircrafts in which technical snag was reported is 12th of June only, yesterday, when the crash was also reported. All these 3 flights technical snags were reported by the crew members and the pilot of the aircraft. One flight was turned back. The 2 technical snags were reported. One went to its original destination, didn't even turn back after even reporting technical snags. Now the Air India is informing the regulator DGCA about the incident, about the technical snags. Earlier, the technical snags were also not to be reported. And from yesterday to till now, if we see, there has been multiple flights of Air India in which technical snags have been reported. And it is because Air India is under immense scrutiny, and Air India is continuously being pulled up by the regulators DGCA and BCAS because of the faulty aircraft, because of the expired equipment in the aircraft, because of non-maintaining their aircraft, which has not gone for the maintenance at the MRO at different places in the span of 1 year. And because of that, the equipments are faulty, the engines are not maintained, also the equipments are expired. And now it is coming to light when continuously we are reporting since yesterday that how many show cause notices were issued to Air India in the light of the aircraft which has not been maintained. And DGCA has been asking Air India to maintain their aircraft, to send them for repairing and maintenance, and after that operate it. But Air India was not complying by the orders and the notices of DGCA. And after that, what incident occurred yesterday was because of not complying by the DGCA notices. And right now, from yesterday to till now, Republic has reported multiple snags in the Air India aircraft. Back to you.
Yes, Harsha, you're talking about the snags, but this is a big story unfolding as well, where the bomb threat note was found in this Air India flight, which was leaving from Phuket to India, and now it is made an emergency landing. If you have any more information about what the current status is, because the Transport Ministry reported of Thailand that Air India flight has safely landed in Phuket. Airport is currently following the necessary safety protocols. So this is the latest coming in when it comes to this hoax bomb threat on an Air India flight. And this, by the way, viewers, has happened just a few moments back. Back to you, Harsha.
So Shivangi, right now we have learned that all the passengers of the aircraft, because this is A320 Air India Airbus, more than 200 is the occupancy of the Airbus. There were more than 150 passengers who were seated in this aircraft, and right now we know that the plane is in the isolation bay. The thorough check of the plane is being done by the Thailand security forces and by the local police, and it will take almost 4 to 5 hours of the thorough check. Only after that the substitute flight could be arranged, or the same flight will fly again to Delhi Delhi from Phuket, but right now passengers are at the terminal only. No communication has been made from the side of Air India to the passengers that exactly at what time the substitute flight will be arranged or exactly this flight will go to Delhi, but at what time the passengers are still unknown about all these information. We right now only know that the plane is at isolation bay and thorough checks are being done. Until unless proper scanning and thorough checks will not be done, and the original source from where exactly the bomb threat note came to the lavatory of the aircraft, until that it will be not known. The aircraft will not fly for New Delhi because Air India is under immense scrutiny, and until unless the investigation doesn't comes out and is not properly concluded, the passengers will not again board this Phuket International airline which is bound for New Delhi. Back to you.
That's right. Harsha is getting the top updates coming in right now. So I just want to take our viewers through exactly what they see on your screens. Harsha, just hold on for a second. What we see on our screens is a bomb threat which Air India flight, a note was found during its flight just a few moments ago on Friday itself. This was made around 9:30 a.m. and after the flight, the bomb threat was found on the flight. It had to do an emergency landing. A bomb threat was reported on board. The pilot requested permission to make an emergency landing at Phuket International Airport. The Phuket Airport activated its Airport Contingency Plan, ACP Chapter 3, for bomb threats following the prescribed procedures. The airport said all preparations had been made in response to the threat and any updates would be provided as the situation is developing. And I'm going back to you, Harsha. This is very important. The reason we are talking about this is right now is the kind of silence the Air India CEO has also shown to Republic. Whenever Republic has asked a question and we confronted him directly, he's saying this is not the right time to talk about the disaster, one of the worst aviation disasters that India has seen and the world possibly has seen. He is not answering straight questions, but we are coming to know that notices were served to Air India previously, and once again emergency landing in Thailand after a bomb threat note was found in the lavatory. Yes, Harsha.
So Shivangi, if Air India CEO feels that ducking the question will help me in any other way, it will certainly not, because Republic has been asking stringent questions to him, not from now but during the days when the bomb messages were received to Air India around 8 months back. Also at that time also, Shivangi, when I confronted Campbell Wilson, he was tight-lipped, utter silence from his side exactly what is Air India is doing. And yesterday also when our colleague Gopi confronted Campbell Wilson, he was silent, tight-lipped. He didn't even say once that how he feels because this is the immense faults on the side, lapse on the side of the Air India. After 15 show cause notices as well, there was nothing done by Air India. They didn't take the aircraft Boeing 787 for the maintenance, for the proper check. Even after the show cause notices, the aircraft was allowed to operate, and also that to an international flight, Ahmedabad, London bound aircraft. So this is a lapse on the part of Campbell Wilson, and that is the reason why in the show cause notice for number one offender is mentioned as Campbell Wilson by DGCA. So Air India will have to respond on all these questions. Air India will have to respond why the Air India flights are being sent to Turkey for the maintenance, repair, overhaul. They will have to reply why this particular aircraft, when it was sent to Bombay Airport Engineering Services Limited company for the maintenance, whether it was sent or not sent, all the questions will have to be replied by Campbell Wilson himself. Right now he's in Ahmedabad. But yes, to tell you that there's not one, not two, but multiple aircrafts of Air India which are faulty, in which the equipments are expired. There's a problem with the oxygen concentrator in the aircraft. There's a problem with the engines. There's a problem with the nose dome of the airline. There's also a problem with the wings of the aircraft. There are multiple aircraft in which the faulty equipments have been found. So right now Air India is under immense scrutiny, and Republic will keep on posing these strict questions to Campbell Wilson, because the lives of 242 passengers already gone and more lives can't be put in danger at the cost of making money. Back to you, Shiva.
That is right. That is right. Absolutely, Harsha. So let's take our viewers through the latest updates coming in right now. You can see that all 156 passengers on the Air India flight have been escorted safely from the plane. And this is the Air India Delhi-bound flight making emergency landing in Phuket after a bomb note was found in the lavatory. we are trying to, of course, understand what is happening right now, whether that bomb threat note was real or was it hoax, but right now it's pointing towards it could be a hoax bomb threat. That is where we are seeing more updates in terms of what that bomb threat was all about. But speaking on this, let's go back to Harsha. Harsha, just viewers would like to know that what did that bomb threat note say? Do we have any idea or any information on that?
So, Shivangi, what the preliminary information tells us, what our sources and the DGCA have told us is that there was a bomb threat note in which it was written bomb in the aircraft. Only this was mentioned in the note. The note was found at the basin of the lavatory, the place exactly where we wash our hands, exactly at that place. A chit, a small note completely wrapped, was kept there. It was the crew attendant of the aircraft which first went inside the washroom lavatory to use it, and that
Harsha, I'm interrupting you. I'm really sorry for that because we're getting joined right now once more by Dr. Sumit Susilan, aviation expert and author, joining us here on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Sumit. I just want to ask you this question, which everybody would like to know about, is that what is really going wrong when it comes to making sure that all standard operating procedures are followed before a flight takes off. Especially, this is one more case of Air India flight which had to divert, again make an emergency landing because a bomb threat note was found in the lavatory. Yes, Dr. Sumit.
We can connect this thing with yesterday's incident, because yesterday the incident which happened, it was nothing related to any threat. It was a technical something error. But right now the note which we had received, we had got in on board. Okay, that is something purely a threat which have to be investigated, and we this type of threat, we immediately land and we check throughout the aircraft. Is there any bomb there or not? Doesn't matter, it's a false information or the exact information, but we never take risk in this type of matters.
That is right. Okay, Dr. Sumit, you said, of course, these are two separate incidents, but passenger safety is the main concern
Paramount,
and common concern here. If you could just take our viewers through what is the SOP anyways which is followed before a plane takes off. Talk about technical SOPs and passenger safety SOPs.
Yeah, according to the airline standard, the SOP says that we go throughout there is a pre-flight check happen from the side of the safety, from the security departments. They check throughout the flight, when the overhead bins, the seat pockets, everything have to thoroughly check. The lavatories, the first aid boxes, everything's thoroughly checked. After that, they give a clearance to the cockpit crew. The flight is ready to take off. Then only the aircraft takes off.
All right. Okay. And Dr. Sumit, so the SOPs are followed, but in this case, how does it happen that a bomb note is found in the lavatory and it is not been identified by the crew? Maybe if you could just help our viewers understand how these cases.
No, I can clearly say this. This note will be there after the takeoff only. If there is some passenger might have kept it over there, okay. But because before the takeoff, every lavatories are latched and locked. The passengers are not allowed to use during when the seatbelt signs are on for takeoff. No, lavatory you will find is in an open condition, because that's the procedure we follow. So before locking the lavatories, we always check inside. Is there anything there or any passenger occupied there? So if during that they are not found it means after the takeoff only this paper has found.
All right, Dr. Sumit. Yes, Dr. Sumit, you're really helping our viewers understand this update. But also, we also would like to know from you that when an Air India flight is making an emergency landing, in this case, a bomb note has been found. The Phuket International Airport put some protocols in place. These are bomb threat protocols which were initiated the moment they came to know there's a bomb threat note found in the plane. If you could just talk our viewers a little bit more about how that works.
Yeah, so basically when we get a bomb threat, while landing, we inform the ATC that we have a bomb threat on board. Immediately we get the clearance to land to the nearest airport. And on ground, the airport authorities keep the fire brigades ready, the ambulance ready. If any mishap happen, immediately they can respond over there. And these aircraft, after landing, are taken to the safe zone, where the other aircraft will not get damaged if any mishap happen during the checking also.
All right. Okay. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Sumit Susalan, aviation expert and author on the phone line, getting us a perspective of what exactly is happening in Thailand, emergency landing in Thailand for Air India flight, post a bomb threat note found in the lavatory, and once again raising questions on safety, passenger safety, and any other SOPs which could be overlooked, because passenger safety is the #1 priority in such cases. I want to go back to Harsha. Harsha, again, we're staying on the story right now. It's an emergency landing in Thailand. And just speaking broadly about this, every passenger who steps into a flight trusts the flight, the crew, the pilot, the airline when they fly, because their lives is in their hands. And in these cases, questions are being raised. And what is going wrong is that we are seeing bomb threat notes. We're seeing incidents in the past of Air India flights having technical snags issues. And of course, yesterday's heart-wrenching and terrible tragedy, which we saw.
Shivangi, we must ask questions, and the questions not only is to the passengers of the aircraft who boarded the aircraft in the wee hours of the morning when the flight took off from Phuket to Delhi. The questions should also be posed, and the investigation should also revolve around the crew as well. Why only the passengers? The crew also steps in the aircraft before the passengers, before lavatory latched or not latched. The crew also steps in first in the aircraft. There could be disgruntled crew as well. In the past, we have seen that there have been several Air India pilot and the crew members as well who have complained about the staff, about the crew members of the aircraft as well. Sometimes about the oxygen, sometimes about the technical snags. There has been reports out there. And we know that not only passengers, that crew also steps in the aircraft first. So why not the crew? The investigation should also revolve around the crew of the aircraft as well. How many people were there in the aircraft? Right now you are watching Republic TV as emergency landing has been made at Phuket International Airport. The flight which was bound for New Delhi in early morning has made an emergency landing back at Phuket. Security checks are being done. You are watching Republic TV. For more exclusive updates on this, keep watching Republic TV. We'll be right back after a short break.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
हमारी बहन जा रही थी लंदन,
1 बजे जा रही थी प्लेन।
1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन।
हाँ, मेरी शादी था, वो अमृतसर थी और लंदन जा रही थी।
हाँ, फिर?
हाँ बस वो 1 घंटे में समाचार आ गया को प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, इसलिए मैं वापस अहमदाबाद से बाहर निकल गया था, तो वापस ये सिविल में आ गया।
क्या अभी लग रहा है, क्या प्रशासन की तरफ से क्या हेल्प?
अभी देखने भी नहीं मिला, वो अंदर एंट्री नहीं मिली सिविल में, अभी कुछ भी
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Today at 1:30 local time, an Air India plane bound for London, Gatwick, departed Ahmedabad, and shortly after takeoff, it seemed to have experienced some issues and stalled into a residential area and then crashed. From the footage that we can see, it's very hard to determine what the cause might have been. However, there must have been some technical issues because the pilots sent out a mayday, a distress signal. The plane involved the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner is considered a new generation plane and has a great safety record. So ever since it has been introduced to service in 2011, it has never experienced a crash. Yes, there has been issues with the Dreamliner when it was introduced to service, especially with their batteries and other minor issues, but this is normal when a new plane enters service. Air India is known to have a great safety record. They operate hundreds of flights every day. They have a modern fleet of Airbuses and Boeings, and this comes to a shock for all of us. So it's very hard to determine what really caused this incident.
Air India flight makes emergency landing in Thailand. Bomb threat note found in LAV of AI-379 operating today morning from Phuket to Delhi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrives in Ahmedabad, visits crash site and meets injured victim.
के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना, तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्टक हो गया वो। बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ। बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई, ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं, वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस बोलते हैं क्या, रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ, और सीधा स्पीड गया।
Miracle of seat 11A, the lone survivor of the plane crash of AI-171, gives a full account of how he escaped, says it was a miraculous one. Air India under immense scrutiny. 3 flights hit with multiple snags yesterday.
I want to make clear that I have raised these issues over 3 years. I was ignored. I was told not to create delays. I was told, frankly, to shut up.
Boeing 787 Dreamliner was flawed, said whistleblower had sounded the alarms all the way back in 2024. Was his warning ignored? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 12:30 p.m. this Friday afternoon. Our top story continues to remain the various angles emerging in the Air India's flight security crisis. Now, more updates coming in that Air India is under major scrutiny. Just yesterday on June 12, 3 Air India flights had reported major technical issues shortly after taking off. Flight AI-3416 from Chandigarh to Leh returned back to the Chandigarh airport due to low pressure in the green hydraulic pump, later found to be caused by a hydraulic leak near the nose gear. Another flight AI-2410 from Kolkata to Mumbai experienced a bird strike and it had hit the birds upon landing, resulting in a visible dent and damage done to the nose cone. Meanwhile, the third flight in question, AI 2465 from Delhi to Hyderabad, continued its destination despite both windshields being cracked mid-flight. These are three very glaring and concerning instances of flight safety that were flagged just yesterday on the very same day that Air India flight AI 171 met with an unfortunate crash in Ahmedabad, raising serious operational concerns about Air India's flight safety on the same day that a deadly strike took place in Ahmedabad. A deadly crash rather took place in Ahmedabad. Three other flights with serious security concerns being raised. I have my colleague Harsha is leading the investigation on this front on Air India's flight safety, joining us live on this broadcast. Harsha, give us more details about these three separate instances of three separate flights happening and facing serious security lapses and concerns on the very same day of the unfortunate crash that took place in Ahmedabad.
Yes, Kruthat, you rightly pointed out these three flights of Air India bound from Chandigarh to Leh, one from Kolkata to Mumbai, and the third one from Delhi to Hyderabad. All these flights faced major technical snag, which could be a dangerous ones as well. And also we can say that these snags can't be ignored. And on the same day when the devastating incident from Ahmedabad London bound flight plane crash came out, and right now we have got to know that all these flights had a major snag. Like in Chandigarh and Leh, there was the hydraulic green pump climb issue. In the Kolkata Mumbai one, there was the issue of the nose radom dent in the nose part of the aircraft. And about the Delhi Hyderabad bound flight, there was a windshield which was completely cracked. Two windshield of the aircraft was cracked, and after the pilot noticed, the crew noticed that the windshield of the aircraft is cracked, then also it was taken to its destination to Hyderabad. It was not turned back. So three major technical snag, only DGCA informed about it, and that also much late, about 2 to 3 hours late after landing. The information was shared with DGCA. Right now we know that the investigation from the side of DGCA has been initiated, that why these technical snags were not reported at the time when the aircraft took off from this destination, and why it is being informed much late after it has landed. So right now we know that the investigation has already started from the side of DGCA, but Air India tried to hide this information by not sharing or coming out with a proper press statement in these three flights. Yesterday it was a devastating day for the entire country. 241 passengers lost their lives, and right now we get to know that three flights also suffered major snag. Something big could have also happened in these flights, but yes, we can say that Air India is under immense major scrutiny from the regulatory body, that after show cause notices as well, what we are witnessing is that major technical snags in the aircraft because of the faulty equipments and expired equipment in the aircraft, which has not been maintained from last 1 to 2 years. And this raises a lot of questions that why passengers should board Air India or not. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Harsha, for those details as you continue the investigation into the flight safety lapses of Air India. Serious concerns there about Air India not being very forthright about the concerns on flight safety that have been raised in the three different flights that Harsha has been tracking. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, Air India's flight AI 171 with 242 passengers on board was flying to London yesterday when it shortly crashed after takeoff in Ahmedabad last afternoon. Now, in one of the worst civil aviation disasters the country has ever seen, the plane in question was Boeing's 787 Dreamliner. Now, Dreamliner is one of the flagship models of Boeing. It is one of the most fuel-efficient wide-body aircrafts. That is one of the prides of the US manufacturer of these aircrafts for long-distance flights. Now, despite serious concerns being raised, despite of it, it was marketed as one of the most safest and most advanced aircraft in the world. The Dreamliner has been linked, however, to various severe technical faults. In fact, the crash has also put the spotlight on claims by a Boeing engineer last year who said that the 787 Dreamliner suffers from assembly defects that threaten safety of the aircraft. The whistleblower said this all the way back in 2024 on record in the United States Senate, which is the upper house of the US Parliament, about structural problems in the Dreamliner's fuselage, and claimed that small gaps and improper assembly could also result in early wear and tear, leading to possible structural failures. Listen into that first-hand testimony of the whistleblower of the Boeing company in the United States Senate all the way back in 2024.
I have analyzed Boeing's own data to conclude that the company is taking manufacturing shortcuts on the 787 program that may significantly reduce the airplane safety and the life cycle. Since 2013, there have been serious issues on the 787 program, not properly closing thousands of gaps in its assembly of the fuselage on major joints. Boeing's standard says that these gaps must be closed, usually by a small shim or filler called a shim when they exceed 0.005 of an inch. This seems very small. Boeing's PR team like to call it the width of a human hair when you are operating at 35,000 feet. Details are that the size of a human hair can be a matter of a life and death. In a rush to address its bottlenecks in production, Boeing hit problems pushing pieces together with excessive force to make them appear that the gaps don't exist, even though they exist. The gap didn't actually go away, and this may result in premature fatigue failure. Effectively, they are putting out defective airplanes.
And meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, serious concerns have been raised on the flight safety of the Boeing 747. Republic has been the only network that is asking some serious questions. Now, Republic confronted the CEO of Air India, Campbell Wilson. And when asked about regulatory concerns over Air India's operational safety, Campbell dodged all the questions of Republic. Take a look at this sequence.
India still have contract with Turkish Technique?
I don't think this is the appropriate time to talk about that. We're very focused on supporting the families and everyone affected by today's incident.
We just wanted to know, is Air India accountable for this?
Look, it's our aircraft, it's our crew. We need to make sure the investigation is well supported. But first and foremost, we want to look after the people that have been affected by this incident.
One last question. There were multiple show cause notices given. Why were they ignored?
I don't believe this is the appropriate time to talk about things that are unrelated to this incident.
You would at least have information about the Turkish Technique. Do you have contract with Turkish Technique?
As I said before, this is not the time to talk about that. We're focused very much on the people that have been affected by this incident.
Yes or no? Just yes or no. Mr. Wilson, please say yes or no.
Well, that was the reaction of CEO Campbell Wilson of Air India. Meanwhile, the devastating incident involving the Air India Flight 171, which was a Boeing 787-8 series Dreamliner, has resulted in numerous fatalities, as we all know, after the aircraft crashed shortly after takeoff yesterday at the Ahmedabad airport on its way to London. Now, a passenger who had travelled on the same aircraft just 2 hours earlier on Delhi to Ahmedabad leg took on to social media to report troubling technical issues. He pointed out that the air conditioning in the flight and the entertainment systems were not in perfect functioning conditions. Serious concerns were also raised by him on the plane's upkeep and overall safety. Listen into what that passenger had to say on AI 171.
No. I was not returning from London to Delhi. I was from Delhi to Ahmedabad sector of the same plane which departed from Ahmedabad to London Gateway. See, in the tweet, I had shared 2 videos and 2 photographs. So in one of the video, I have recorded about the AC was not working. The compressor was either going on, off again and again, right? Which is kind of unusual thing. Second thing, as usual, the in-flight entertainment was not working. Yeah. So the AC was not working, on-off, compressor on-off, and then this in-flight entertainment was not working. Then after takeoff also, I noticed something, near the overhead cabin. My seat was 25A. I was just next to the left engine, right? I was just next to the left engine, and I was when I was looking out of the window, the flight was at cruising altitude of 32,000 feet, but the flaps, they were kind of unusual. I have flown so many times, so many places, but I have never seen such kind of things happening, right? I have never seen such kind of thing happening. That was very unusual to me. So this is very unusual. These things were very unusual for me, and I'm stammering today because I'm traumatized, very much traumatized. My life just got saved. Okay, so I'll be right now. I'm 120 kilometers away from Ahmedabad. I'm going back to the airport. Right. I just want to upload 2 videos. One is of the takeoff. One is of the landing. I would be sharing those. For me, though, those things are unusual, but I'm not sure if for aviation expert those things are unusual or not. So I'll be sharing the videos once I am at Ahmedabad airport. So apart from the in-flight entertainment, as I told you, there was some silver coil and a black wire and some tissue papers hanging up near the overhead cabin. I told you those were also very unusual for me. And other than that, nothing else. The takeoff was very smooth. The landing was very, very smooth. In fact, my seat was 25A. I was just above the wheels. But despite that, the landing was very, very smooth. I did not notice any such thing apart from these things. But the flaps things, yeah, the flaps during takeoff and landing were kind of unusual. In fact, the left side of the wing only. The left side of the wing, or like, I don't know, there was something unusual in that, which I noticed. Because we don't have the option to move the flaps up and down, right? It can only be adjusted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, light and dark, that's all. Second thing is, there was no button overhead. There was no button overhead to call the cabin crew. Nothing. Think if I am, because I was suffocating when I made the video on the ground, I was literally suffocating, right? I wanted to talk to the cabin crew to tell them about the issue. And as my seat, as I was sitting on the window, right, I wanted to call them and ask them, or even tell them from my point of view, I think there's something wrong. But I was not able to do it. And right after takeoff, obviously we were served meals. The cabin crew came, but that time, as I told you, the compressor was going on and off, so I adjusted. I was continuously in touch with my father about this, but he told me, okay, theek hai, chalta hai. One more thing, my seat was window seat. I switched my seat with my father. I came to the middle seat because I was feeling very hot, beautiful sunlight as well. So I asked Papa, you come this side, window seat, and I'll take the middle seat because I'm feeling very hot and I'm feeling suffocated. Yeah. So I told you the buttons were not working. I was not even able to call the cabin crew. The cabin crew calling button was there in the remote, right? I've clearly shown in the video. That was not working. Apart from that, I was neither able to turn on the light overhead. Basic to bhul jao, light nahi thi. Kuch matlab, I don't know how can this be passed before for flying. Problem, so many lags in the aircraft. How can it even be passed by the engineers? This is a big, slap on Air India. I'll be very honest and clear. And I just request Air India for my safety, for my flight back to Delhi, which is at 10:10 tonight.
Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, the 40-year-old British Indian who miraculously survived the Air India plane crash yesterday in Ahmedabad, is the sole survivor of the 242 lives on board that aircraft. Listen into his ordeal on how he managed to survive one of the biggest civil aviation tragedies in Indian history. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, these are the visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who earlier today also met Vishwas at the civil hospital in Ahmedabad, who is the lone survivor of the AI-171 crash. Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived in Ahmedabad earlier this morning. He also visited the crash site at the doctor's hostel, where he also had conversations with top officials of the state. You can also see in the middle window the Home Minister of Gujarat there. Along with that, he also met the other victims and survivors of this unfortunate crash that took place in Ahmedabad. He also had a first-hand conversation with the only survivor of this AI-171 crash tragedy. Listen in to the reaction of the sole survivor of the Air India crash.
हालचाल जाना सर ने पूछा कि कैसे हुआ, तो मैंने उसके बारे में बताया और सब हालचाल पूछा सब.
विश्वास, अगर हम जानना चाहें कि आप थोड़ा सा बता पाएं कि ये हादसा कैसे हुआ था, क्योंकि ये एक बड़ा चमत्कार है जिस तरीके से आप वहाँ से इकलौते ऐसे शख्स हैं जो जिंदा बचे.
वो मेरे नज़रों के सब सामने हुआ था. मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से जिंदा बाहर निकला, क्योंकि थोड़ा टाइम लेके तो मेरे को लगा था कि मैं भी मरने वाला हूँ, लेकिन जब मेरी आँख खुल के मैं देखा ना तो मुझे लगा मैं जिंदा हूँ. तो मैंने ट्राई किया, जब मेरी सीट थे वो मेरी बेल्ट निकाला, मैंने वो ट्राई किया जहाँ से निकल सकता वहाँ से, तो मैं निकल गया वहाँ से. मेरे नज़रों के सामने एयर हॉस्टल और दूसरे आंटी अंकल सभी उसमें मिस हो गए थे सभी.
अच्छा, थोड़ा सा बता पाएं, जब जैसे ही टेक ऑफ हुई फ्लाइट क्या हुआ था और अचानक से कैसे हादसा हुआ?
टेक ऑफ के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना, तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्ट्रक हो गया हो. बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ। बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई, ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं, वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस बोलते हैं क्या, रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ, और सीधा स्पीड में ही घुस गया। जहाँ वो क्या था, वो
हॉस्टल था, एक हॉस्पिटल का।
हाँ, हॉस्टल में। और सब सामने सब हुआ।
ये जब फ्लाइट जब क्रैश हुई, उस समय हॉस्टल पे लैंड की थी, उसी समय आप बाहर निकले थे?
नहीं, क्योंकि आई थिंक मेरे को जब मैं जो साइड पे था ना, वो साइड हॉस्टल पे नहीं लैंड हुई थी। हॉस्टल के जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर है ना, जैसे नीचे, वहाँ लैंड हुई थी। तो मुझे दूसरे के बारे में मेरे को पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं जहाँ लैंड हुआ था ना, वो नीचे की साइड थी। तो जब वहाँ थोड़ा पेस भी था प्लेन के जब बाहर, तो जब जैसे मेरा डोर टूटा ना सब, तो मैंने देखा ना जब सामने कि थोड़ा इधर पेस है, तो मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए। तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर, क्योंकि अपोजिट साइड पे था ना, वो बिल्डिंग का वो था ना दीवार, तो उधर से कोई शायद नहीं निकल सका होगा, क्योंकि उधर पूरा उधर ही क्रैश हुआ था। मैं जो जहाँ था वहाँ ही थोड़ा पेस था। फिर भी मेरे पता नहीं मैं कैसे बचा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे नज़र के सामने ही सब 2 एयर हॉस्टल वो अंकल आंटी सब उधर ही सब।
आप पैदल चल के आए वहाँ से निकल के?
हाँ, और थोड़ा जब आग लगी ना, मेरा लेफ्ट हैंड भी जल गया थोड़ा। फिर एम्बुलेंस मेरे को उठा लेके इधर आया हॉस्पिटल में।
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, big breaking news update coming in. More angles emerging in the AI-171 tragedy. Republic has just accessed a fresh video of the AI-171 crash. This is just moments after the plane crash landed in Ahmedabad yesterday. The visual on your screen shows people helter and skelter running away as horrifying plumes of smoke dominate the Ahmedabad sky as 125 liters of jet fuel went up in flames, creating a fireball at the moment of contact of AI-171 at that doctor's hostel that was right off the Ahmedabad International Airport. Those are horrifying visuals. This is a new visual that is emerging from the crash site. Catastrophic scenes can be seen as one on the Those are some horrifying visuals coming in from Ahmedabad. Yesterday, a new angle emerging as people stand in complete state of shock, panic and horror as they see that aircraft landing out of nowhere. A complete state of panic on the streets of Ahmedabad. I also have my colleague Akil joining us live from Ahmedabad.
Mourning has now collected all those evidences and now they are moving out from this very place. अच्छा मुझे ये बताइए क्या सामान कलेक्ट किया आप लोगों ने? एविडेंस के तौर पे कौन-कौन से मटेरियल कलेक्ट किए गए? एविडेंस के तौर पे कौन-कौन के लिए क्या-क्या कलेक्ट किया गया है? We'll try to speak to some of the officials over here, but at this point in time you can see the visuals. These visuals clearly speaks for themselves, and here you can see these are the different kits and these bags, these sacks have been completely packed by the team. I would like to move a little bit forward and try to speak to the senior officials over here who has been the part of this entire investigation. You can see the jacket of these forensic experts. On this you can see it's written forensic expert. I would like to try to speak to the forensic.
क्या निकला ये बता पाएंगे?
ये FSL बताएगा आपको।
सर खड़े रह जाइए।
उन्होंने क्या जो एविडेंस है वो गैदर किया स्पॉट से?
DVR
अंदर का मैक्स का
नहीं, वो देखना पड़ेगा कौन सा है, मलबे में से निकला है।
आपके हाथ में जो सामान है वो क्या है? आपके हाथ में जो सामान है वो क्या है? आपके हाथ में जो सामान है
ये डीवीआर है, डीवीआर
मलबे में से निकला
नहीं, वो मलबे में से निकला है। प्लीज मेरा ये काम नहीं है, नहीं ये मेरा काम नहीं है, ये दूसरा काम।
This was a forensic team that has collected evidence from the ground zero. Was just speaking to us, and he was giving us the details. And he has said that from that very spot, he has recovered a DVR as well. So now the team has collected those evidence and are now going back from the very spot.
That is my colleague Akil there from the crash site in Ahmedabad, tracking the frame as the FSL teams and other investigative authorities get to the crime scene of the crash site and are connecting very serious and very important DNA evidence along with all the other evidence that is very crucial for firstly determination of the victims of this crash. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news update is coming in. Apache chopper has made a precautionary landing of the Air Force in Punjab. This is a breaking news update that is coming in. An Apache helicopter of the Indian Air Force has made a precautionary landing in the village of Haled, which falls under the Nangla police station of Pathankot. As of now, there is no report of any damage or any danger. Those are visuals coming in from Punjab near the Pathankot airbase where an Apache helicopter, which is an attack helicopter of the Indian Air Force, has made a precautionary landing. There you can see the locals also surrounding the aircraft in an open field where it seems to have made a precautionary emergency safe landing. So far there are no indications of any danger, as you can clearly see in the visuals as well. It is a precautionary landing that was made by the Indian Air Force's Apache attack helicopter earlier today in the village of Haled, which falls under the Nanglapur police station in Pathankot. The latest update that we have so far is that there is no concern or any danger or emergency that has been announced. It was just a precautionary landing that was made by the Indian Air Force's attack helicopter Apache in the open field near the Haled village. There you can see visuals coming in. Republic has accessed these visuals. People there surrounding the Apache helicopter, which has made a safe landing there in an open grass field. The exact reason of this safe landing or emergency landing is not yet ascertained. We are awaiting an official response from the Indian Air Force on this matter, but seems like it is a precautionary landing made by Indian Air Force's attack helicopter, which is the Apache. It is the US-made attack helicopter that Indian Air Force operates. I have my colleague Arawat joining us live with more details on this story. Arawat, the Apache helicopter of the Indian Air Force has made an emergency landing near a village in Pathankot. Do tell us what's the latest that you're picking up. Do we have any official confirmation from the Indian Air Force on the potential causes of this safe emergency landing?
Yes, absolutely. We have seen that then emergency landing has took place in the Pathankot area, and then after we have seen that the Indian Air Force's helicopter Apache has made an emergency landing there. Thereafter we have seen there is no loss of life anywhere, and not even in the property damage there. But yes, we have seen that for the precautionary measures, we have seen that the landing was made, and Republic has accessed the video where in the open ground that the Indian Air Force Apache helicopter has made an emergency landing, and we have seen all the precautions are being followed. We have been also told from the sources in the Indian Air Force, and they are told this landing is connected with for the precautionary measures, that some technical glitch might have been detected, and after we have been told that the emergency landing has been taken place in the open ground, and we can see in the visuals that the locals and also the administration is present at the spot, and also we have been told there is no reports of any type of loss there. But yes, we have seen that the emergency landing has been taken place in the Pathankot. However, we have also seen that the administration and the police is on the ground there. Also, all the factors are being checked why this emergency landing has been taken place. But we have seen that the sources has confirmed us that for the precaution measures, this landing has been made there in the Pathankot. Yes.
Stay with us, Arawat, because these are concerning visuals coming in from Punjab, where Apache helicopter, an attack helicopter of the Indian Air Force, has indeed made a safe precautionary landing. At the moment, the Indian Air Force is yet to confirm on the exact cause of this, but this is concerning because this is a second emergency landing made by an Apache attack helicopter in a span of just 6 days. Just 6 days ago, there was another Apache helicopter that had made an emergency landing in Saharanpur in Uttar Pradesh. Even before that, in the month of April, there was another helicopter that had made an emergency landing near the Jamnagar Air Base in Gujarat. So back to back, within the span of 3 months, there have been multiple instances involving Apache. There have been 2 separate instances now, one in Saharanpur, Uttar Pradesh just 6 days ago, and now one in Punjab. The visual on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, this is in the Halet village, which is near the Pathankot, in the Pathankot district, and this is an emergency landing of the Apache helicopter. As far as the visuals are concerned, you can clearly see that the Apache helicopter has made a precautionary landing. The landing is safe. There is no damage either to the aircraft nor to the surrounding. The Indian Air Force is yet to give us details about what exactly led to this emergency landing, as my colleague Arawat was telling us just a couple of moments ago. However, what we can see is clearly it's an open field where the Apache made a controlled, safe, precautionary landing. Now the locals have surrounded the aircraft quite naturally because of their curiosity. However, there is no cause of concern or no imminent danger. I have Arawat also, who is reporting live on the story. Arawat, do tell us, what are the other details that you are picking up on this? Has the Indian Air Force issued a statement yet?
Yes, absolutely. We have seen that the statement also came, but we have also told you that this is the precautionary landing, that the pilot has detected any glitch in the Apache helicopter of the Indian Air Force. Also, we have seen from the last couple of days, this is the second instant when we have seen that the Indian Air Force helicopter has made an emergency landing, and also Republic has accessed the visuals where the landing has happened. Also, you can see that the locals have reached there. Also, we have seen that the local administration and other officials are heading towards the location where this landing has taken place, and then after all the factors are being checked, why and when this precautionary major landing has taken place in the Punjab's Pathankot area. Also, we can see recently we have seen the incident in the Ahmedabad. Then after we have seen that the same kind of precautions are being followed in the various parts of the country, and this time we have seen that the emergency landing which took place in the Pathankot were made for the precautionary purpose. So far, an official statement and the further details will come in a while. Yes.
Indeed, I also have Gursimran joining us live on the broadcast. Arawat, stay with us. Gursimran, what's the latest you are picking up on this emergency precautionary landing made by the Apache aircraft in Punjab?
See, what we are picking up, that this is a precautionary landing that has taken place, and it is a successful precautionary landing. This has been done after some of the technical snags were initially noticed. It was not that it was a hard landing that has taken place, but it is a completely a safe precautionary landing that has taken place in the Nangalbhur police station's area. It's important to mention that this is the second precautionary landing of the Apache attack helicopter that has taken place in last 1 week, because last time it was in the Saharanpur, and now it has taken place in the Pathankot district of the Punjab, which is close to the Indo-Pakistan border as well. But there is nothing to worry about. That is what we are picking up. We are being told that it was a routine. It was a routine sortie that was taking place, as that the drills that the Indian Air Force follows. And now what we are picking up, that all the pilots, those who were part of this helicopter, they are safe, and there has not been any of the damage, be it to the crew that was traveling in or to the place where it has landed. So it was a successful precautionary landing that has taken place, and now we expect that the Indian Air Force will be coming out with a detailed statement in a short while from now. But the sources in the Punjab police, especially in the Pathankot police, are confirming to us about the incident that has taken place, and now they are saying that everything is fine, and it is very likely that the helicopter will fly from here in a couple of minutes from now.
Thank you very much, Gursimran, for tracking those details. We'll be closely monitoring, ladies and gentlemen, the emergency landing made in Punjab of an Apache helicopter. Stay tuned.
Air India flight makes emergency landing in Thailand. Bomb threat note found in lavatory of the AI-379 operating this morning from Phuket to Delhi. Prime Minister Modi in Ahmedabad visits a crash site and meets injured victims in the hospital. An Apache of Indian Air Force makes a precautionary landing near Pathankot. Air India under immense scrutiny, 3 flights hit with multiple snags yesterday. Boeing 787 Dreamliner was flawed. Whistleblower sounded alarm early in the year 2024. Was his warning ignored? And Israel strikes Iran nuclear plant in massive escalation in the Middle East. Israel declares a state of emergency. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV at 1 a.m. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. The top story is a breaking news coming in. A bomb threat note has been found in a toilet of AI 379 operating this morning from Phuket to Delhi. Air India flight made emergency landing in Phuket. All the 156 passengers on the flight AI 379 have been escorted from the plane. So Air India flight from Phuket to New Delhi made an emergency landing following a bomb threat received on board. This flight AI 379 was carrying 156 passengers, and it took off from the Phuket International Airport in the morning. However, the aircraft returned to Phuket, and this after a bomb note was found at the aircraft. All the 156 passengers have been escorted from the plane. So this, remember, happening just a day after Air India flight crashing in Ahmedabad, and just a day after that, a bomb threat found in the Air India flight. Air India's flight AI-171 with the 242 people on board flying to London crashed shortly after taking off in Ahmedabad this yesterday afternoon in one of the worst aviation disasters in the history. The plane was a Boeing 787 Dreamliner, a fuel-efficient wide-body aircraft that is the pride of the US company's catalog for long-distance flights. Now, despite being marketed as one of the safest and the most advanced aircraft, the Dreamliner has been linked to several technical faults. In fact, the crash has put the spotlight on claims by a Boeing engineer last year who said that 787 Dreamliner suffers from assembly defects that threatens safety. The whistleblower in the year 2024 told the US Senate about structural problems in the Dreamliner's fuselage and claimed that small gaps and improper assembly could cause early wear and tear and possible structural failure. Let's take a listen.
I have analyzed Boeing's own data to conclude that the company is taking manufacturing shortcuts on the 787 program that may significantly reduce the airplane safety and the life cycle. Since 2013, there have been serious issues on the 787 program, not properly closing thousands of gaps in its assembly of the fuselage on major joints. Boeing's standard says that these gaps must be closed, usually by a small shim or filler called a shim when they exceed 5 thousandths of an inch. This seems very small. Boeing's PR team like to call it the width of a human hair when you are operating at 35,000 feet. Details are that the size of a human hair can be a matter of a life and death. In a rush to address its bottlenecks in production, Boeing hit problems pushing pieces together with excessive force to make them appear that the gaps don't exist, even though they exist. The gap didn't actually go away, and this may result in premature fatigue failure. Effectively, they are putting out defective airplanes.
And there is a scrutiny also over Air India, and Air India CEO Campbell Wilson was confronted by Republic over the recent show-cause notices issued to the airline. And when asked about the regulatory concerns, Campbell dodged the questions. Take a look.
India still have contract with Turkish Technique?
I don't think this is the appropriate time to talk about that. We're very focused on supporting the families and everyone affected by today's incident.
We just wanted to know, is Air India accountable for this?
Look, it's our aircraft, it's our crew. We need to make sure the investigation is well supported. But first and foremost, we want to look after the people that have been affected by this incident.
One last question. There were multiple show-cause notices given. Why were they ignored?
I don't believe this is the appropriate time to talk about things that are unrelated to this incident.
You would at least have information about the Turkish Technique. Do you have contract with Turkish Technique?
As I said before, this is not the time to talk about that. We're focused very much on the people that have been affected by this incident.
Just yes or no. Mr. Wilson, please say yes or no.
And now in this in-depth breakdown, we analyze the final moments of the ill-fated Air India flight AI-171, which crashed shortly after taking off from Ahmedabad en route to London's Gatwick. Now, aviation experts, ATC recordings and flight data collectively reveal a chilling timeline from a sudden altitude loss to the aircraft's uncontrolled descent that ended in the tragedy. Take a look. And my colleague Akhil has spoken to the forensic experts on the crash site. Let's take a listen.
What all you have collected? What all you have collected? What all you have collected from this spot? Any comment you would like to make? Any comment you would like to make? Here you can see that these bags in the hands of this forensic team that has arrived over at the spot, and they have gathered some evidence. They have collected materials from the site, and after that they are moving. Here you can see this is the vehicle of the forensic team that has arrived over here. They have collected a mask, and apart from that they have collected other evidences as well in these bags. So right now it's the team, the forensic team, which has came earlier this very morning, has now collected all those evidences, and now they are moving out from this very place. अच्छा मुझे ये बताइए क्या सामान कलेक्ट किया आप लोगों ने? एविडेंस के तौर पे कौन-कौन से मटेरियल कलेक्ट किए गए? एविडेंस के तौर पे कौन-कौन से के लिए क्या-क्या कलेक्ट किया गया है? We'll try to speak to some of the officials over here, but at this point in time you can see the visuals. These visuals clearly speaks for themselves, and here you can see these are the different kits, and these bags, these sacks have been completely packed by the team. I would like to move a little bit forward and try to speak to the senior officials over here who has been the part of this entire investigation. You can see the jacket of these forensic experts. On this you can see it's written forensic expert. I would like to try to speak to the forensic.
क्या निकला ये बता पाएंगे?
ये FSL बताएगा आपको।
सर खड़े रह जाइए।
उन्होंने क्या-क्या जो एविडेंस है वो गैदर किया स्पॉट से?
DVR है, DVR
अंदर का मैक्स का
नहीं, वो देखना पड़ेगा कौन सा है। मलबे में से निकला है।
आपके हाथ में जो सामान है वो क्या है? आपके हाथ में जो सामान है वो क्या है? आपके हाथ में जो सामान है
ये DVR है, DVR
मलबे में से निकला है।
नहीं, वो मलबे में से निकला है। प्लीज मेरा ये काम नहीं है। नहीं, ये मेरा काम नहीं है, ये दूसरा काम।
This was the forensic team that has collected evidence from the ground zero. Was just speaking to us, and he was giving us the details, and he has said that from that very spot he has recovered a DVR as well. So now the team has collected those evidence and are now going back from the very spot.
All right, our colleague Akhil is now joining us, in fact, from the site. Let's get more details. Akhil, what is that you're picking up? We just saw you speaking to the forensic experts there, and they have picked up a substantial amount of material. What is happening at the ground zero right now?
Approximately 10 to 11, if you see, they have collected approximately 10 to 11 packets, 10 to 11 sacks from this very spot, and they have moved from the very site. Earlier this morning what we have seen that there were two different forensic teams from the Gujarat police that has arrived over here to collect all those evidence, because initially if you see when that incident took place yesterday, since then what we have been seeing that the clearing of the entire debris work was going on, and once the NDRF team and the SDRF team have basically cleared the entire space. After that, this very morning at around 7 a.m. what we have seen that the forensic team went this place inside the BJ Medical College, and from there they have collected some materials, and from this very place they have moved out. And the second thing, important thing which we would like to highlight is that if you see what we have been seeing, that you can see in the visuals, there are some doctors. Those are the resident doctors that have went inside to collect their materials, their belongings, because I just spoke few moments back to some of the doctors, some of the associate professors of BJ Medical College. They are saying that right now they are in complete shatter, so they cannot speak on camera, but they have arrived over here just to collect their materials, their belongings, and one by one you can see those doctors coming out from the BJ Medical College and taking their luggages and baggages from this very medical college. Back to you.
Right, Akhil. Akhil, thank you so much. We'll come back to you. Meanwhile, the London-bound Air India flight, remember, crashed into the hostel of the BJ Medical College in Ahmedabad, in which medical students, some of them lost their lives and also suffered injuries as well. And Akhil had earlier filed a report from inside the hostel that was hit. Let's take a look.
Behind me, you can see the visual of this mess. So here you can see this is the mess where the head-on collision of that airplane took place with that building, and after that you can see these two wings. Here you can see, with our camera visuals, you can see this is one of the wings of the airplane, and second one is at a distance of approximately 30 to 40 meter over there. So you can find out with the Air India logo as well. So there you can see these are the two wings of that plane which basically got completely shattered and broke. The visuals of these buildings which have got deeply impacted, because this one was the first building which is the mess of this medical college, and towards my right is the building of in which the resident doctors used to live. So this is the very building where you can see after making a head-on collision with that mess building, the plane basically, the momentum was so high that it got struck in this very building. And here you can see the dent mark, the big dent mark, in which you can see all the bricks have been moved out from that, and there's a big carved portion like a dent from there at the 4th and 5th floor, and there you can see the impact of that plane was so high, the momentum was so high that everything which include the windows, the gates, the ACs over there have completely got dismantled. And I would like to move a little bit more forward and show you the visuals from there actually, where you can see those broken parts of those fuselage, vertical stabilizer, the horizontal stabilizer, those wings as well. And there you can see, I would like to move a little bit forward and show you the visuals from the very ground zero. You can see those are the tires. I would like to request my VJ Surendra Rawat to come over here and show you the visuals of these tires. These are the large massive tires of those planes which has got completely shattered, and still you can see the fumes coming out from these tires as well. So these are the live visuals coming out from these tires, and apart from that you can see those window panes of the aircraft which has got completely dismantled and completely tossed due to this incident which took 240 lives.
And among the 241 lives lost in the Air India crash was a towering figure in Gujarat's political circles. Former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, who once led the state from the front, is no more. From Rajkot to Gandhinagar, his journey was one of resilience, and Gujarat is mourning not just a leader, but a son of the soil.
Dark clouds of grief have engulfed Gujarat. Pall of gloom has shrouded his family. And the nation mourns the loss of one of its stalwart leaders. Former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani is no more. He was on board Air India flight AI-171, the ill-fated aircraft that crashed moments after takeoff in Ahmedabad. Seat number 12, a number considered lucky by the former Chief Minister, that's where he was seated. A seat now etched in the memory as the final stop in the life of a man who once held the reins of Gujarat. Vijay Rupani had served as the 16th Chief Minister of Gujarat from 2016 to 2021. A calm strategist, a loyal party soldier, and a leader known for his soft-spoken yet firm demeanor. Born in Rangoon, Burma in 1956, Rupani's journey from Rajkot to Gandhinagar was one of dedication, perseverance and deep-rooted commitment to public service. In his final moments, he was travelling to London from the city he once governed, perhaps unaware that fate had scripted a tragic full stop to his life. Today, his family mourns. The BJP stands shaken. The people of Gujarat have lost a son of the soil.
And we can't even, imagine the velocity of the issue. And we can't even imagine that a flight which was taking off, suddenly that too, flight of this caliber, one of the best in the world. Really, it's very sad, and our deepest condolences to all the aggrieved families. And really, to anyone this should not happen, but it has happened. But I think the aviation company has to very seriously, deeply dig into actually what has happened and correct whatever the problems were there in that, what had happened. So I think it's really a very sad day, a black day for the entire world, entire.
President Draupadi Murmu also expressed condolences and grief over the demise of the former Gujarat CM. Taking to her X handle, President Murmu remembered Vijay Rupani as a leader who was always committed to people's welfare. As tributes pour in and condolences echo across party lines, a once bustling voice in Gujarat politics now rests in silence. Former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani gone too soon, but remembered forever.
Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, the lone survivor of plane crash gives a full account of how he escaped the biggest aviation tragedy. He says it was a miraculous escape. Also, Air India under immense scrutiny. 3 flights hit with multiple snags yesterday. Those are big stories coming up ahead. Stay tuned.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ? हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
हमारी बहन जा रही थी
1 बजे जा रही थी।
1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन।
हाँ, मेरी साली था, वो अमृतसर थी और लंदन जा रही थी।
हाँ फिर?
हाँ बस वो 1 घंटे में समाचार आ गया को प्लेन क्रैश।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल बोलो जुबां केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Today at 1:30 local time, an Air India plane bound for London Gatwick departed Ahmedabad, and shortly after takeoff, it seemed to have experienced some issues and stalled into a residential area and then crashed. From the footage that we can see, it's very hard to determine what the cause might have been. However, there must have been some technical issues because the pilots sent out a mayday, a distress signal. The plane involved the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner is considered a new generation plane and has a great safety record. So ever since it has been introduced to service in 2011, it has never experienced a crash. Yes, there has been issues with the Dreamliner when it was introduced to service, especially with their batteries and other minor issues, but this is normal when a new plane enters service. Air India is known to have a great safety record. They operate hundreds of flights every day. They have a modern fleet of Airbuses and Boeings, and this comes to a shock for all of us. So it's very hard to determine what...
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Today at 1:30 local time, an Air India plane bound for London Gatwick departed Ahmedabad, and shortly after takeoff, it seemed to have experienced some issues and stalled into a residential area and
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. We are keeping our focus on the plane crash tragedy in Gujarat. But first up, let's get you the headlines. Air India flight makes emergency landing in Thailand. Bomb threat note found in AI 379 operating today morning from Phuket to the national capital. Prime Minister Modi in Ahmedabad visits crash site and meets injured victim in the hospital. An Apache of Indian Air Force makes a precautionary landing near Pathankot in Punjab. Air India under immense scrutiny. 3 flight hit with multiple snags since yesterday.
I want to make clear that I have raised these issues over 3 years. I was ignored. I was told not to create delays. I was told, frankly, to shut up.
Boeing 787 Dreamliner was flawed, and this is what whistleblower sounded. In fact, an alarm early in the year 2024 was his warning ignored. Israel strikes Iran nuclear plants in a massive escalation in Middle East. Israel declares the state of emergency. Well, let's start the bulletin with the biggest aviation tragedy in the history of the country. In fact, today Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited the crash site where an Air India London-bound flight crashed on Thursday, June 12th. After being briefed about the situation at the crash site, he proceeded to the hospital where he met with the injured who are being treated at the hospital and who were, in fact, one of them was in the London-bound Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner. It crashed minutes after taking off from the Ahmedabad Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport on Thursday, killing 241 people on board. Only one person survived and the Prime Minister met him today. Well, we have live visuals coming in from outside the hospital. In fact, remember earlier in the day, the Prime Minister also visited the hospital, met with the family members and also with the lone survivor of this plane crash. His name is Vishwas Kumar. He is the lone survivor. He has, in fact, also given a detailed sequence of events which led to the crash and how he walked out of from that plane crash. Earlier in the day, the Prime Minister was here at the plane crash site and also at the civil hospital in Ahmedabad. We're getting you these visuals from Ahmedabad, from the crash site where the rescue operation is underway. The inspection is underway. Multiple agencies are at the spot inspecting the area. Investigation has started. On the other hand, the situation is mellow and grim at the civil hospital in Ahmedabad. Families there waiting for the DNA test to get over so that they can take back their family, the remains of their family members. In fact, Republic TV is reporting from ground. I'm joined by Akhil, who joins us from the crash site, and Gopi is with us, who is at the hospital. Coming to you, Akhil, first. Akhil, at the crash site, we are learning that there are multiple agencies which are inspecting the area. They're trying to ascertain what went wrong and what led to the crash. Firstly, tell us about the multiple agencies which are on the ground at the crash site at the moment and what are they doing right now?
Well, Akanksha, if you see what we have been seeing, that there have been several agencies, including the NDRF team, the SDRF team, the CRPF unit, apart from that BSF team, have basically in collaboration, in tandem, has worked in this entire operation. But right now, if you just see, the operation has been completed. The first leg of the operation has been completed because that part was regarding the rescue operation of finishing the debris, taking out basically the materials or the important gadgets, because if you see a few moments back, what we have seen that around 7 a.m. this very morning, the forensic team went inside. There were two different teams, and a few moments back, what we have seen that the team has come out and they have collected at least 8 to 9 sacks. So there were 8 to 9 bags in which they have collected a lot of materials, and in one of the officials' hands, what we have seen that there was a DVR that was also collected. So the collecting of evidence has already been done. Earlier, what we have seen that the black box has already been recovered. So right now, the team which is investigating the case will try to get the version details from the audio recording which basically stays in the cockpit. So from there they will collect some evidence. Apart from that, they have also collected some wreckages from debris from here. So that will also help them identify them, get some crucial details that what actually transpired. So apart from the human intelligence, the technical intelligence will also be applied. And if you see what we have seen earlier, when Vishwas Kumar, who is the lone warrior in this case, while speaking to the media, he has said this, that he had no idea that what actually took place between those 30 seconds. Because if you see the flight, when it took off from the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel airport at around 1:39 p.m. and the moment it took off from this airport, and this very college, BL Medical College, just at a distance of 6.2 kilometer from this very airport. And after that, what we have seen that the flight was just at a height of approximately
Absolutely. So multiple agencies there on the spot inspecting that area, and also retrieval of the black box is very important. That will give a lot of clarity onto what went wrong. Now let's move further. A smiling family, a final selfie, and a journey that ended in tragedy. 5 members of a Joshi family, including 3 young children, lost their life in the aviation history's worst ever plane crash. What remains now is just one haunting photograph and a void that can never be filled. Here's more.
This is the last selfie of the Joshi family. Pratik Joshi, his wife Komi Vyas, and their 3 children, a daughter and twin sons. Smiling just moments before takeoff, a picture full of love, laughter and life, now frozen in time. They were on board the ill-fated Air India flight that crashed, leaving just one survivor. Pratik Joshi, a doctor practicing in London, had come home to visit with his family. They were returning from Ahmedabad when tragedy struck mid-air. Within 30 seconds from takeoff, all 5, Pratik, Komi, their daughter and twin boys, lost their lives in the deadly crash. As the heartbreaking news reached Banaswara, a wave of grief swept across their locality. The family's home is now silent, shrouded in mourning.
दीदी थी कोमी व्यास जी, तो उनकी एक लड़की थी 8 से 10 साल की मीराया जी, और 2 लड़के थे लव कुश जी।
तो ये आपको
उनको लगभग 1 बजे मिल गई थी।
तो ये कल ही लंदन के लिए रवाना?
हाँ, नहीं, कल यहाँ से अहमदाबाद के लिए रवाना हुआ
जी। तो और परिवार के कोई यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं उनके अभी आपके अलावा?
हाँ, सब वहीं पे।
District Collector Dr. Indrajit Singh Yadav, SP, Harshvardhan Agrawala and other senior officials rushed to offer condolences.
Selfie photographs. So a small gap between the 2 teeth also could be one concordant point. We see in the dead body, yeah, there is one gap between 2 central incisors. So that if I am able to match it, that one point is enough to prove the identity. It's very fast.
So how many more DNA samples are pending?
That I cannot answer, madam, because still I am hearing that there are some cases which have to be done. The autopsy procedures are pending. So if they call, then we will go for them to assist. Yesterday, my dental team, thanks to the support of my dental college dean and the forensic medicine department, they have supported us, and all the PG students in my dental college, they were all together from 3 p.m. till 4:30 a.m. We were working continuously on collecting the dental records of the victims. It's a very pathetic situation, but how far dentistry can help in giving justice to the identification, we are doing our best, madam. Thank you
for speaking to us.
All right, so you just heard the doctor there at the civil hospital in Ahmedabad, where all the bodies were taken yesterday. Yesterday, in fact, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has said that as many as 1,000 DNA samples will be taken from the family members and the bodies that have come to the hospital. Remember, charred bodies beyond recognition have been brought to the civil hospital in Ahmedabad, and now the DNA testing will be done. What we're learning is that the DNA sampling is underway. It remains to be seen how much time this entire process will take and how long will it take for the results to finally come back. Let me go across to my colleague Gopi, who joins us from the civil hospital. Gopi, just a while back you were speaking to the doctor there. Tell us how much time will it take for the DNA sample test to come back, because we're learning that the process has already started. How much time will it take now?
Well, in fact, see, we are standing right outside Kasauti Bhavan of Civil Hospital, where over 1,000 samples have been collected. Now, we just spoke to a dentist, a dental specialist just a short while back, and he said that it is going to take some time as few more samples are awaited. What we are also learning from our sources is DNA samples, including that of relatives of Vijay Rupani, is also yet to be collected. So there are 40 more samples which they are expecting that will be coming here. Those relatives, in fact, will be coming here to give their DNA samples. And this was a team of dentists who are, in fact, doing test, DNA sample test using teeth as one of the important organs. So this is what he was explaining, that it might take some time, though this would take a lesser time than the other DNA sampling test, but this is just they would only give primary information. Further detailed information would be given at stage 4. This happens at stage 2. So there are 4 stages to DNA sampling and DNA testing. So the final report will be out only after 2 days to 3 days. It would take 2 to 3 days. While just a short while back, we also saw that Prime Minister Modi was speaking to the health officials and health secretary, and he has in fact asked them to speed up the process of DNA reports. Back to you.
Absolutely. One cannot imagine the pain that these families are going through, getting done with the DNA sampling and then taking the body of their family members away. Thank you, Gopi. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, in the Ahmedabad Air India crash, a 13-year-old boy, his name is Akash Patni, who ran a tea stall near doctor's quarters, lost his life yesterday. His mother, Seetaben Patani, who was also running a tea stall, suffered severe burns and is currently undergoing treatment at the civil hospital in Ahmedabad. We have exclusively spoken to the family members. Listen in to what they said.
Joining us is one of the relatives of the victim who lost life. In fact, this person is a 16-17-year-old boy who lost his life, and he had a chai lorry just outside the hostel, the BJ Medical Hostel. We would ask him what was the incident all about. जब ये प्लेन क्रैश हुआ तो आपने किसको खोया और वहाँ पे वो क्या करते थे?
हमारा कुटुंबी भतीजा थे, वो चाय की किटली चला रहा था। जब प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था तो वहाँ पास में ही खड़ा था, वहाँ जहाँ क्रैश हुआ वहीं पे ही लड़का खड़ा था, तो वहाँ तुरंत वो जल गया और उसकी मम्मी को पता चला कि वो मेरा लड़का तो वहाँ है, तो उसको वो कम से कम तकरीबन 16-17 साल का होगा शायद करीब, और उसकी मम्मी उसको बचाने के लिए गई, मगर लड़के को पहचान नहीं पाया, आग इतनी भयंकर हो गई थी, तो वो अंदर जाने के बाद वो भी कम से कम बहुत ज़्यादा जल गई है, वो अभी सिविल हॉस्पिटल में भर्ती हुई है।
अच्छा, तो उनको डॉक्टर ने क्या बोला है?
अभी वो कुछ पता नहीं है, मगर कुछ कहा नहीं जाता है, 50% हो गया है, जल चुकी है।
अभी ये बच्चे का बॉडी आपको कब मिला?
बॉडी अभी मिला नहीं है, और वो अंदर से ऐसी मारी जा रही है, बोल के सरकारी कागज जो संपूर्ण क्लीन होगा उसके बाद बॉडी मिलेगी। वो यहाँ हमारे जो कुटुंबीजन है, जो बहनों है, भाइयों है, उसको समझा कर हम घर भेज रहे हैं हम लोग।
अच्छा, तो ये आपका डीएनए सैंपल भी तो लिया होगा ना किसी का मैच करने के लिए?
हाँ, अभी वो प्रक्रिया चालू है, बराबर चालू है, और सब बोले वो शाम को सब पता चल जाएगा, बराबर है। अभी लिया नहीं है, अभी कुछ मालूम नहीं है।
The Air India flight crashed into the hostel of BJ Medical College in Ahmedabad, in which 5 medical students died and many suffered injuries. My colleague Akhil has filed a report from inside the hostel that was hit. Take a look.
Behind me, you can see the visual of this mess. So here you can see this is the mess where the head-on collision of that airplane took place with that building, and after that you can see these 2 wings. Here you can see, with our camera visuals, you can see this is one of the wings of the airplane, and second one is at a distance of approximately 30 to 40 meter over there. So you can find out with the Air India logo as well. So there you can see these are the 2 wings of that plane, which basically got completely shattered and broke. The visuals of these buildings which have got deeply impacted, because this one was the first building which is the mess of this medical college, and towards my right is the building of in which the resident doctors used to live. So this is the very building where you can see after making a head-on collision with that mess building, the plane basically, the momentum was so high that it got struck in this very building. And here you can see the dent mark, the big dent mark, in which you can see all the bricks have been moved out from that, and there's a big carved portion like a dent from there at the 4th and 5th floor, and there you can see the impact of that plane was so high, the momentum was so high that everything which include the windows, the gates, the ACs over there have completely got dismantled. And I would like to move a little bit more forward and show you the visuals from there actually, where you can see those broken parts of those fuselage, vertical stabilizer, the horizontal stabilizer, those wings as well. And there you can see, I would like to move a little bit forward and show you the visuals from the very ground zero. You can see those are the tires. I would like to request my VJ Surendra Rawat to come over here and show you the visuals of these tires. These are the large massive tires of those planes which has got completely shattered, and still you can see the fumes coming out from these tires as well. So these are the live visuals coming out from these tires, and apart from that you can see those window panes of the aircraft which has got completely dismantled and completely tossed due to this incident which took 240 lives.
Air India flight AI-171 with 242 on-board passengers flying to London crashed shortly after takeoff in Ahmedabad this last afternoon. In fact, in one of the worst aviation disaster in the country. In fact, the plane was Boeing 787 Dreamliner, a fuel-efficient wide-body aircraft that is the pride of the US company's catalogue for long-distance flights. Now, despite being marketed as one of the safest and the most advanced aircraft, the Dreamliner has been linked to several technical faults. In fact, the crash has put the spotlight on the claim by a Boeing engineer last year, who said that 787 Dreamliner suffers from assembly defect that threatens its safety. The whistleblower in the year 2024 told the US Senate about the structural problems in the Dreamliner's fuselage, and also claimed that small gaps and improper assembly could cause early wear and tear and possible structural failure as well. Listen in to what he said in 2024.
I have analyzed Boeing's own data to conclude that the company is taking manufacturing shortcuts on the 787 program that may significantly reduce the airplane safety and the life cycle. Since 2013, there have been serious issues on the 787 program, not properly closing thousands of gaps in its assembly of the fuselage on major joints. Boeing's standard says that these gaps must be closed, usually by a small shim or filler called a shim when they exceed 5 thousandths of an inch. This seems very small. Boeing's PR team like to call it the width of a human hair when you are operating at 35,000 feet. Details are that the size of a human hair can be a matter of a life and death. In a rush to address its bottlenecks in production, Boeing hit problems pushing pieces together with excessive force to make them appear that the gaps don't exist, even though they exist. The gap didn't actually go away, and this may result in premature fatigue failure. Effectively, they are putting out defective airplanes.
Let's now tell you about Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, the 40-year-old British Indian who miraculously survived the Air India plane crash yesterday in Ahmedabad. He shared his ordeal. Listen to what he said.
सर ने पूछा कि कैसे हुआ, तो मैंने उसके बारे में बताया और सब हाल चाल पूछा सब, और मेरे नज़रों के सब सामने हुआ था। मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से ज़िंदा बाहर निकला, क्योंकि थोड़ा टाइम लेके तो मेरे को लगा था कि मैं भी मरने वाला हूँ, लेकिन जब मेरी आँख खुल के मैं देखा ना तो मुझे लगा मैं ज़िंदा हूँ। तो मैंने ट्राई किया, जब मेरी सीट थे वो मेरी बेल्ट निकाला, मैंने वो ट्राई किया जहाँ से निकल सकता वहाँ से, तो मैं निकल गया वहाँ से। मेरे नज़रों के सामने एयर होस्टल और दूसरे आंटी अंकल सभी उसमें मिस हो गए थे सभी। टेक ऑफ के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्टक हो गया वो। बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ। बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई, ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस तो बोलते हैं क्या, रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ, और सीधा स्पीड में ही घुस गया जहाँ वो क्या था वो हॉस्टल में। और सब सामने सब हुआ। मैं जो साइड पे था ना वो साइड हॉस्टल पे नहीं लैंड हुई थी, हॉस्टल के जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर है ना जैसे नीचे वहाँ लैंड हुई थी। तो मुझे दूसरे के बारे में मेरे को पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं जहाँ लैंड हुआ था ना वो नीचे की साइड थी। तो जब वहाँ थोड़ा पेस भी था प्लेन के जब बाहर, तो जब जैसे मेरा डोर टूटा ना सब, तो मैंने देखा ना जब सामने कि थोड़ा इधर पेस है, मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए। तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर, क्योंकि अपोजिट साइड पे था ना वो बिल्डिंग का वो था ना दीवार, तो उधर से कोई शायद नहीं निकल सका होगा, क्योंकि उधर पूरा उधर ही क्रैश हुआ था। मैं जो जहाँ था वहाँ थोड़ा पेस था। फिर भी मेरे पता नहीं मैं कैसे बचा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे नज़र के सामने ही सब 2 एयर होस्टल वो अंकल आंटी सब उधर ही सब। और थोड़ा जब आग लगी ना मेरा लेफ्ट हैंड भी जल गया थोड़ा। फिर एम्बुलेंस मेरे को उठा लेके इधर आया हॉस्पिटल में।
We're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about how Air India flight has made emergency landing in Thailand. Bomb threat note found in AI 379 operating today morning from Phuket International Airport to the national capital. We'll also tell you about Israel's strike on Iran nuclear plant in a massive escalation in Middle East. Israel has declared the state of emergency. We'll tell you about these two stories after this very short break. Stay with us.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, Berger Roof Cool and Seal लगाओ।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी?
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. We are keeping our focus on the plane tragedy that took place in Gujarat yesterday. We'll get you more details on that, but first, as always, the headlines. Air India flight makes emergency landing in Thailand. Bomb threat note found in AI 379 operating today morning from Phuket International Airport to Delhi. PM Modi in Ahmedabad today. He visited the crash site and also met with the injured victims in the hospital. An Apache of Indian Air Force makes a precautionary landing near Pathankot in Punjab. Air India under immense scrutiny. 3 flights hit with multiple snags since yesterday.
I want to make clear that I have raised these issues over 3 years. I was ignored. I was told not to create delays. I was told, frankly, to shut up.
Boeing 787 Dreamliner was flawed, and this is what the whistleblower has said. He had sounded an alarm early in the year 2024. Was this warning ignored? Israel has striked Iran nuclear plant in a massive escalation in Middle East. Israel declared the state of emergency. On June 12th at 1:39 p.m., in fact, Air India flight took off from Ahmedabad, but few seconds later, it crashed into BJ Medical College there in Ahmedabad. What should have been a routine journey turned into an unimaginable disaster, and just moments after the takeoff, the aircraft carrying 242 passengers plummeted to the ground in a crash, one that has left the nation reeling with grief and anger. The flames, the smokes, the devastation, these are the images that will haunt us forever. All right, so as you can see in the visuals, this is the video one of the moment of Air India plane crash caught on camera. You can see that is the Air India flight 171, which took off from Ahmedabad International Airport yesterday. And just moments after that, seconds after that, it could not gain the altitude. It crashed right there at the BJ Medical College, killing few students there as well. There you can see on the screen, that is the moment of Air India plane crash that has been caught on the camera. All right, now let's tell you about the moment when it crashed into the building. This is the building of the BJ Medical College. This was in fact the mess area where a lot of students were going to have their lunch, and just that moment, it's very shocking. You can see here is the tail of that airplane that crashed into this building, and this building is the mess where the children, the medical college students, in fact, they were having their lunch. And this is in fact a very shocking video that had come to the fore yesterday of the tail of that aircraft getting stuck at that building, and several students, is what we're learning, have received injuries. Few of them have also lost their lives. We'll continue to get these visuals for you on the screen. All right, so this is the next video of the fin of the plane recovered outside the doctor's hospital. You can see right there, that is the fin of the plane. Earlier we showed you the tail that was stuck to the building. Now this is the fin that is there on the ground near the hospital mess, and you can see the logo of Air India on that as well. This red and white fin of the plane that is lying there, all shattered on the ground, and this is near, in fact, on the BJ Medical College ground area. The tail, as we told you, stuck to the building, and this, in fact, is the tail of the building.
देखने को हो गया आकाश को
अभी कहाँ मिलेगा
क्या अभी देखने को दिया
नहीं दिया बॉडी अंदर है अभी बॉडी अंदर है अभी बॉडी दिया नहीं है कि जैसे जैसे नंबर आएगा वैसे देंगे वहाँ नंबर जैसे जैसे जितने इंसान है आगे पीछे नंबर होते हैं बाद में देंगे बोलते हैं।
आकाश को पसंद क्या था? खाने को पसंद था?
खावानु को पसंद आती है इन्हें खावानी खिचड़ी पसंद चावल दाल के बनाते ना खिचड़ी पसंद પછી શાકભાજી अच्छी सब्जी रोटी अच्छी हो तो खाए वैसा खा ले ये वो खाते।
आकाश को बड़ा होने के बाद क्या होना था?
कुछ नहीं
क्या
चाय बनाता है होटल था इनका तो चाय बना रहे थे तो चाय के अंदर वो विमान ऐसे
आकाश का सपना क्या था बड़ा होने के बाद?
शादी करूंगा औरत लाऊंगा बच्चे हो गए उसको बड़े करूंगा शादी बच्चे की करूंगा वैसा उसकी उम्मीदवारी बहुत उम्मीदवारी थी कि मेरे गड्डू का अच्छे हारी ते पहनावानू सारी ते इमने बायरी औरत लाई दिए इमने शादी करे बड़ा लड़का ने कराई शादी बड़ा इना भाई की शादी कराई ये भी ते मारा छोकरा नहीं करानी नौना छोकरा नहीं करवानी शादी ये भी ते हमारी बहु उम्मीदवारी थी उनकी उम्मीदवारी थी बहुत उम्मीदवारी ना उम्मीदवारी आप पूरी करने उम्मीदवारी कहां से आई हमारी भागी पड़ी
वापस नहीं आएगा आपको भी पता है हमको भी पता है
वापस कोई
ದಿವಿತ್ ಒಂದು ಅಂಶ ಹೇಳಲೇಬೇಕು ಭಾಷೆ ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ದುಃಖ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ದುಃಖಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಭಾಷೆಯ ಸೀಮಿತ ಇಲ್ಲ ಯಾವುದೇ ಭಾಷೆ
All right, so you just heard the family members of those who lost their life in that tragic incident yesterday. They are crying, they're mourning the loss of their loved ones. 241 people have lost their life is what we're learning. One sole survivor that the Prime Minister also met in the morning today when he visited the civil hospital. All right, so we also have the reaction of the eyewitness to this tragic incident that took place yesterday. Listen in.
हमारे साथ जो टीम मौजूद है वो ना ही सिर्फ डॉक्टर्स की टीम के साथ रहते हैं, इसके अलावा भी जो है इन लोग इस BL हॉस्पिटल के अंदर, जिसके अंदर ये इतना बड़ा हादसा हुआ है, जिसके अंदर 241 लोगों की जान गई है, उसमें से कई लोगों को इन लोगों ने अपनी जान पे जोखिम में डाल करके बचाया है। अच्छा, मुझे ये बताएं, जब ये दुर्घटना हुई उस वक्त आप अंदर गए, है ना, क्या देखा? कई लाशें लेकर आए, आप बाहर आए?
अंदर गए तब तक तो ऑलमोस्ट सब कामगिरी चालू थी और हम एम्बुलेंस लेके मतलब जो भी बॉडीज़ थी उनको डायरेक्ट हम ट्रॉमा सेंटर में पहुंचा रहे थे, ट्रॉमा और पुराने ट्रॉमा में। जब तक ट्रॉमा सेंटर था, जब फुल हो गया तब हम पुराने ट्रॉमा में पहुंचा रहे थे। सब डेड बॉडी देखने की हालत नहीं थी, वैसे देखा जाए तो इतनी बुरी हालत थी बॉडीज़ की कि पहचान में भी नहीं आ रही थी कि किसका पाँव है या किसका सर है, कुछ भी, मतलब इस टाइप से बुरी हालत थी और पूरा मेडिकल स्टाफ इसमें लगा पड़ा था।
अच्छा, दुर्घटना जिस वक्त होती है उसके कितनी देर बाद आप वहाँ पे पहुँचे? जिस वक्त आप पहुँचे, पहला सवाल। दूसरा, जब जिस वक्त आप पहुँचे तो क्या लोग जिंदा थे, बुरी हालत में थे? जब उनको हॉस्पिटल ले आया गया तब उनकी मौत होती है, या फिर जब दुर्घटना होती है उसी वक्त फ़ौरन मौत हो जाती है?
नहीं, दुर्घटना होती है उसी वक्त ज़्यादातर तो मौतें हो चुकी थी, बराबर। और मैं पहुँचा मतलब जिस टाइम ये हादसा हो उसके विथिन 30 मिनट्स या 1 आवर्स में पहुंच गया था मैं इधर, बराबर। एम्बुलेंस के साथ ही पहुंचा था मैं।
जैसे एम्बुलेंस निकलने लगी हम सब लोग बैठ के एम्बुलेंस के लिए साथ इधर आ गए, क्योंकि 1200 बेड बाजू में ही है। तो सबसे पहले हमारा फर्ज बनता है कि हम आधे इधर आकर मदद करें सबकी।
आप लोगों ने मिलकर कितने लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया होगा?
ज़्यादातर देखा जाए तो कम से कम 20-25 बोरियाँ तो हम ले के गए थे इधर से।
यहाँ पर लगभग कितने डॉक्टर्स रहते थे? रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर्स, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर्स कितने रहते थे?
कंफर्म नहीं कहा जा सकता क्योंकि ये रेसिडेंटल एरिया है, मतलब जो बच्चे पढ़ते हैं विजय मेडिकल कॉलेज में, जो स्टूडेंट्स पढ़ते हैं उनका है। कभी कभी कोई होता भी है, कोई ज़्यादातर नहीं भी होते, मेस में खाने के लिए आते हैं यहाँ। और ज़्यादातर इनका रेसिडेंटल एरिया है, मतलब उनके रूम्स भी है इधर।
अच्छा, हमने देखा यहाँ पे कि कुछ डॉक्टर्स जो है वो आए और इस बिल्डिंग के अंदर गए, वहाँ से अपने जो उनके मटेरियल्स थे, सामान थे, बैगेजेस थे, ट्रॉलीज थी, वो गए हैं, लेकर आए हैं, अपने सामान को खाली करके जा रहे हैं। कैसा महसूस होता है?
टफ तो होगा ना सर, क्योंकि किसी की मतलब इस टाइप से मौत होनी बहुत टफ होता है।
ये जो हादसा हुआ उसमें किसी को आप जानते थे पर्सनली जो कि इस हॉस्टल में रहते?
2 दोस्त थे मेरे जो इधर चाबी लेने आए थे और डायरेक्ट ही, लेकिन उनको जैसे ही मालूम चला ऊपर आग आग में सब चिल्लाने लगे, मतलब जैसे कि चीखे वो सुनने लगे। तो उन्होंने बोला कि क्या हुआ है। जब तक वो लिफ्ट से ऊपर गए दूसरे माले से, मतलब लिफ्ट बंद हो गई थी, फिर दूसरे माले पे अचानक से उन्होंने एकदम से लिफ्ट खोली और वो दोनों कूद गए।
एम्बुलेंस से थोड़ा आगे बढ़ते हैं तो ज़रा इस तरफ स्पॉट की तरफ आते हैं, ज़रा आगे आइए। मुझे ये ज़रा बताइए कि यहाँ पर जिस वक्त जो है ये दुर्घटना हुई उस वक्त आप वहाँ पे पहुँचे तो किस किस फ्लोर पे जो है वहाँ पर आपको लोग मिले, लाश मिली? वहाँ पर
फ्लोर से लाश नहीं मिली, वो हम
मेस के पास देखा?
मेस के पास कुछ नहीं देखा, लेकिन नीचे जितनी भी लाशें निकाल रहे थे वो हम रेस्क्यू कर रहे थे ज़्यादातर, इसलिए उधर से निकाली वो हमारे ध्यान में नहीं आया है, लेकिन रेस्क्यू ऑलमोस्ट हम वैसे ही कर रहे थे।
All right, so we also have the aerial footage of the hospital mess, the hostel mess, in fact, that was completely destroyed yesterday. Have a look. In fact, these are the visuals that you can see on the screen of that hostel mess completely in shambles. Now it appears that this video was shot right after the plane crash took place. We can see the rescue teams there on the ground carrying out the search and rescue operation. There are in fact, the teams there, and also the firefighting operation is going on in that video that we can see on the screen. But the whole building in shambles. In fact, as we've been telling you, the tail of the flight, it got stuck to the hostel mess when people, the students there, were having their meal of the day. All right, so Team Republic is on ground zero and we get you minute-to-minute details about who were the first responders and what happened thereafter.
रिपब्लिक भारत इस समय सिविल हॉस्पिटल में देखिए खड़ा है, सिविल हॉस्पिटल का ये गेट, और यहाँ से महज केवल लगभग 100 मीटर की दूरी पर विमान हादसा हुआ था जिसमें लगभग 241 जो लोग सवार थे वो उनकी जान चली गई, एक शख्स जिसने कूदकर अपनी जान बचाई। लेकिन अब रिपब्लिक भारत सबसे पहले और एक्सक्लूसिव आपको तस्वीर अब दिखा रहा है अस्पताल के अंदर की, जहां पर पहली कॉल आती है और कैसे यहां से एम्बुलेंस की देखिए सेवा दी जाती है। अब मैं आपको उस छोर की तरफ ले जा रहा हूं। ये एम्बुलेंस देखिए जो इस समय सामने खड़ी है, ये एम्बुलेंस सबसे पहले कहा जा रहा है कि हादसे के बाद अंदर पहुंची मदद के लिए। लगभग 35 108 की एम्बुलेंस यहां से जाती है और जो शख्स और जो टीम यहां से गई, पहले मैं आपको दिखा दूं, यही वो शख्स हैं और यहाँ पर ये सभी लोग बैठे थे। कल जब ये हादसा हुआ तो पूरी टीम यहाँ पर 108 की बैठी हुई थी। यहाँ पर इनको पहली कॉल प्राप्त होती है कि यहाँ पर एक बड़ा हादसा हो गया, बड़ा धमाका हो गया। उसके बाद पूरी टीम तुरंत एक्टिव होती है और लगभग 35 से 40 एम्बुलेंस लगातार वहाँ से जाके डेड बॉडी लेकर आते हैं। रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चलाया जाता है। लेकिन जिस शख्स के पास पहली कॉल आई और इस ऑपरेशन को आगे शुरू कैसे किया गया, कैसे पहला एम्बुलेंस पहुँचा, क्या इन लोग का रिएक्शन था, ये सब कुछ हम जानने के लिए यहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए हैं। सर, क्या हुआ था सबसे पहले?
मेरा नाम जितेंद्र शाही है, 108 का मैनेजर हूँ मैं। जैसे ही मेरे पास हमारे यहाँ के हमारी टीम यहाँ पे बैठ के लंच का टाइम था, वो बैठी थी, सडनली यहाँ पे धमाका हुआ और हमारे यहाँ सुपरवाइज़र और टीम दौड़ के वहाँ पे देखने गई। पूरा आग का ज्वार फट रहा था और तुरंत यहाँ पे हमारी 4 से 5 एम्बुलेंस खड़ी रहती है। तुरंत वो एम्बुलेंस को बुलाया गया वहाँ पे और जो अंदर से रेस्क्यू करके जितने जो हॉस्टल के बच्चे या सराउंड के अगल बगल के जो थे उनको शिफ्ट कर रहे थे। और 1:41 पे यहाँ के हमारे अधिकारी ने फ़ोन किया हमको। हम हेड ऑफिस में थे, तुरंत फ़ोन आया कि सर कुछ धमाका हुआ है, शायद प्लेन क्रैश हुआ, क्या हुआ है पता नहीं, आप जल्दी से फायर ब्रिगेड और एम्बुलेंसेस को भिजवाइए। और तुरंत हमने फिर 25 एम्बुलेंस की व्यवस्था करे और 25 एम्बुलेंस को भिजवाए और फिर हमारी टीम तुरंत यहाँ पे पहुँच गई। और ये जो पहला सर्वाइवर है जिसकी बात हो रही है, विश्वास जी, उनको सबसे पहले कोई जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल या कोई रेस्क्यूअर फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर है तो ये मिस्टर सतिंदर सिंह संधू है, जिन्होंने सबसे पहले वहाँ पे घटनास्थल पे उस बंदे को लेके एम्बुलेंस में शिफ्ट किया। एम्बुलेंस में प्राइमरी केयर देके उसको सिविल हॉस्पिटल अहमदाबाद में शिफ्ट किया गया था।
अच्छा, वो जो वीडियो मैं आपको बगल में दिखाऊंगा, जब रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन की सबसे पहले शुरुआत हुई, जब पहला एम्बुलेंस पहुंचा तो ये शख्स आपको उसमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं, इनकी पगड़ी भी आपको दिखाई देगी। वो वहां पर कैसे जल्दी एक्टिव होते हैं, एम्बुलेंस की सेवाएं पहुंचाते हैं अंदर। आपने तो सबसे पहले घटना देखा मेरे ख्याल से, जब फ़ोन गया।
हम लोग यहाँ पे खाना खा रहे थे, जैसे ही ब्लास्ट हुआ तो बाहर जगह देखा तो पूरा धुआं हो रहा था। तो हमने पास आकर साथ में जाकर एम्बुलेंस के साथ में हम लोग लेकर गए, स्टाफ भी साथ में था। तो देखा वहाँ पे पूरे सब जगह आग फैली हुई थी। तो 2 पेशेंट, एक सिक्योरिटी गार्ड था जो पूरा जला हुआ था, तो उसको हमने रेस्क्यू किया एम्बुलेंस के साथ में। तो एम्बुलेंस के साथ में सिविल में उसको शिफ्ट किया। बाद में एक दूसरा पर्सन था जो अंदर जाना चाहता था, उसको पकड़ के हम लोग बाहर लाए। उसको भी इंजरी हुई थी, उसको भी हमने शिफ्ट किया एम्बुलेंस के साथ में हॉस्पिटल में। बाद में पता चला कि वो एम्बुलेंस जो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ उसमें से वो पर्सन गिरे थे बाहर।
अच्छा, जो शख्स बच गए थे उनको भी आप ही लोग रेस्क्यू करके लाए थे? जहाँ पर देखिए बड़ा विमान हादसा हुआ हॉस्टल के अंदर से 50 डेड बॉडी जब आप निकाल रहे थे तो कैसा मंजर वो लग रहा था देख के, कैसी तस्वीरें वहाँ की?
जहाँ पे फर्स्ट ब्लास्ट हुआ तब कोई फायर पुलिस नहीं थी, हम और हमारे सर दोनों ही पहले पहुँचे थे, फिर हमारी एम्बुलेंस सबसे पहले पहुँची। उसके बाद जैसे हम भाग के गए, सभी पे डेड बॉडी हमने हमारे हाथ से निकाली हुई थी, पूरी डेड बॉडी हिट हुई थी, हमारे हाथ में भी जलन हो रही थी। हम लोग को सब डेड बॉडी निकाल के एम्बुलेंस के अंदर शिफ्ट करवा के हम लोग ने एम्बुलेंस में यहाँ पे सिविल में भेजा है सबको।
देखिए, मैम को मैं दिखा रहा हूँ, 8 महीने की प्रेगनेंसी है, लेकिन ये तुरंत रेस्क्यू के लिए पहुँच गई। और जो सबसे पहली कैजुअलिटी थी, इन्होंने वहाँ से शख्स।
And viewers, my colleague Akil Jamil has filed a report from inside that doctor's hostel that was the crash site. 5 medical students, viewers, have lost their lives after that plane crashed into that building. And also my colleague Anamika has spoken to the family members of the victims. Take a look.
These are the windows of the aircraft, and apart from that you can see those tires, those are big tires, and the fuselage part of the big aircraft. And after that I would like to move a little bit forward and show you the visual of the impact area of this very building. This was the spot where that incident took place, when a head-on collision with this very building took place. Because if you see, when the plane was carrying at a very high speed, the momentum was so high and the impact was so high of that plane that it has got completely destructured the entire portion of this medical college area. This is the left side building, which is known as the residential part of this medical college building. Here you can see these were the bikes which were parked at this very medical college complex. And here you can see these are the visuals over here. This has got completely deformed and destructured. Everything has over here. You can't find anything over here in its actual form. So you can see not only from this very side, the complex of this medical college and hospital is pretty big, and I would like to move a little bit forward and show you the visuals over here of these apartments over here. You can see the broken window panes over here. The glasses of these window panes have completely been shattered. Apart from that, you can't find those even gates properly opened at this point in time, because the glass panes of those windows have completely been shattered. And here you can see it's written over there, Atulyam. This is the complex which is known as Atulyam, and you can see the clothes over here which was in use by the residents of this very apartment. So not only this very building of Atulyam, apart from Atulyam, there are 4 other buildings which have got impacted due to this very incident. I would like to move a little bit more forward and show you the visual of this very incident. You can see the broken parts and these trees as well, the fallen trees over here. So everything which was inside this very complex have got dismantled, have got disformed, just because of the impact of this very incident. I would like to move a little bit forward and show you this very visual. And here you can see this is the part of the cockpit area and the jet engine area. So it has basically got engulfed into this very building. This is the Tower C. So if you just go towards the Tower C of this Atulyam, you can see this is the jet engine which basically give thrust to the plane. So it has got basically engulfed inside this very apartment.
किसको ढूंढने आए? मम्मी को। मम्मी आपकी क्या करती थी? भतीजी को। हाँ? मम्मी और भतीजी को। क्या करते थे अंदर वो रसोई बना रही थी, खाना पका रही थी। कोई बात हुई थी आपकी उनसे? नहीं, कुछ बात नहीं हुई। तो रोज यहाँ काम करने के लिए आते थे? अभी क्या कह रहे हैं सब लोग आपसे? वो कुछ कह ही नहीं रहे, वो जाने भी नहीं दे रहे हमको। जाने नहीं दे रहे अंदर? नहीं दे रहे। कुछ पता चल पाया उनकी हालत के बारे में? कुछ भी पता नहीं चला। पुलिस क्या कह रही है? पुलिस ने पूरे हॉस्पिटल में भी जाके देख के आए, कहीं भी पता नहीं चला। इसलिए हम यहाँ तसल लेके आ रहे थे, लेकिन हमको जाने ही नहीं दे रहे आगे से। नहीं, पुलिस कह रही है कि आप अपने डीएनए सैंपल देंगे तो आपके लोगों को वो पहचान सकते हैं। तो क्या आप ये जानते हैं? हाँ, लेके आए।
मैं, मेरी मम्मी और मेरी बेटी 2 साल की, ये ढूंढने के लिए आए हैं। जो
2 साल की बेटी?
हाँ, मेरी 2 साल की बेटी है।
क्या आप कह रहे हैं पुलिस के लोग आपसे?
यहाँ से तो कुछ अभी मिला तो नहीं है। जो कल आग लगी थी उसमें भी सब स्टूडेंट लोगों को तो भी ले गए, सब वहाँ से अभी बाहर निकल गई है मेस में से, बिल्डिंग में से। पर मेरी अभी तक मेरी मम्मी और मेरी 2 साल की लड़की।
तो क्या उस बच्ची को लेकर आपकी मम्मी काम करने के लिए यहाँ पर?
हम लोग, मैं, मेरी वाइफ, मेरे पापा, हम लोग सब यहीं काम करते हैं। मम्मी खाना बनाने का काम करती है।
आप क्या करते हैं यहाँ पर?
मैं यहाँ पे से जो खाना बनाते हैं, यहाँ से सीनियर रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर है सिविल में, वहाँ पे हम खाना सप्लाई करते हैं डॉक्टर के लिए।
आप जिस वक्त हादसा हुआ आप यहाँ नहीं थे?
ना, हम 1 बजे यहाँ से टिफ़िन भर के निकल जाते हैं और हम सिविल के अंदर टिफ़िन देने 1 घंटे जैसा हमको टिफ़िन देने में लगता है।
टिफ़िन देने के लिए गए इसलिए आपकी जान बच सकी, लेकिन आपकी फैमिली के लोग अंदर?
मेरी मम्मी और मेरी लड़की हर रोज़ की तरह अंदर टिफ़िन मम्मी से झूले के अंदर सुला देती है और मम्मी काम करती है।
कितने बजे आते थे रोज़ और कितने बजे निकलते थे यहाँ से?
हम रोज़ यहाँ से 10 साढ़े 10 बजे निकले तो वापस 3 बजे रिटर्न निकलते हैं। हाँ, और ये हादसा ही 2 बजे जैसा हो गया है, 1:45 बजे जैसा।
कुछ पता चल पा रहा है अपने लोगों के बारे में आपको? पुलिस क्या कह रही है?
मुझसे पता तो अभी कुछ चल पा नहीं रहा है, कोई नहीं है अभी तो।
शवों को यहाँ से लेकर जाया गया है, कुछ ऐसा है?
वहाँ वो विजय मेडिकल के जो जूनियर डॉक्टर थे स्टूडेंट, उन लोगों को 3 लोगों को तो पहचान गए हैं जहाँ पीएम में, शायद उन लोगों की पता चल गया, पर मेरी मम्मी और मेरी 2 साल की लड़की का अभी तक कोई पता नहीं चल पाया है।
क्या बात हुई थी आखिरी आपकी उनसे?
हम जो रोज़ की तरह जो हम निकलते हैं बस वही कहते हैं कि मम्मी हम टिफ़िन देने जा रहे हैं, बस, बाकी कोई बात।
कौन निकला था आपके साथ वहाँ से?
मैं, मेरी मम्मी, मेरे पापा, मेरे जीजा जी, हम सब साथ में निकल जाते हैं।
तो खाली आपकी मम्मी और बच्ची अंदर?
हाँ, बच्ची और मम्मी अंदर थे।
अंदर आप लोग को जाने को तो नहीं?
नहीं जाने नहीं दे रहे जाने।
क्या कोशिश करेंगे अब आगे? क्या हॉस्पिटल जाएंगे, ट्रॉमा सेंटर जाएंगे?
हाँ, अभी वापस हॉस्पिटल तो जाएंगे, अभी देखते हैं क्या होता है। अभी लिस्ट में वापस नाम देखते हैं, अगर नाम अपडेट होता है तो कोई।
क्योंकि अभी भी कुछ लोगों का रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है, अभी भी कुछ लोगों को निकाला गया है अंदर से, ऐसा पता
निकाला गया है तो कोई लिस्ट जाहिर हो ही नहीं, आगे आ ही नहीं रहा है कि यहाँ से लेके आ रहे हैं, ऐसा कुछ बता नहीं रहे, खाली ले आ ही रहा है, तो हमको पता कैसे चलेगा?
जो लोग हैं वो काफ़ी जल गए हैं तो उनको पहचानना भी मुश्किल है, आप कैसे पहचान पाएंगे?
अगर कुछ साड़ी वाड़ी कोई कान की बाली है, ऐसा कुछ पहना हो तो पता चले, पर ऐसा कुछ दिखने को नहीं दे रहे। अभी 72 घंटे रिपोर्ट डीएनए का आए तब पता चले कि आपको बता सकते हैं ऐसा कुछ।
मतलब 72 घंटे 2 से 3 दिन का वक्त लगे।
हाँ 2-3 दिन।
डीएनए सैंपल देखे?
हाँ डीएनए सैंपल दे के आ गए हम विजय मेडिकल में।
कितने देर में रिपोर्ट आने की बात कर रहे हैं?
72 कलाक
72 घंटे लग जाएंगे। बच्ची के लिए भी और अपनी माँ के लिए?
हाँ दोनों के लिए, दोनों के लिए।
All right, we have some breaking news coming in right now, and the latest update we have is that the Prime Minister has met Air India CEO Wilson Campbell. Remember, Wilson Campbell landed in Ahmedabad last night, and now the Prime Minister held a meeting with the Air India CEO Wilson Campbell Wilson. And this is the breaking news we have right now. Remember, the Prime Minister has been monitoring the situation since yesterday. Today, he was at the crash site. He also met those who are injured. He also met the lone survivor today at the hospital in Ahmedabad. And now he's holding a meeting with the Air India CEO, Campbell Wilson. He's meeting the Prime Minister in Ahmedabad. Prime Minister Modi also held a high-level meeting today, earlier. And then took stock of the situation. He was briefed by the officials about the rescue operation. And of course, the biggest question right now is what led to this tragic, the worst ever air tragedy that India has witnessed. It's a matter of investigation, and the Prime Minister is now meeting the Air India CEO Campbell, who we, Republic TV, had confronted last night at the airport. He remained non-committal. He did not have any answers when he was confronted by Republic TV's reporter Gopi. Right now, as we speak, the Air India CEO is meeting the Prime Minister right now. And remember, the Civil Aviation Minister and the PMO yesterday itself got in touch with Air India and sought report on what has happened. And of course, the inquiry is happening. Formal investigation began last evening itself, last night itself. Right now, the crash site has also been sealed. The forensic testing is also happening. Okay, my colleague Harsha is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Harsha, tell us more details about this meeting that is right now underway between the Air India CEO and Prime Minister Modi.
So, Rakshita, to tell our viewers and to everyone watching Republic right now that Campbell Wilson, the CEO of Air India, met PM Modi half an hour back. The meeting went on for 20 minutes. The meeting has concluded just 10 minutes back, and both have met, and PM have inquired about what Air India has so far done in the aftermath of the plane crash, what assistance have been provided to the family members of the victims, how Air India is dealing with customers right now, and everything has been apprised to Prime Minister Narendra Modi by Air India CEO Campbell Wilson. The much have been spoken between the two in the 20 minutes meeting, which was a closed door meeting. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Air India CEO, and other officials were present in that meeting. But yes, we know that the meeting went on for 20 minutes because Prime Minister Narendra Modi, since the time he has arrived in Ahmedabad, he went to the hospital, met the family members, also met the people who are critical, and also the lone survivor admitted in the hospital. He have inquired about everything. Prime Minister himself spoke to the hospital staff and the doctors as well who are treating. And right now, what we've gotten to know that it's very important to know exactly what is Air India also doing in this entire matter. How is Air India ensuring that each and every family members of the victim are assisted properly, they get proper compensation, and more than compensation, right now it's the very emotional time for the family members. How Air India is dealing with it. That entire thing, Air India CEO Campbell Wilson has apprised Prime Minister Modi of. The meeting went on for 20 minutes. More details will come out shortly. But yes, we are learning that Prime Minister inquired about each and everything from the time of the crash to till the time Campbell Wilson has reached Ahmedabad, and what they are doing still to assist the family members and help the family members of the victim. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Harsha, for joining us. Harsha getting us every detail from the National Capital. Viewers, with that, we step into a very, very short break. But we will continue to get you the latest coming in as far as all the angles in connection with this biggest air tragedy is concerned. Remember, viewers, Republic TV is going to tell you how a whistleblower last year had warned about the Boeing aircraft. But was it ignored? What did he say? What happened after that, or what did not happen? We'll get you all of that and more. Also, Biggest story from across the country. In West Asia, Israel strikes Iran's nuclear facilities. It's a massive escalation in West Asia. Israel declares a state of emergency. We'll get you more on that. Stay tuned.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तान के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Air India flight makes emergency landing in Thailand. Bomb threat note found in LAV, the lavatory of the Air India 379 operating today morning from Phuket to Delhi. Prime Minister Modi in Ahmedabad visits the crash site this morning and meets the injured victim in the hospital, including the lone survivor. An Apache of the Indian Air Force makes a precautionary landing near Pathankot today. Air India under immense scrutiny. 3 flights hit with multiple snags yesterday.
I want to make clear that I have raised these issues over 3 years. I was ignored. I was told not to create delays. I was told, frankly, to shut up.
Boeing 787 Dreamliner was flawed. Whistleblower sounded an alarm early in the year 2024. Was his warning ignored? And Israel strikes Iran's nuclear plant in a massive escalation in West Asia. Israel declares a state of emergency as it anticipates retaliation. breaking news coming in right now. Viewers, the black box decoding will be conducted at a neutral high capability lab. The AAIB, the Investigating Bureau of the Aviation Sector Aircraft, is leading independent investigation following the ICAO's Annex 13 guidelines. Black box decoding to be conducted at the neutral high capability lab, probably at BEA France or NTSB USA, and BCAS will be involved in the case of suspected sabotage or tinkering, and that's what we are breaking right now. This is the update we have as far as the investigation. Because remember, viewers, black box is very important. Black box, in fact, gives what happened in the past 24 hours in the flight, in the cockpit, and the black box is very, very crucial for any crash that happens because it gives out details, it has recordings, and this decoding will happen at this lab that we're talking about, and it can take a lot of time as well, depending on the condition, how damaged the black box is. You know, it can take a day, it can take days, it can also take months. So we do not know how long this is going to take, but the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau is holding an independent investigation into the matter, and of course the black box is going to be investigated. We have to have clarity right now that has the black box been recovered yet or not, because there are multiple reports about it, that it has been recovered, or has the Aditya joins us on the broadcast from the National Capital. Now, Aditya, I want to first understand from you, has the black box been recovered? And if so, what is the latest update? How long can it take? Because it's going to be decoded at the Neutral High Capability Lab.
Yeah, hi. I have been confirmed by the Ministry of Civil Aviation by some highly placed sources. There are three major developments which are happening. Now, the first one is that AAIB is conducting an independent investigation following ICAO INAC 13 guidelines. Now, the second one is a major development happening, which is the decoding of the black box. Now, which is said to be done conducted at a neutral space, which is highly possibility at a BEA France or NTSB USA. And the third development, which is said to happen, is that BCAS will be involved in the case of investigation to suspect whether there was a kind of a sabotage or tinkering with the black box in that flight which led to a crash. Now, these are the major three sources, news-based, which came from Ministry of Civil Aviation, which has been confirmed by them on account of being anonymous. But yes, this is coming right from the Ministry of Civil Aviation.
Aditya, also to help our viewers understand how crucial the black box is, because we understand that it can have crucial records, as far as what really happened, because it still remains a mystery. Was it an engine failure? What really happened? Because it took off very smoothly. But what really happened right this few seconds after the takeoff, that's a mystery. So how does the black box really help in that?
Yeah, black box, actually, it's a set of the whole procedure, what happened and what might have led to it, the whole history, the whole systematic procedures, which are the part of the black box. Now, the whole idea is to get it done through an investigation done at a neutral space, which will actually uncover how it led, what was the reason, and what might be the shortfalls which have led to this kind of a crash. So this all will become after the investigation, which is said to be done at a neutral space, as confirmed by some highly placed source at the Ministry of Civil Aviation.
All right, Aditya, thank you so much for joining us with those updates coming in, viewers. So the black box will be decoded, it will be investigated, it will be decoded. The data will be decoded abroad at a neutral lab. So that's very important to understand. And viewers, the black box, remember, it consists of crash-resistant devices, but it could be damaged as well. We do not know yet about the status of that black box, but it has the flight data recorder that logs thousands of technical parameters, including altitude, speed, and engine performance. All right, and now viewers, Air India is now under massive scrutiny, and on the 12th of June, remember, 3 Air India flights had reported major technical issues shortly after the takeoff. Now, flight AI3416 from Chandigarh to Leh returned to Chandigarh due to low pressure in the green hydraulic pump, later found to be caused by a hydraulic leak near the nose gear. Now, flight AI2410 from Kolkata to Mumbai experienced a bird hit upon landing, resulting in visible dent damage to the nose radome. Meanwhile, flight AI2465 from Delhi to Hyderabad continued to its destination despite both windshields cracking mid-flight. These are 3 snags that have been, reported in the past 2 days, viewers. And Air India needs to investigate that. These cannot be happening day in, day out. And this is, of course, important updates that we are getting in right now. Not just that, viewers, yesterday we got you how there are show-cause notices that have been lying with the Air India. It's lying with the Air India in the Air India office and nothing has been done about it. And now we have more than 200 people losing their lives in this tragedy. And questions must be answered by Air India. Air India CEO Campbell Wilson right now is meeting the Prime Minister. Prime Minister is taking cognizance of the matter, personally monitoring the entire situation. Because with Air India, viewers, these issues have been going on for ages. And there are issues, there are talks about the Boeing aircraft and also about how there could be certain things that were not so normal with this aircraft, this particular aircraft as well. And right now, my colleague Harsha is joining us from the National Capital to get us more on that. Harsha, we've been digging out all these records of Air India, and it's important to understand that with Air India, there has been a clear pattern of negligence. These are 3 technical snags that have been reported in the past 24 to 48 hours.
Yes, Rakshita, it was yesterday only when there was a devastating news of the plane crash in the Ahmedabad London-bound aircraft on the same day. Yesterday there was 3 flights, 3 aircraft of Air India from which the technical snag were flagged. The concerns were flagged by the crew members, by the staff, and it was Chandigarh-Leh-bound airline. One and another one was Kolkata-Mumbai-bound, and the third one was Delhi-Hyderabad-bound Air India flight. Only one Chandigarh-Leh after witnessing that there is a green hydraulic pump issue, which was a dangerous thing. After that, it turned back and made an emergency landing back to Chandigarh. While in both cases, in the Kolkata, Mumbai and Delhi, Hyderabad flight, both the flight went to its destination. And after landing in the destination, Air India informed DGCA, the regulator, after landing that this was a technical snag which was witnessed in the aircraft. Also, the investigation has started, and we are taking all necessary measures to ensure that passengers' safety is the utmost important. This Air India stated to DGCA, but we know what's the past of Air India. Rakshita, from past 8 months to 1 year, we have reported several snags, technical snags in Air India. Earlier, they used to not even report to DGCA regulator and BCAS. They used to just go to the destination without even flagging that there is a problem with the equipment, there's a problem with the wing or the machine or the cracked windshield. Can you imagine, in the Delhi-Hyderabad bound flight, the 2 windshields were cracked. And when the flight reached its destination, Hyderabad, at that time, Air India informed DGCA regulator about the cracked windshield. Imagine if there could be an air pressure or some dangerous accident could have happened, could have occurred because of the because of the cracked windshield. The gravity, the intensity, the seriousness of the situation, Air India still doesn't understand. Even after yesterday's incident, what we see here is that in none of these cases, Air India yet has not released any media statement, a press statement coming out telling that what investigation is taking place, how is Air India dealing with it, whether the aircraft has been sent to isolation bay, to the maintenance center, to the MRO center. Nothing have been stated by Air India till now. We only know, we got to know through our sources, Republic has a hands on all these information that there is an immense technical snag in Air India aircraft. Most of the Airbus Air 320 have been witnessing the expired equipment and the faulty equipment's news from the side of the crew members and the attendants of the aircraft to the Air India. Complaints have been made several times. Back to you.
Absolutely, Harsha. Many questions to be answered. Thanks so much for joining us with the detailed viewers, because it's not just Air India we're asking questions from, Boeing. And remember, there was a man who had actually raised questions on the Boeing aircraft, this particular aircraft. Air India's flight AI-171 with the 242 on board flying to London had crashed shortly after the takeoff in Ahmedabad. It was one of the worst aviation disasters. Now, this plane was a Boeing 787 Dreamliner, a fuel-efficient, wide-bodied aircraft that is the pride of the US company's catalog for long-distance flights. Now, despite being marketed as one of the safest and most advanced aircraft, this Dreamliner has been linked to several technical faults. In fact, the crash had put the spotlight on claims by a Boeing engineer last year who said that the 787 Dreamliner suffers from assembly defects that threaten safety. This whistleblower in the year 2024, last year, told the US Senate about structural problems in the Dreamliner's fuselage and claimed that small gaps and improper assembly could cause early wear and possible structural failure. Just take a listen to what this whistleblower had said last year.
I have analyzed Boeing's own data to conclude that the company is taking manufacturing shortcuts on the 787 program that may significantly reduce the airplane safety and the life cycle. Since 2013, there have been serious issues on the 787 program, not properly closing thousands of gaps in its assembly of the fuselage on major joints. Boeing's standard says that these gaps must be closed, usually by a small shim or filler called a shim when they exceed 5 thousandths of an inch. This seems very small. Boeing's PR team to call it the width of a human hair when you are operating at 35,000 feet. Details are that the size of a human hair can be a matter of a life and death. In a rush to address its bottlenecks in production, Boeing hit problems pushing pieces together with excessive force to make them appear that the gaps don't exist, even though they exist. The gap didn't actually go away, and this may result in premature fatigue failure. Effectively, they are putting out defective airplanes.
So he clearly warned that he does not want a catastrophe to happen and that this is not how you build an aircraft. That's what he had said, viewers. Now, in just 59 seconds, this catastrophe took place. Everything changed in 59 seconds. What began as a routine flight filled with excited families, first-time flyers, and last-minute goodbye texts turned into an unthinkable tragedy. As Air India 171 took off, some passengers were heading home, others off to summer vacations, none of them knowing it would be their final journey. This video reconstructs the flight moment by moment, from the unusual dip at 14 seconds to the explosion at 30 seconds. No landed safely messages followed. Instead, chaos unfolded on the ground, hospitals overwhelmed, families waiting, lives shattered. Survivors speak. One missed the flight by just hours, another saved by traffic, one more who jumped, miraculously saved. This is more than just a crash. It's a story of loss. It's a story of fate and the fragile seconds that change everything.
in-flight entertainment was not working. Then after and as usual the in-flight entertainment is not working. Leave in-flight entertainment. Calculator landing stations. If I talk about this light, it is also not working. If I press this cabin crew button, it's not working either. Nothing is working. Nothing at all. We are almost about to taxi, but this AC is not working. Look at everyone, and it's so many people. They are using these magazines. AC is not working at all. And as usual, your TV screens are also not working. Neither this button for calling the cabin crew. Nothing is working. Nothing. Not even the light is working. See, is this what you are providing? And as usual, that is why Air India is considered as one of the worst airlines in the world. AC is still not working, and today it is very, very, very hot in Delhi.
Chavan, can you hear me? आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hearing that you missed that flight, what time was the flight takeoff scheduled for?
The takeoff time was around 1:10.
1:10?
Yes.
And how many minutes did you miss the flight by?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Only 10 minutes.
And
just because of 10 minutes, I am not able to travel.
You know, I don't know what to tell you, Bhumiji, but you know, it's one of those things. It's intervention, perhaps intervention that you were not on that flight. But you know, I hope you're praying for everyone else on that flight.
Definitely, I'm completely devastated after hearing all this loss.
Yes.
And my body is literally shivering.
And now viewers, the story of the lone survivor, the miracle that happened. Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, the 40-year-old British Indian who miraculously survived this air crash, his plane crash in Ahmedabad yesterday, shared his ordeal. Listen into how he survived India's biggest aviation tragedy.
पूछा कि कैसे हुआ, तो मैंने उसके बारे में बताया और सब हाल चाल पूछा सब। वो मेरे नज़रों के सब सामने हुआ था। मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से जिंदा बाहर निकला, क्योंकि थोड़ा टाइम लिए कि तो मेरे को लगा था कि मैं भी मरने वाला हूँ, लेकिन जब मेरी आँख खुल के मैं देखा ना तो मुझे लगा मैं जिंदा हूँ। तो मैंने ट्राई किया, जब मेरी सीट थे वो मेरी बेल्ट निकाला, मैंने वो ट्राई किया जहाँ से निकल सकता वहाँ से, तो मैं निकल गया वहाँ से। मेरे नज़रों के सामने एयर होस्टल और दूसरे आंटी अंकल सभी उसमें मैच हो गए थे सभी। टेक ऑफ के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना, तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्टक हो गया वो। बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ। बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई, ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस तो बोलते हैं क्या, रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ, और सीधा स्पीड में ही घुस गया जहाँ वो क्या था वो, हाँ, हॉस्टल में। और सब सामने सब हुआ। मैं जो साइड पे था ना, वो साइड हॉस्टल पे नहीं लैंड हुई थी। हॉस्टल के जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर है ना, जैसे नीचे, वहाँ लैंड हुई थी। तो मुझे दूसरे के बारे में मेरे को पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं जहाँ लैंड हुआ था ना, वो नीचे की साइड थी। तो जब वहाँ थोड़ा पेस भी था प्लेन के जब बाहर, तो जब जैसे मेरा डोर टूटा ना सब, तो मैंने देखा ना जब सामने कि थोड़ा इधर पेस है, मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए। तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर, क्योंकि अपोजिट साइड पे था ना वो बिल्डिंग का वो था ना दीवार, तो उधर से कोई शायद नहीं निकल सका होगा, क्योंकि उधर पूरा उधर ही क्रैश हुआ था। मैं जो जहाँ था वहाँ थोड़ा पेस था। फिर भी मेरे पता नहीं मैं कैसे बचा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे नज़र के सामने ही सब 2 एयर होस्टल वो अंकल आंटी सब उधर ही सब। और थोड़ा जब आग लगी ना, मेरा लेफ्ट हैंड भी जल गया थोड़ा। फिर एम्बुलेंस मेरे को उठा लेके इधर आया हॉस्पिटल में।
Alright, we have breaking news coming in right now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has met the family of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, who lost his life unfortunately in the tragic crash. Narendra Modi has tweeted this picture as he met the family, who is in mourning, along with Bhupesh Patel, who is the current Chief Minister of Gujarat. He tweeted, and I quote, "Met the family of Shri Vijay Bhai Rupani ji. It is unimaginable that Vijay Bhai is not in our midst. I have known him for decades. We worked together, shoulder to shoulder, including during some of the most challenging times. Vijay Bhai was humble and hardworking, firmly committed to the party's ideology. Rising up the ranks, he held various responsibilities in the organization and went on to serve diligently as Gujarat's Chief Minister," unquote. The Prime Minister expressing condolences on the demise of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, meeting his wife, meeting his family members, consoling them, and regretting the loss of the former Chief Minister of Gujarat and the BJP leader Vijay Rupani, who lost his life. He was on board that Air India 171 aircraft. Gopi, my colleague, is joining us from Ahmedabad. Gopi, the Prime Minister was at the crash site. He met the victims. He's also now at Vijay Rupani's residence, expressing condolences, and he's also tweeted this picture.
Well, yes, you know what we are seeing on the screen is Prime Minister meeting Vijay Rupani's family. While he did meet Anjali Rupani, wife of Vijay Rupani, in the morning at the airport. What we are learning from our sources is Vijay Rupani's son is going to land late tonight, and it is then when he will be deciding where will the funeral take place, but most probably it is going to happen in Rajkot, from where he hails. He hails from Rajkot, so it is going to happen at his ancestral village. That is what we are learning from our sources. Also, he was going to get his wife back from London, as she was there since past 6 months, staying with his daughter. So, and while this incident happened, so a tragic incident happened wherein former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani lost his life. And we have been seeing the visuals since morning, how Harsh Sanghvi, Home Minister of Gujarat, had received Anjali Rupani, who is the wife of Vijay Rupani. Further details are awaited, but yes, the funeral is going to happen in Rajkot, likely tomorrow or day after. Back to you.
All right, Gopi, thanks so much for joining us. With those details coming in, viewers, those on board lost their lives, except one man. All lost their lives. Vijay Rupani, the former Chief Minister, also lost his life. Prime Minister Narendra Modi at his residence. And in such times, he met the family of Vijay Rupani. We'll get you more updates from Ahmedabad. We'll tell you the story of the lone survivor. He's given a full account of what he witnessed, how he escaped the biggest aviation tragedy, saying it was a miraculous escape.
इनेबल नहीं कर ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
तो और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ? हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishaps with you. We're tracking each and every angle as far as the investigation of the biggest aviation tragedy in the history of the country is concerned. In the latest, we have the Prime Minister meeting former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, who died in the plane crash yesterday. He's meeting his family, and also the investigation underway. The black box is very crucial. Remember, in this investigation, it's going to be decoded at a neutral facility. We'll get you more details on that. But first, the headlines at 3 p.m. Air India flight makes emergency landing in Thailand today. Bomb threat note found in the lavatory of a AI 379 operating today morning from Phuket to Delhi. Prime Minister Modi in Ahmedabad. He visits the crash site, meets the injured victims in the hospital, and the lone survivor was on board the flight. The black box from the crash will be sent to a top international lab, likely in France or the United States, for expert analysis. India's aviation watchdog leads the probe. Air India under immense scrutiny. 3 flights hit with multiple snags yesterday itself. Boeing 787 Dreamliner was flawed. Whistleblower sounded alarm early in 2024, but why was his warning ignored? Israel strikes Iran nuclear plant in massive escalation in West Asia. Israel declares state of emergency. Now, viewers, Air India is under major scrutiny. On the 12th of June, 3 Air India flights reported major technical issues shortly after the takeoff. And this was the flight Air India 3416 from Chandigarh to Leh that returned to Chandigarh due to low pressure in the green hydraulic pump. Now, later, it was found to be caused by a hydraulic leak near the nose gear. Now, flight Air India, another flight Air India 2410 from Kolkata to Mumbai experienced a bird hit upon landing, resulting in the visible dent damage to the nose radome. Another flight, third flight, we're talking about flight AI 2465 from Delhi to Hyderabad continued to its destination despite both windshields cracking mid-flight. My colleague Harsha is getting us more on that. Harsha, what really happened? Because, we've seen there have been multiple issues with Air India, persistent issues for the longest time. Show cause notices have been lying in cold storage with Air India. And just on the day of this crash, there were 3 more technical slacks that were reported. And the same airline, that is Air India, that's now under scrutiny.
So, Rakshita, Air India has been doing this ill practice of not informing about the technical snags and the technical and mechanical issues in the aircraft since long. Earlier also, whenever Republic has reported, Republic has always reported through its sources. And several times we have sent them the mail asking them for a press statement. Yesterday also, it was a similar time when Air India thought that because there has been a huge crash in the Ahmedabad London bound flight, everyone will forget about the other 3 airline aircraft in which the technical snags were reported, and that is the reason Air India did hide the information of the technical snag not only from the DGCA but from the press as well. Until now, no media statement and the press statement has been shared on the technical snag which was reported in the 3 Air India aircrafts which were flying from Chandigarh to Leh, another one from Kolkata to Mumbai, the third one from Delhi to Hyderabad. All these 3 aircrafts witnessed technical snag, and it could have led to a dangerous incident. And the flight, one Chandigarh Leh turned back, did an emergency landing, while the other 2 went on their destination, the set destination which they are supposed to go. And after landing, after 2 hours, the Air India sent a preliminary report to DGCA informing about the entire incident. All these 3 aircrafts were Airbus A320, and the sittings were also of more than 100 passengers.
Absolutely,
dangerous incident.
Harsha, of course, there are many questions that need to be answered by Air India. Thank you so much for joining us with those details, because now there are questions also on the Boeing aircraft. Air India, Boeing, both under scanner. Air India's flight AI 171 crashed yesterday. Now this aircraft was a Boeing 787 Dreamliner, viewers. A fuel-efficient, wide-body aircraft that is the pride of Boeing's catalog for the long-distance travels. Now, despite being marketed as one of the safest and one of the most advanced aircraft, the Dreamliner has been linked to several technical faults. In fact, the crash has put the spotlight on claims by a Boeing engineer last year who said that the 787 Dreamliner suffers from assembly defects that threaten safety. The whistleblower in the year 2024 told the US Senate about structural problems in the Dreamliner's fuselage and claimed that small gaps and improper assembly could cause early wear and possible structural failure as well. Listen in to what the whistleblower had said last year.
This is like 3 years. For the 787, it's been 3 years of effort.
And so your concerns, who knew about your concerns? How far up the chain do you know that they went?
I have gone as high as Mark Stockton and Lisa Fall, who's the vice president.
The vice president of the company?
Yes.
So they were and are aware of these major safety concerns. And this is what you do for a living. I mean, you're an engineer, right? I mean,
I'm an engineer. I went to quality about 3-4 years ago. And when you put your quality hat, we are the eyes and ears of the public for the safety of the airplane. That's how I feel about our job. And so I have, when I see concerning information or concerning let's say, production issues, then it is our responsibility to make sure that, if we are causing the airplane to have increased risk factors, our job is to eliminate those risk factors. Right now, I would not, it's like an earthquake. The big earthquake is coming, but when that hits the building that, let's say if you're talking of a building, have to be prepared to accommodate that type of a, let's say, shakeup. It has to be built properly. Right now, from what I've seen, the airplanes are not being built per spec and per requirement. So that increases the risk factors. Okay, when you increase the risk factors, it's not just one. You are doing stress concentrations, those stress concentrations, like, breaking a paper clip, you do it once or twice, it doesn't break, but it breaks at some time. As the plane gets older, all of these things that, you took, you said it's not a safety issue, it becomes a safety issue. Well, that started right after when I said, we have made over 300 plus airplanes. We still don't know how to put the load and sell. What I mean by that, if you build in an airplane, build in a house, it's like, putting the foundation. We have made over 300 airplanes. We still changing our process, like build the foundation to put the airplanes. We are struggling with that because they have changed the process from stable to unstable situation. They're not building the same datums that we were building. So you're causing your own problem, but you don't want to admit it. Just force fit the problem, force fit the misaligned holes and everything else and move on. And that's what they have been doing. And that's what I have brought up to their attention. I told my boss that I said in the report, I said, we have made 300 plus airplanes. That should have been more than adequate for us to resolve these things. All the problems that we've had, we put Band-Aid over Band-Aid to resolve the problems, and Band-Aid over Band-Aid doesn't cover it. Maybe we need to consider some engineering fundamentals with a little bit of GD&T to figure out what the problem is. And right after that, he came back to my desk and he like I said, he made the threat. And then after that, he says, are you in or are you out?
Meaning what? Are you in and are you out with Boeing? Are you going to be a good citizen and keep your mouth shut? Was that the implication?
That's how I can interpret that. He would walk by me and he said, you better, then he said, I want you to write it in writing. Tell me, are you in or are you out? And there was 10 emails. Just because I haven't received your email on this, send it to me and this and that. His manipulation even got further than that. I'm trying to take a class on my own time that I have to flex the time. He wouldn't let me do that. Oh. I have a doctor's appointment. He cancels my doctor appointment at the same day. Different manipulating different things to retaliate, to make your life miserable. And then, I started talking to go somewhere else, you just try to escape from that because this is hell. It really has made me where 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm waking up with somebody stabbing me. I'm still receiving psychological help to just get back on normal.
Now, a smiling family, a final selfie, and a journey that ended in tragedy. 5 members of the Joshi family, including 3 young children, lost their lives in aviation history's worst ever plane crash. What remains now is just one haunting photograph and a void that can never be filled.
This is the last selfie of the Joshi family. Pratik Joshi, his wife Komi Vyas, and their 3 children, a daughter and twin sons. Smiling just moments before takeoff, a picture full of love, laughter, and life, now frozen in time. They were on board the ill-fated Air India flight that crashed, leaving just one survivor. Pratik Joshi, a doctor practicing in London, had come home to visit with his family. They were returning from Ahmedabad when tragedy struck mid-air. Within 30 seconds from takeoff, all 5, Pratik, Komi, their daughter and twin boys, lost their lives in the deadly crash. As the heartbreaking news reached Banaswara, a wave of grief swept across their locality. The family's home is now silent, shrouded in mourning.
दीदी थी कोमी व्यास जी, तो उनकी एक लड़की थी 8 से 10 साल की मीराया जी, और 2 लड़के थे लवकुश जी।
तो ये आपको
उनको लगभग 1 बजे मिल गई थी।
तो ये कल ही लंदन के लिए
हाँ नहीं, कल यहाँ से अहमदाबाद के लिए रवाना हुआ मामले
जी। तो और परिवार के कोई यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं उनके अभी आपके अलावा?
हाँ सब वहीं पे हैं।
District Collector Dr. Indrajit Singh Yadav, SP, Harshvardhan Agrawala, and other senior officials rushed to offer condolences.
परिवार के 5 लोगों का नाम कंफर्म हुआ है। दुख की इस घड़ी में परिवार के साथ जिला प्रशासन खड़ा है और हर प्रकार की मदद के लिए हम इनके साथ हैं।
The image of this young family smiling together for one last time now remains as a haunting memory of lives lost far too soon, dreams left mid-flight, and a family that never made it back home.
Now, Air India 171 crashed, all 242 on board dead, with just one known survivor, of course, from the 242. Casualties on the ground as well. The aircraft tore through a doctor's hostel, but this wasn't just tragic, it was preventable, viewers. This video uncovers 4 major warnings that were ignored before the takeoff. A technical fault on the incoming flight, visible glitches mid-air, multiple regulatory warnings to Air India, and known issues with the Boeing 787. Was this negligence? Watch how we break it down for you.
magazines. AC is not working at all. And as usual, your TV screens are also not working. Neither this button for calling the cabin crew. Nothing is working. Nothing. Not even the light is working. See, is this what you are providing? And as usual, that is why Air India is considered as one of the worst airlines in the world. AC is still not working, and today it is very, very, very hot in Delhi. And we are here for the last 15 minutes. Nothing happened. Remote isn't working. Nothing is working.
Viewers, the impact, when you see the moment of crash, the ball of fire that appeared, and this entire aircraft was in pieces, one could not have hoped for even one person to have survived, but one person did survive. There's a lone survivor, miraculous escape from this biggest aviation tragedy. And this is a 40-year-old who is a man of Indian origin, but he's a British national. Let's take a listen in as he narrates his ordeal.
कैसे हुआ तो मैंने उसके बारे में बताया और सब हाल चाल पूछा सब। वो मेरे नज़रों के सब सामने हुआ था। मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से जिंदा बाहर निकला, क्योंकि थोड़ा टाइम लिए कि तो मेरे को लगा था कि मैं भी मरने वाला हूँ, लेकिन जब मेरी आँख खुल के मैं देखा ना तो मुझे लगा मैं जिंदा हूँ। तो मैंने ट्राई किया, जब मेरी सीट थे वो मेरी बेल्ट निकाला, मैंने वो ट्राई किया जहाँ से निकल सकता वहाँ से, तो मैं निकल गया वहाँ से। मेरे नज़रों के सामने एयर होस्टल और दूसरे आंटी अंकल सभी उसमें मिस हो गए थे सभी। टेक ऑफ के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्ट्रक हो गया वो। बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ। बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई, ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस तो बोलते हैं क्या, रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ, और सीधा स्पीड में ही घुस गया जहाँ वो क्या था वो हॉस्टल में। और सब सामने सब हुआ। मैं जो साइड पे था ना वो साइड हॉस्टल पे नहीं लैंड हुई थी, हॉस्टल के जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर है ना जैसे नीचे वहाँ लैंड हुई थी। तो मुझे दूसरे के बारे में मेरे को पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं जहाँ लैंड हुआ था ना वो नीचे की साइड थी। तो जब वहाँ थोड़ा पेस भी था प्लेन के जब बाहर, तो जब जैसे मेरा डोर टूटा ना सब, तो मैंने देखा ना जब सामने कि थोड़ा इधर पेस है, मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए। तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर, क्योंकि अपोजिट साइड पे था ना वो बिल्डिंग का वो था ना दीवार, तो उधर से कोई शायद नहीं निकल सका होगा, क्योंकि उधर पूरा उधर ही क्रैश हुआ था। मैं जो जहाँ था वहाँ थोड़ा पेस था। फिर भी मेरे पता नहीं मैं कैसे बचा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे नज़र के सामने ही सब 2 एयर होस्टल वो अंकल आंटी सब उधर ही सब। और थोड़ा जब आग लगी ना मेरा लेफ्ट हैंड भी जल गया थोड़ा। फिर एम्बुलेंस मेरे को उठा लेके इधर आया हॉस्पिटल में।
And now let's tell you the story of Anju Sharma. She was on her way to meet her daughter. A joyous homecoming turned into family's worst nightmare. Anju Sharma from Haryana's Kurukshetra was among those who lost their lives in this plane crash. This is the story of a daughter who never returned home.
Inconsolable scenes. A family shattered beyond words. Anju Sharma's aged parents, her relatives, all gathered, but without her. Their cries echo through Ramsharan Majra village in Kurukshetra. A daughter, a mother, a sister lost to the Ahmedabad plane tragedy. Anju, who had been living with her family in Vadodara, was on her way to London to meet her elder daughter Nimmi. A trip filled with excitement ended in utter devastation.
मेरी माँ चली गई, मेरी माँ चली गई, मम्मी और डैडी तो दोनों बैठे बैठे जो भी था कुछ दीदी ने सब कुछ वो चले गए। नहीं, वो दोनों उनको नहीं बता सकते बिल्कुल भी कुछ भी, वो चले जाएंगे। एक माँ चलेगी, दोनों ये भी चले जाएंगे।
Her elderly father, a retired army man, bedridden after a brain hemorrhage. Her mother, too unwell to be told the truth.
मेरे फादर-इन-लॉ है, ब्रेन हेमरेज हुआ है, उठ नहीं सकते बिस्तर से। मदर हार्ट के पेशेंट हैं मेरे इलाज जो मेरे हैं, तो उनको तो भी बताया भी नहीं है, ना बताने की पोजीशन है कि कैसे बताएं कि वो उनको ये सदमा बर्दाश्त नहीं कर पाएंगे।
परिवार तो सारा तहस नहस हो गया जी, क्योंकि मेन की घर की परिवार की करता वो ही थी, तो परिवार हंसता खेलता सारा परिवार था जी। जो भी काम करते हैं यहाँ के परिवार के, वहाँ के परिवार के, सारे इसकी जिम्मेवारी पे ये आते हैं।
The family is struggling to balance grief and protect the parents from more trauma. Her younger daughter provided a DNA sample in Vadodara confirming the worst. The loss is unbearable. The silence in their home is deafening. A final WhatsApp call missed by her sister Neelu, a regret she now carries forever. Anju's final status message was "Aadmi ek khilona hai," a line that now feels heartbreakingly prophetic. She was the eldest of 8 sisters, the one who held the family together. Now, she's the one who's gone too soon. Her relatives and villagers stand shoulder to shoulder as her family prepares to leave for Vadodara to bring her mortal remains back for one final farewell.
The Republic continues to get you these stories, viewers, which are heart-wrenching, but also we continue to raise the most important questions. Of course, a big focus on the investigation. We'll get you more on that. But first, we slip into a very, very short break, viewers, but our coverage continues. The Prime Minister took stock of the situation. He also met former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani's family in Ahmedabad today. And he offered his condolences for the demise of Vijay Rupani, who was on board the Air India flight. And we were talking about the investigation. The black box from the crash will be sent to a top international lab, likely in France or the United States, for expert analysis. And India's aviation watchdog to lead this investigation. More on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Welcome, you're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. We are keeping our focus on the biggest plane tragedy in the history of the country. We'll give you more details, but first up, as always, the headlines. Air India flight makes emergency landing in Thailand. Bomb threat note found in AI 379 operating today morning from Phuket International Airport to Delhi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Ahmedabad today. He has visited the crash site and met with the injured victims in the hospital. The black box from the crash will be sent to a top international lab, likely in France or the United States, for expert analysis. India's aviation watchdog is leading the probe. Air India under immense scrutiny, 3 flights hit with multiple snags since yesterday.
I want to make clear that I have raised these issues over 3 years. I was ignored. I was told not to create delays. I was told, frankly, to shut up.
Boeing 787 Dreamliner was flawed, and this is what the whistleblower has said. He had sounded alarm early in the year 2024. Was this warning ignored? Israel strikes Iran nuclear plant in a massive escalation in Middle East. Israel has declared a state of emergency. Well, Air India is under major scrutiny. On June 12th, 3 Air India flights reported major technical issues shortly after the takeoff. Flight AI 3416 from Chandigarh to Leh returned to Chandigarh due to low pressure in the green hydraulic pump, later found to be caused by the leak near the nose gear. Flight AI 2410 from Calcutta to Mumbai experienced a bird hit upon landing, resulting in visible dent damage to the nose radome is what we are learning. And meanwhile, the third flight AI 2465 from the national capital to Hyderabad continued to its destination despite both the windshields cracking mid-flight. So these technical snags have come to the fore after the plane crash took place yesterday. 3 technical snags in just 24 hours. All right, let me bring in our guest, Professor Graham Braithwaite, who is the Director of Aerospace and Aviation. Professor of Safety and Accident Investigation Central. He is joining us live from the United Kingdom. Sir, I want to ask you that United Kingdom has also agreed to send their investigation team to India. In fact, what we're learning is that teams have already been sent. I want to first and foremost ask you, what, according to you, led to this plane crash yesterday?
Well, I think at this stage, and our first focus is on the families and loved ones of people who've been affected by this accident, and you know, there's deep sorrow across the industry for what's happened yesterday. But in terms of the investigation focus, they'll be taking a very careful and measured approach at this point. So that investigation is led by the Indian Air Accident Investigation Bureau, and they will be assisted by investigators from the United Kingdom because of the number of people on board, and from the United States of America because that's obviously where the aircraft was manufactured. And they'll be focusing on gathering all of the evidence they can, some of which will be quite perishable. So things like witness testimony can be affected by those people then talking to other people or seeing things on the news. So they want to get hold of that very quickly, and they will want to read out that flight data recorder and listen to the audio recording. And that will help those investigators to figure out what happened here. And I think the discipline of all investigators is not to try and speculate and not to jump to a conclusion. And yet in this accident, we see a lot of people coming forward and drawing a simple conclusion about one thing that they think might have caused the accident. I think the thing we definitely know is that aircraft accidents do not happen because of one thing going wrong. They happen because multiple things must have occurred for it to result in something as tragic as yesterday.
Absolutely. And I also want to ask you, because you've been a professor of Safety and Accident Investigation Central, I want to ask you this question because Boeing is also under the scanner. What we're learning is that in 2024, one whistleblower had alerted that there are in fact lapses as far as Boeing 787 is concerned. I want to ask you, are you aware about it, and what do you have to say about that? Because despite that, that Dreamliner 787 was taking off.
I think we have to be so careful not to jump at things without evidence at this point. And although I'm aware of that whistleblower's remarks, actually there's no evidence at all that that is related to what's happened yesterday. In fact, if we look at the 787 as an aircraft, it's been flying for airlines since 2011. There's nearly 1,200 of them flying around the world, and they flew their billionth passenger just recently. And our aircraft has performed all of that and been completely accident-free. There's been no fatal accidents and no what we call hull losses, so no write-offs of aircraft in that time. So actually that performance does speak for itself. Now, we cannot be complacent, and actually the aviation industry prides itself on being very open with its information, encouraging people to report and to do things about it. So even when we hear about events, and you've given 3 examples from this morning, actually those are events that we would anticipate could happen. We plan to make them things that we can deal with safely. If you use that example of the hydraulic system, it's one of 3 independent systems on that aircraft, and it can operate with just one. In the case of the bird strike that you mentioned, then again, the engines are designed to cope with a bird strike, and the aircraft is designed to be able to fly with just one functioning engine. So in the case of this particular accident, until we really know what happened yesterday, I don't think it's helpful at all to try and conclude that it was the aircraft or the crew or any other factor. We have to be led by the evidence.
Absolutely. That all will come out during the investigation. Thank you so much, Professor, for speaking to Republic TV. Now, a smiling family, a final selfie, and a journey that ended in tragedy. 5 members of Joshi family, including 3 young children, lost their life in aviation's history's worst ever plane crash. What remains now is just one haunting photograph and a void that can never be filled. Here's more.
This is the last selfie of the Joshi family. Pratik Joshi, his wife Komi Vyas, and their 3 children, a daughter and twin sons. Smiling just moments before takeoff, a picture full of love, laughter and life, now frozen in time. They were on board the ill-fated Air India flight that crashed, leaving just one survivor. Pratik Joshi, a doctor practicing in London, had come home to visit with his family. They were returning from Ahmedabad when tragedy struck mid-air. Within 30 seconds from takeoff, all five, Pratik, Komi, their daughter and twin boys, lost their lives in the deadly crash. As the heartbreaking news reached Banaswara, a wave of grief swept across their locality. The family's home is now silent, shrouded in mourning.
दीदी थी बॉम्बे व्यास जी, तो उनके लड़के थे 8 से 10 साल के मिराया जी, और 2 लड़के थे लव कुश जी।
तो ये आपको
उनको लगभग 2:30 बजे मिल गई थी।
तो ये कल ही लंदन के लिए
हाँ नहीं, कल यहाँ से अहमदाबाद के लिए रवाना हुआ मॉर्निंग जी।
तो और परिवार के कोई यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं उनके अभी आपके अलावा?
हाँ, सब वहीं पे हैं।
District Collector Dr. Indrajit Singh Yadav, SP, Harshvardhan Agrawala, and other senior officials rushed to offer condolences.
परिवार के 5 लोगों का नाम कंफर्म हुआ है। दुख की इस घड़ी में परिवार के साथ जिला प्रशासन खड़ा है और हर प्रकार की मदद के लिए हम इनके साथ।
The image of this young family smiling together for one last time now remains as a haunting memory of lives lost far too soon, dreams left mid-flight, and a family that never made it back home.
Now, among the 241 people who lost their life was a prominent figure of Gujarat's political circle. His name is Vijay Rupani. He's been the former Chief Minister of Gujarat who once led the state from the front. He's no more. From Rajkot to Gandhinagar, his journey was one of the resilience. And today, Gujarat mourns not just a leader, but the son of the soil. Listen in.
Dark clouds of grief have engulfed Gujarat. Pall of gloom has shrouded his family. And the nation mourns the loss of one of its stalwart leaders. Former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani is no more. He was on board Air India flight AI-171, the ill-fated aircraft that crashed moments after takeoff in Ahmedabad. Seat number 12, a number considered lucky by the former Chief Minister, that's where he was seated. A seat now etched in the memory as the final stop in the life of a man who once held the reins of Gujarat. Vijay Rupani had served as the 16th Chief Minister of Gujarat from 2016 to 2021. A calm strategist, a loyal party soldier, and a leader known for his soft-spoken yet firm demeanor. Born in Rangoon, Burma in 1956, Rupani's journey from Rajkot to Gandhinagar was one of dedication, perseverance, and deep-rooted commitment to public service. In his final moments, he was travelling to London from the city he once governed, perhaps unaware that fate had scripted a tragic full stop to his life. Today, his family mourns. The BJP stands shaken. The people of Gujarat have lost a son of the soil.
And we can't even, imagine the velocity of the issue. And we can't even imagine that a flight which was taking off, suddenly that too, flight of this caliber, one of the best in the world. Really, it's very sad, and our deepest condolences to all the aggrieved families. And really, to anyone this should not happen, but it has happened. But I think the aviation company has to very seriously, deeply dig into actually what has happened and correct whatever the problems were there in that, what had happened. So I think it's really a very sad day, a black day for the entire world,
President Draupadi Murmu also expressed condolences and grief over the demise of the former Gujarat CM. Taking to her X handle, President Murmu remembered Vijay Rupani as a leader who was always committed to people's welfare. As tributes pour in and condolences echo across party lines, a once bustling voice in Gujarat politics now rests in silence. Former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani gone too soon, but remembered forever.
Now, yesterday at 1:39 p.m., Air India Flight 171 took off from Ahmedabad airport. But what should have been a routine journey turned into an unimaginable disaster. Just moments after the takeoff, the aircraft carrying 242 passengers plummeted to the ground in a crash, one that has left nation reeling with grief and anger. The flames, the smokes, the devastation. These are the images that will haunt you forever. Let me take you through the sequence of event. In fact, this is the moment when the crash took place. As we told you, the flight took off at 1:39 and seconds later, 30 to 35 seconds later, we saw it crashing down, and you can see the smoke, in fact, coming out from that part of the screen. That was hardly 2 kilometers from the airport. Now, the second image is that of the mess of the hostel where the medical students, in fact, were having their lunch when this took place. You can see this is the tail of the aircraft which has barged into that hotel mess. Several students have lost their life and several are still reeling from injuries. They are hospitalized. You can see this is the tail of that aircraft that you can see on the screen, and this is the area where there is a medical college. In that specific area is the hostel mess where children were having their meal when this shocking incident, in fact, took place. You can see rescue operation there underway. This is the tail of that aircraft that has gone deep inside the building right there in the medical college. Let's keep showing you these visuals of, in fact, this is now the visual of the fin of the plane recovered outside the doctor's hostel. You can see this is the long fin of the plane with the logo of Air India as well. This is a red and white fin that you can see on the screen. And this entire area, in fact, is that of the BJ Medical College, where, in fact, the students were having their lunch when this incident took place. Very, very shocking visuals which have come to the fore. The next video is of that thick plume of black smoke captured on camera, and this was moments after that tragic incident took place. 1:39 is when that flight took off. 30 to 35 seconds later, it came crashing down, and the thick black smoke is something that was something that alerted the authorities as well. You can see the panic in that area because of that smoke, and the rescue operation underway. These are the visuals from the last afternoon. Now let's tell you about a married British couple who lost their lives in the plane crash. Moments before boarding the ill-fated Air India flight, they posted about their magical experience in the country. And in the video, the couple was seen laughing and joking around. Here's more.
In the airport, just boarding. Goodbye, India.
Goodbye, India. Going back happily, happily calm. Their voices full of joy, hearts full of memories. These were the final words of a British couple moments before boarding the ill-fated Air India flight. Fiongal and Jamie Greenlaw-Me captured their happy moments on camera, laughing, sharing inside jokes from their journey across the country, not knowing that tragedy was just moments away.
We are in the airport, just boarding. Goodbye, India.
A day before the incident, they had shared another video calling their India trip magical and mind-blowing.
So it's our last night in India. and we've had a magical experience, really. It's been, there's been some quite mind-blowing.
Back in London, the couple ran a spiritual wellness center, healing others, their lives full of purpose. In 2020, Jamie popped the question, presenting Fiongal with a striking emerald ring. 2 years later, they tied the knot, sealing their bond in a quiet ceremony surrounded by friends and family. But their journey ended in tragedy. Two souls who believed in light, taken away too soon. The world has lost a love story mid-flight.
Goodbye, India.
And Republic TV has also spoken to the eyewitnesses of the event. Listen in to what they said.
इस वक्त हमारे साथ जो टीम मौजूद है वो ना ही सिर्फ डॉक्टर्स की टीम के साथ रहते हैं, इसके अलावा भी जो है इन लोग इस BL हॉस्पिटल के अंदर, जिसके अंदर ये इतना बड़ा हादसा हुआ है, जिसके अंदर 241 लोगों की जान गई है, उसमें से कई लोगों को इन लोगों ने अपनी जान पे जोखिम में डाल करके बचाया है। अच्छा, मुझे ये बताएं, जब ये दुर्घटना हुई उस वक्त आप अंदर गए, है ना, क्या देखा? कई लाशें लेकर आए, आप बाहर आए?
अंदर गए तब तक तो ऑलमोस्ट सब कामगिरी चालू थी और हम एम्बुलेंस लेके मतलब जो भी बॉडीज़ थी उनको डायरेक्ट हम ट्रॉमा सेंटर में पहुंचा रहे थे, ट्रॉमा और पुराने ट्रॉमा में। जब तक ट्रॉमा सेंटर था, जब फुल हो गया तब हम पुराने ट्रॉमा में पहुंचा रहे थे। सब डेड बॉडी देखने की हालत नहीं थी, वैसे देखा जाए तो इतनी बुरी हालत थी बॉडीज़ की कि पहचान में भी नहीं आ रही थी कि किसका पाँव है या किसका सर है, कुछ भी, मतलब इस टाइप से बुरी हालत थी और पूरा मेडिकल स्टाफ इसमें लगा पड़ा था।
अच्छा, दुर्घटना जिस वक्त होती है उसके कितनी देर बाद आप वहाँ पे पहुँचे? जिस वक्त आप पहुँचे, पहला सवाल। दूसरा, जिस वक्त आप पहुँचे तो क्या लोग जिंदा थे, बुरी हालत में थे? जब उनको हॉस्पिटल ले आया गया तब उनकी मौत होती है, या फिर जब दुर्घटना होती है उसी वक्त फ़ौरन मौत हो जाती है?
नहीं, दुर्घटना होती है उसी वक्त ज़्यादातर तो मौतें हो चुकी थी, बराबर। और मैं पहुँचा मतलब जिस टाइम ये हादसा हो उसके विथिन 30 मिनट्स या 1 आवर्स में पहुंच गया था मैं इधर, बराबर। एम्बुलेंस के साथ ही पहुंचा था मैं।
जैसे एम्बुलेंस निकलने लगी, हम सब लोग बैठ के एम्बुलेंस के लिए साथ इधर आ गए, क्योंकि 1200 बेड बाजू में ही है। तो सबसे पहले हमारा फर्स्ट बनता है कि हम इधर आकर मदद करें सबकी।
आप लोगों ने मिलकर कितने लोगों का रेस्क्यू किया होगा?
ज़्यादातर देखा जाए तो कम से कम 20-25 बोरियाँ तो हम ले के गए थे इधर से।
यहाँ पर लगभग कितने डॉक्टर्स रहते थे? रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर्स, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर्स कितने रहते थे?
कंफर्म नहीं कहा जा सकता क्योंकि ये रेसिडेंटल एरिया है, मतलब जो बच्चे पढ़ते हैं BJ मेडिकल कॉलेज में, जो स्टूडेंट्स पढ़ते हैं उनका है। कभी कभी कोई होता भी है, कोई ज़्यादातर नहीं भी होते, मेस में खाने के लिए आते हैं यहाँ। और ज़्यादातर इनका रेसिडेंटल एरिया है, मतलब उनके रूम्स भी है इधर।
अच्छा, हमने देखा यहाँ पे कि कुछ डॉक्टर्स जो है वो आए और इस बिल्डिंग के अंदर गए, वहाँ से अपने जो उनके मटेरियल्स थे, सामान थे, बैगेजेस थे, ट्रॉलीज थी, वो गए हैं, लेकर आए हैं, अपने सामान को खाली करके जा रहे हैं। कैसा महसूस होता है?
टफ तो होगा ना सर, क्योंकि किसी की मतलब इस टाइप से मौत होनी बहुत टफ होता है।
ये जो हादसा हुआ उसमें किसी को आप जानते थे पर्सनली, जो किस हॉस्टल में रहते?
2 दोस्त थे मेरे जो इधर चाबी लेने आए थे और डायरेक्ट ही, लेकिन उनको जैसे ही मालूम चला ऊपर आग में सब चिल्लाने लगे, मतलब जैसे कि चीखे वो सुनने लगे। तो उन्होंने बोला कि क्या हुआ है। जब तक वो लिफ्ट से ऊपर गए दूसरे माले से, मतलब लिफ्ट बंद हो गई थी, फिर दूसरे माले पे अचानक से उन्होंने एकदम से लिफ्ट खोली और वो दोनों कूद गए।
एम्बुलेंस से थोड़ा आगे बढ़ते हैं तो ज़रा इस तरफ स्पॉट की तरफ आते हैं, ज़रा आगे आइए। मुझे ज़रा बताइए कि यहाँ पर जिस वक्त जो है ये दुर्घटना हुई उस वक्त आप वहाँ पे पहुँचे तो किस किस फ्लोर पे जो है वहाँ पर आपको लोग मिले, लाश मिली? वहाँ पर
फ्लोर से लाश नहीं मिली, वो हम
मेस के पास देखा?
मेस के पास कुछ नहीं देखा, लेकिन नीचे जितनी भी लाशें निकाल रहे थे वो हम रेस्क्यू कर रहे थे ज़्यादातर, इसलिए उधर से निकाली वो हमारे ध्यान में नहीं आया है, लेकिन रेस्क्यू ऑलमोस्ट हम वैसे ही कर रहे थे।
This is the biggest aviation tragedy in the history of the country. We have also got the aerial video of the hostel that was in fact completely destroyed yesterday. The plane crashed into the BJ Medical College. Several students in fact have received injuries. Several students are also dead. Let me take you through that visual that you can in fact see on the screen. That is the visual of the BJ Medical College where the plane crashed yesterday. It appears that this video was shot right after the incident took place, because you can see the rescue operation being carried out there. Rescue team, NDRF there on the spot as well. And the entire structure of the medical college there in shambles. This entire building, in fact, few parts of it also caught fire after the plane crashed into the building. And most shockingly, this was the time when several students, several medical college students, in fact, were having their meal. They were in the middle of having their lunch when a plane crashed into the mess of this medical college, leaving several students dead and several injured as well. A very shocking visuals that you can see on the screen. Now, in the middle of the crash chaos, two brothers, Prince and Krish, emerged as heroes. They were entering the building from the back gate when the accident happened. Now, without a second thought, they rushed in to help and save the lives. And the building, which housed around 600 medical students, became the site of this brave rescue effort. Here's more.
क्या कुछ आपने देखा उस टाइम?
मैं पीछे की साइड से एंटर ही होने वाला था और आगे देखा तो प्लेन क्रैश हो चुका था आगे के गेट पे और धुआं आ रहा था। मेरे को लगा कि ब्लैक सारा काला काला हो चुका। मेरे को लगा मौसम ख़राब होगा, इसके लिए मैं आगे जाके देखा तो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ। तो तुरंत ही मैंने मेरे फ्रेंड्स को कॉल किया, फिर मेरे कज़िन ब्रदर को कॉल किया और हम लोग ने मिल के सबसे पहले जहाँ कैंटीन में स्टूडेंट्स लंच कर रहे थे वहाँ पे जाके हम लोग गए और देखा तो वहाँ पे प्लेन का आगे का हिस्सा, पायलट का और सब हिस्सा आगे पड़ा था। पायलट का हमने बॉडीज़ नहीं देखी और जहाँ स्टूडेंट्स खा रहे थे उनके ऊपर दीवार पड़ी हुई थी और दीवार के ऊपर सूटकेस, पैसेंजर्स के सूटकेस पड़े हुए थे। तो हमने सूटकेस हटा के और दीवार हटा के देखा तो निकाले, कई सारे स्टूडेंट्स हमने निकाले। किसी के हाथ में खाना खाते खाते चम्मच रह चुकी थी, किसी का ब्रेन फट चुका था, ऐसे स्टूडेंट्स हैं।
मतलब ये आपने अपने सामने देखी है सर?
हमारे सामने, हमने खुद ने रेस्क्यू किए, मेरे ग्रुप ने मिल।
उस मेस में मतलब आप उस बिल्डिंग में आना जाना आपका रहता होगा तो वहाँ पे
रास्ता शॉर्टकट हमारा।
तो कितने लोग वहाँ पे रहते हैं थे स्टूडेंट?
500 से 600 जन रहते हैं।
तो इन कितने होंगे स्टूडेंट्स लगभग?
वहाँ पे लंच खा रहे थे, वहाँ पे एक स्टूडेंट ने मेरे को बताया जो ज़िंदा था और सबको रेस्क्यू भी करा। उसने मेरे को इतना बताया कि मैंने पूछा कितने लोग थे अंदर, तो उसने इतना बताया मेरे को कि 70 जन थे अंदर, 70% थे।
70 में क्या लग रहा है कितने बचे हो?
अभी मेरे को सुनने में आया कि 4 जन की डेथ हो चुकी है। कल 2 जन की डेथ हो चुकी थी। 4 जन की आज सुनने में आया कि 4 हुए। अभी बहुत ज़्यादा सीरियस है। हमने 15-20 निकाले उसमें से। तो
और क्रिश, आप भी वहाँ पे ही मौजूद थे उस दौरान? आपने कैसे, मतलब वो विमान, पहले तो नॉर्मल जैसे हम देखते हैं कि कोई विमान उड़ रहा है, सामने से उड़ता है तो हम देखने लगते हैं कि चलो विमान उड़ रहा है, वो देख रहे होंगे, सोचा ही नहीं होगा कि ये अचानक से इस तरह से आग का गुब्बारा में तब्दील हो जाएगा ये?
हाँ, हमारे घर के पास ही एयरपोर्ट है तो वहाँ पे टेक ऑफ और लैंडिंग बहुत नज़दीक से होता है। बट ये जो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ बहुत ही ज़्यादा नज़दीक से हमारे घर के ऊपर से ही गया और एकदम से 10-15 सेकंड के आगे ही जाके प्लेन गिरा और वहाँ पे सब फ्लेम और स्मोक हो गया था चारों तरफ और धुआं तो हो गए थे और सारी पब्लिक दौड़ के वहाँ पे देखने जा रही थी और सब में डर का माहौल था कि ये इतना बड़ा हादसा क्या हो गया और बहुत ज़ोर से धमाका हुआ था वहाँ पे।
और आप जी,
हमारे वहाँ के लोकल पब्लिक ऐसा बोलने लगी कि पायलट के अंदर भगवान आ चुके कि आम पब्लिक की जान बचा ली है उसने। खाली जगह देख के ऐसा न्यूज़ सब जगह देखने में आ रहा है और आर्मी पुलिस ने सबने भी ऐसा कहा कि पायलट ने खाली जगह देख के प्लेन ऐसे टच करा है, वरना उसको क्या मालूम था कि यहाँ पे स्टूडेंट्स और डॉक्टर्स है।
We're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, Air India under immense scrutiny. 3 flights hit multiple snags since yesterday. And we'll also tell you about how Boeing 787 Dreamliner was flawed, and this is what the whistleblower had said. He had sounded alarm in 2024. Now the questions are being asked, was this warning ignored? We'll get you details on these top stories after this very short break. Stay with us.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबां कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome to Republic TV. I'm Rhythm and our top focus is going to be on the crash and why it happened. Now details that are coming in, viewers. The black box is going to be sent to an international lab to ensure that every detail of the crash is found out. It's going to be followed by investigation by our top watchdog, but all those details right here coming up after the headlines on Republic TV. And our top headlines as we are speaking today, Air India flight makes an emergency landing. This after a bomb threat found in LAV of AI-379 operating today morning from Phuket to Delhi. Prime Minister Modi in Ahmedabad visits crash site, meets injured victims in the hospital. The black box from the crash will be sent to top international lab like in France or in the United States for expert analysis. India's aviation watchdog leading the probe. Air India under immense scrutiny. 3 flights are hit with multiple snags yesterday.
I want to make clear that I have raised these issues over 3 years. I was ignored. I was told not to create delays. I was told, frankly, to shut up.
Boeing 787 Dreamliner was flawed. Whistleblower sounded alarm early in the year 2024. Why was his warning ignored? And another big story, Israel strikes Iran nuclear plant in massive escalation in the Middle East. Israel declared state of emergency. And our top focus, the breaking news that's coming in, viewers. The forensic team of the Gujarat police collected several pieces of evidence from the scene. They also found a digital video recording, the DVR that was taking them from the crash site, that is going to be helping them for further investigation. The police have recovered key evidences from the crash site. They've also taken the very crucial DVR that they found there right now from the crash site, and other evidence has been collected to get more details about what happened in this ill-fated tragedy that took place. Forensic team finds DVR from the crash site. As we are giving you those details, the digital video recorder has been recovered from the wreckage of the plane that had crashed. First, let's go and listen to our colleague Akil speaking to the forensic expert in Ahmedabad.
ये FSL बताएगा आपको।
सर खड़े रह जाइए। उन्होंने क्या-क्या जो एविडेंस है वो गैदर किया स्पॉट से?
DVR अंदर का मैक्स का नहीं, वो देखना पड़ेगा कौन सा है, मलबे में से निकला है।
आपके हाथ में जो सामान है वो क्या है? आपके हाथ में जो सामान है वो क्या है? आपके हाथ में जो सामान है?
ये DVR है। मलबे में से निकला है। नहीं, वो मलबे में से निकला है। प्लीज मेरा ये काम नहीं है। नहीं, ये मेरा काम नहीं है, ये दूसरा काम।
This was the forensic team that has collected evidence from the ground zero. Was just speaking to us, and he was giving us the details. And he has said that from that very spot, he has recovered a DVR as well.
क्या निकला ये बता पाएंगे? ये FSL बताएगा आपको।
सर खड़े रह जाइए। उन्होंने क्या-क्या जो एविडेंस है वो गैदर किया स्पॉट से?
DVR अंदर का मैक्स का नहीं, वो देखना पड़ेगा कौन सा है, मलबे में से निकला है।
आपके हाथ में जो सामान है वो क्या है? आपके हाथ में जो सामान है वो क्या है? आपके हाथ में जो सामान है?
ये DVR है। मलबे में से निकला है। नहीं, वो मलबे में से निकला है। प्लीज मेरा ये काम नहीं है। नहीं, ये मेरा काम नहीं है, ये दूसरा काम।
This was the forensic team that has collected evidence from the ground zero. Was just speaking to us, and he was giving us the details. And he has said that from that very spot, he has recovered a DVR as well.
Akil joins us live now. Akil, you're at the crash site. You're trying to also see around who's there. Keep continuously tracking, Akil, like you are who's there. Since last night, you've been there. Akil, the DVR was found amid the debris of the Boeing 787 Dreamliner, which went down after takeoff. You tried to speak with the people and the authorities there. It's going to be taken to the FSL labs. Give us details about what's happening at the crash site. What is being collected, what evidence has already been collected, and what sort of investigation is being done at the crash site, Akil?
Well, Rhythm, if you see right now, the investigation part is on, and to investigate the entire matter, the investigating team has to cover some details, and to get to the exact details that what actually transpired at that point in time, they have to first get to the get the black box, and in that black box, the most of the data will be recovered from that point. And the second thing that they can analyze is through the CCTV footages. And Rhythm, if you see right now, I would like to request my video to show you the upscale, the visuals over here, and you show you the ground zero situation. So any flight which basically crosses from this very site, you can easily see, because the hospital at which the aircraft crash incident took place is just at a distance of 6 kilometers. So just to take part in that investigation, if you see, there were several CCTV cameras that were installed in this very college. Behind me, you can see the visual of BL Medical College. There are several CCTV cameras installed on the different floors of this very building. When the aircraft basically crashed, there was a head-on collision of that aircraft with this very building. And in that, what we have got to learn that the AC over there, the window shields over there, window pans over there, apart from the gates over there, so all got dismantled from its original structure. So what has happened, that the forensic team have collected evidence. So if you see the DVR is of the CCTV installed in that very building of the BL Medical College. It's not any part of the Boeing 737 aircraft. That's the second part. Third part, if you see right now, the team which is investigating the entire case is also trying to look at from the angle of ATC as well. That at what point, at what location, basically the aircraft loses its communication with the ATC. Because if you see, when that incident took place, the location over here is at a distance of 6 kilometers. So what has happened, that at an altitude of over 650 feet, there was a collapse, and after that we can certainly saw the free fall last night and yesterday itself at around 1:39 p.m. When you see Rhythm, what has happened, that when the flight took off at around 1:39 p.m. and after that, after 30 seconds, it basically there was a blast and it fell from there was a meteoric fall from the sky, and after that, what we have seen that in that very incident, 242 people who were on board, out of that 242 people, one person is alive, who is still being treated at the civic hospital. Apart from that, what we have seen, that 241 people have died, in which, if you see, 169 people are Indian citizens. Apart from that, if you see, there are 53 citizens from the United Kingdom, 7 were Portuguese citizens, and 1 was a Canadian citizen. So right now, those students who were basically the PG students of this BL Medical College are still being treated at the very hospital in the civic body hospital. Back to you.
All right, thank you for giving us those details. Akhil, it's a top focus we'll track. We'll be with you again. Meanwhile, I also want to go across and share a report of my colleague Gopi. She earlier spoke to Dr. J.P. Pillai, forensic dentist, who's doing the DNA of the testing, the teeth also. Listen in. And as I'm going to try and go across to that, I also want to, yes.
What is the status like? Which is the stage where we are at?
So we are basically we are dental surgeons. We are working in a government dental college, and I am a forensic dentist. So my area domain is only for dental identification. See, dentistry in dental field we show that the teeth are unique in characteristics, and that characteristics we try to record and try to match with the ante-mortem dental record if available. So it's not guaranteed that all the 135 cases post-mortem we gathered, we are going to get that ante-mortem dental records. We are doing our best so that at least some bodies are handed over to the next of the kin.
So how much time is this process going to take? Any expectation from the report?
Dental identification is actually the fastest way of identification, provided the ante-mortem records are available. Ante-mortem record doesn't mean that the person should have gone to a dental surgeon. Even a selfie photograph, which I mentioned, a person, today's world we are in social media and people have post the selfie photographs. So a small gap between the two teeth also could be one concordant point. If I see in the dead body, there is one gap between two central incisors. So that if I am able to match it, that one point is enough to prove the identity. It's very fast.
So how many more DNA samples are pending? How many more?
That I cannot answer, madam, because still I am hearing that there are some cases which have to be done. The autopsy procedures are pending. So if they call, then we will go for them to assist. Yesterday, my dental team, thanks to the support of my dental college dean and the forensic medicine department, they have supported us, and all the PG students in my dental college, they were all together from 3 p.m. till 4:30 a.m. We were working continuously on collecting the dental records of the victims. It's a very pathetic situation, but how far dentistry can help in giving justice to the identification, we are doing our best.
Right now, the black box decoding is to be conducted at neutral high capability lab. The AAIB is a leading independent investigation following the ICAO's Annex 13 guidelines that's going to be conducting this investigation. Black box decoding is to be conducted at a neutral high capability lab, probably at the BEA France or the NTSB USA. They had already spoken about it yesterday. The United States said they would be sending a team here and they would want to be helping out in this investigation. BCAS will also be involved in the case of suspected sabotage or tinkering, and that's the crucial bit of information coming in. A neutral lab will be decoding the black box of the crash site. The black box analysis is also to be done at the BEA in France or at the NTSB lab in the United States of America. We're going to go across to Aditya, who's joining us live on this top focus. It's very crucial to understand that the black box, Aditya, is important. The flight data recorder, the cockpit voice recorder are critical for investigation. This is actually located in the rear of the plane. Give us more details that you have.
Yeah, these three important developments which came up today from a very highly praised source from the ministry has confirmed these major developments which are there, which are happening, which are ongoing. Now, the first thing about the black box is that about the investigation, about the decodation, which is said to be done in somewhere in a neutral state of place, which is important, which is paramount, considering about the scale and size of this accident which happened yesterday. Now, the black box will actually make us aware about what happened, what transpired, how and where it fell short, and what might be the way forward to analyze and actually to find it out what can be the exact precise reason for how this came to this place where we have lost 241 lives on board. Now, this is a very crucial development coming in for the fact that the development of actually decoding will be in a very neutral state and not in any state specific to any corporate or company.
That's right.
Where they belong.
Aditya, I thank you for being with us. Viewers, the top focus is going to be in just 59 seconds, everything changed. What began as a routine flight filled with excited families, first-time flyers, last-minute goodbye text turned into an unthinkable tragedy. As AI 171 took off, some passengers were heading to home, others took off for summer vacations, none of them knowing it would be their final journey. This video reconstructs the final moment by moment, from the unusual dip at 14 seconds to the explosion at 30 seconds. No landed safely messages followed. Instead, chaos unfolded on the ground. Hospitals, families waiting, lives shattered. Survivors speak, only one missing the flight by just hours, another saved by traffic, one more who jumped. This is more than a crash. It's a story of loss, fate, the fragile seconds that changed everything.
In-flight entertainment was not working. Then after and as usual the in-flight entertainment is not working. Leave in-flight entertainment. Calibrate to landing stations. If I talk about this light, it is also not working. If I press this cabin crew button, it's not working either. Nothing is working. Nothing at all. We are almost about to taxi, but this AC is not working. Look at everyone, and it's so many people. They are using these magazines. AC is not working at all. And as usual, your TV screens are also not working. Neither this button for calling the cabin crew. Nothing is working. Nothing. Not even the light is working. See, is this what you are providing? And as usual, that is why Air India is considered as one of the worst airlines in the world. AC is still not working, and today it is very, very, very hot in Delhi.
Chavan, can you hear me? आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hearing that you missed that flight, what time was the flight takeoff scheduled for?
The takeoff time was around 1:10.
1:10?
Yes.
And how many minutes did you miss the flight by?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Only 10 minutes.
And
just because of 10 minutes, I'm not able to travel.
You know, I don't know what to tell you, Bhumiji, but you know, it's one of those things. It's intervention, perhaps intervention that you were not on that flight. But you know, I hope you're praying for everyone else on that flight.
Definitely, I'm completely devastated after hearing all this loss.
Yes.
And my body is literally shivering.
Breaking news coming in. Republic now accesses a new video of the moment of the crash. It shows people running, screaming as plumes of smoke are seen. Akil, I want to go across to you to give more details of this. We're already starting to see the moments, what happened. The video shows the plane that was flying, and then we're now seeing pictures after those earlier videos of that plane that burst into flame. We are now seeing those pictures of the black smoke, thick black smoke. All right, we're going to now go across to breaking news that's coming in of the black box. Breaking news and exclusive pictures coming in of the black box that has been recovered. Viewers, we're going to give you those detailed pictures that are coming in right now. This is pictures of the black box that has been recovered. We're also telling you this is what that's going to be. This black box is going to decode and give us details about what exactly happened that led to this lapse. Now, the site was one of total devastation. There was burnt debris, scattered aircraft pieces, there was smoldering, there was evidence everywhere. But this is the black box that is going to really give us more details about what really happened and what caused the Boeing Dreamliner to crash shortly after takeoff on Thursday afternoon. Let me go across to Abhishek, who's also joining us. Details. Abhishek, give us more details. The most crucial piece of evidence, the black box, Abhishek, pictures on the screen, it has been recovered.
Well, yes, and Rhythm, this is the equipment that has been fished out by the relief and rescue teams of the local administration there. And it says emergency locator transmitter. So if not the entire black box, this is a key component of the black box. And we should be telling our viewers that this was fished out. This particular component was fished out at about 1:30 p.m. And this was done by AMC, which is the Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation, its fire team. And this was located at the tail of the aircraft. And it was taken out of the tail of the aircraft. And we are told that the local administration is now waiting for the DGCA and the Aircraft Accidents Investigation Board, AAIB teams, to hand this equipment over to them. Of course, the Air India team and everyone else is going to get involved. Remember, we have spoken about how the NTSB, which is the United States National Transportation Safety Board, they are getting involved, how the Boeing teams are coming in. And this black box now recovered and in custody of the local authorities there in Gujarat. The Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation fire team taking it out. Look at the pictures. Those are the teams that are there, and they have taken it out, and you can see that. As I said, this is, if not exactly the entire black box, this is a key component of the black box, which says that it is the emergency locator transmitter with antenna detached. And this is, again, is part of the mechanism by which you locate a lost aircraft, and this has recording in it, and it has crucial flight data in it, and so obviously this would be handed over to the concerned authorities of the AAIB or the DGCA. Remember, Rhythm, we have, I believe there is an in-principle decision taken by the Ministry of Civil Aviation that the forensic analysis of this equipment is going to be done either in France or the United States. An emergency locator transmitter is a device that transmits a signal to help rescuers locate a crashed aircraft, essentially. So obviously, if not the entire black box, as I mentioned, this is a key component of the black box, and the pictures of which we are putting it on air. And these are this equipment now, which is going to help piece together the last moments of the ill-fated AI-171, which crashed outside of Ahmedabad airport last evening, is going to be handed over to the investigators of the AAIB first, and then of course wherever the authorities take it to. And because the internal battery is designed to be on the air for more than 48 hours, the battery issue, in the sense that Rhythm, essentially this is something which helps locate the exact place to where the aircraft is, and next to it is the black box. So obviously the authorities now have the black box with them, and this another piece of equipment which is part of the larger black box assembly also now located and being handed over to the AAIB as soon as the authorities can connect with them.
On Republic TV, and I want to explain to our viewers, essentially the black box is a magic box. It's like an X-ray machine that's completely revealing hundreds and thousands of parameters from engine start to engine shutdown, depending upon the sophistication of the aircraft and the flight data recorder. It's made of two parts, like Abhishek was telling us. This is the FDR and the CVR. CVR is the multi-track audio recorder that continuously captures every audible sound in the cockpit, what the pilot said, when the mayday was announced. And the FDR records the aircraft system, the flight data, when there was what the control surface is, the flaps, elevator, rudder, what happened with the airspeed, the engine performance, whether there was any engine shutdown, and all those details are there. Of course, like the picture on the screen, it's not black, and the reason is it's bright yellow, this time it's bright orange. This is to assist in locating the box after the accident. Like Abhishek is telling us, the municipal department in Ahmedabad has got it. Before, airlines made it day glow orange, but now this is the black box that is crucial. And now we're also going, thank you Abhishek for joining us. We're slipping into a break. On the other side of this break, on Live in Breaking, we get you more details on the recovery of the black box, how it's going to now be traveling, and the investigation is going to be assisted either in France or in the United States. India is going to ensure the black box that holds critical flight data is giving us the reasons for this crash. Much more after a short break. Stay on with us.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Republic TV, we have a big breaking news coming in. The black box of that flight that crashed yesterday has been recovered. This is the breaking news that we are getting for you. This will give us details and crucial details about the data of that flight and what actually went wrong. And this will also help in strengthening the probe in this case. Remember, since yesterday, since last night, combing operations were underway. In fact, there were multiple agencies combing through that area and trying to find the black box out, and now it has been recovered from the spot. In fact, we are showing you visuals of the black box there on the screen. This will in fact hold crucial data which will help in identifying what actually went wrong. Was it did something go wrong on the behalf of the pilot, or was it aircraft's fault, or what? It was a combination of both, something that will come out after it is sent for testing. Let me go across to my colleague Akhil, who joins us live on the broadcast from that crash site. Akhil, what we are learning is that the black box has been recovered. We have the exclusive photos of the black box as well. Tell us how this will be crucial as far as the investigation in this case is concerned.
Well, that's right, Akanksha. If you see, we have got the exclusive footage of that black box part, which Abhishek has shown us to us. So, in that, if you can see, if you just talk about the black box functioning, what we know so far, that in such an apparatus, it's not easy to understand and decipher that how basically it functions. But if you talk about the larger picture, so basically black box is something which basically gives you or deciphers for you all the things. Basic things regarding the velocity and the momentum of an aircraft. Apart from that, at what altitude that flight was basically at that point in time. Apart from that, if you see, you can also get the details that regarding at what point in time it lost the communication with the ATC, which is a very resourceful part to get the communication from the air traffic control. So all those crucial details regarding the aircraft is basically being collected inside the black box. So that is not going to give all the data, because if you see in this very investigation, it's going to be an amalgamation of different organizations to give us the details, and then only once the report will come out, then only the things will be clearer. And let me just give you a brief explanation of that, because apart from that, if you see, the ATC will also have to give some details regarding the communication part, because at what point in time that communication was missed with the aircraft. Because if you see, the flight took off at around 1:39 p.m. and within 30 seconds, what we have seen that the flight basically which took a projectile. We exactly don't know that what was the projectile. This will come out in the investigation. But if you talk about the momentum, what was the momentum at that point in time? If you just talk about the mass of a Boeing aircraft, it is approximately 41,500 kg approximately, and depending on the passengers as well, the crew members as well, as we all know that there were 242 people inside that aircraft. And if you talk about velocity of an aircraft. A Boeing 737 generally flies at a higher speed, which is approximately 491 km per hour. So if you just, this is simple physics. Momentum is mass into velocity. So if you just calculate the momentum of this very aircraft when that incident took place, that was pretty high. So that could be one of the reasons that why at that point in time the pilot basically lost the control with the ATC. So these things will be the amalgamation of the entire report that will come out at a later stage when the black box data. Apart from that, what we see that there is a call recording in the cockpit as well. So that is the device which basically communicate with the ATC. So these are the critical areas which will give all the details. So once those details will be submitted, then only we'll get to know that what has come out in the report. For that, we will have to give more time to the investigative agencies to come out with some solid credentials. Back to
Absolutely, Akhil, and also tell us about what next now. Now that the black box has been recovered, what is the procedure next? Because we're learning that DGCA will now send this for analysis, most likely abroad. Tell us more about that.
Well, absolutely, Akanksha. If you see, analysis of black box will be done on one side. Apart from that, there have been multiple elements, multiple objects that have been collected from the debris site. Here you can see, I would like to move a little bit forward and show you the visual of this BL Medical College. So what has happened when that head-on collision took place with that building of the BL Medical College? After that, what we have seen that there were wreckages that have been found from the very site, and after that, what we have seen that the two different forensic units have arrived over there. They have collected several evidences from the various spot, and those details will basically give the edge to those investigative agencies to get to the nose that what actually transpired at that point in time. Because if you just see the visuals of the ground zero when that incident took place, when we went inside this very hospital at the spot, there we could not find the cockpit, which is basically the command and control center of an aircraft. We could not find the actual structure of the jet engine, which basically generate thrust. We could not even find the wings because in generally, if you see in each aircraft, there are two wings, one on the right and one on the left, and that basically helps in generating lift. So all those parts were broken, all those parts were shattered. If you talk about the vertical stabilizer, so vertical stabilizer basically help in controlling your, if you talk about the horizontal stabilizer, it basically helps in controlling pitch. So these are the basically parts which give details, the very important and crucial and chronic details regarding an aircraft. So for those details to be basically come in tandem, and after that what we will get to know that that the ATC, apart from that the DGCA, apart from that if you see the local team of the municipal corporation, Ahmedabad municipal corporation team has also been part of this entire investigation, because they are the one who are the foot soldiers over here. They have collected all the materials and evidences from the ground zero, and those evidences, those wreckages that have been found from the ground zero will be very crucial to get the details, because if you see there are several CCTV cameras installed just outside the premises and inside the premises of this very BL Medical College. So those CCTV cameras, DVRs have already been recovered by the forensic team. So that will also be culminated in the investigation, that they will take into account that how this entire mishap took place, and when what was that knocking point when that this entire incident unfolded, and the pilot and the first pilot in this case has lost the control of the aircraft.
Absolutely. So the multi-agency inspection.
ये है secret recipe MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला. सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें
Wilson has met Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, they both spoke of the measure taken by Air India in the aftermath of the crash. PM Modi, in fact, told the Air India CEO to take all necessary, to in fact give all necessary help to the families of the victim. The meeting between them went on for 20 minutes. Both Prime Minister and Air India CEO are in Gujarat. Right now, they have visited the spot. They have also visited the civil hospital where their injured are admitted and bodies are lying. Let me go across to my colleague Gopi, who continues to give us live updates from the civil hospital in Ahmedabad. Gopi, we are learning that just a while back, in fact, Air India CEO met with the Prime Minister. They both spoke about the measures taken as far as this crash is concerned. This meeting lasted between them for 20 minutes. All right, we are also getting in another breaking news. UK High Commissioner has also met with the Prime Minister, and he has met a Prime Minister in Gujarat. We told you last night that UK High Commissioner has landed in Gujarat. Firstly, he went to the crash site and also to the civil hospital. Back-to-back meetings that Prime Minister is holding with the Aviation Minister, Air India CEO, and also the UK High Commissioner. Remember, UK has also joined the investigation into the plane crash. They have sent their multiple teams for the investigation in this case. Yesterday, UK Prime Minister also tweeted about this plane crash incident. And this is very important because there were as many as 53 passengers on the flight. And they all, what we're learning, have lost their life. And after that, UK High Commissioner is meeting with the Prime Minister. What are the updates of the meeting is something we'll get to know in just a moment. But back-to-back meeting, Prime Minister is conducting since morning. He has landed in the state of Gujarat. First stop was the place where the crash took place, and the second stop was in fact the civil hospital in Ahmedabad. He met with the families of those who lost their life in this incident, and also the lone survivor of this incident. But very importantly, he has been holding back-to-back meetings with the top officials of Gujarat, with the High Commissioner of UK, with the Air India CEO. As we've been telling you, he took all the details from the Air India CEO as well, asking him to give all necessary help to the families of those who have lost their lives. So back-to-back meeting by the Prime Minister there. All right, so this is a big breaking news we are getting for you. As we told you, UK High Commissioner has just met with the Prime Minister. Both of them are in Gujarat right now. Their meeting is, in fact, what we're learning, it's not happening right now. They have met and the meeting is over. But this meeting is quite crucial because there were as many as 53 passengers on that ill-fated flight that crashed yesterday. And in fact, there is one British national who has been saved, who came out alive after that crash. And that is why this meeting holds a lot of importance. UK High Commissioner will be briefing the Prime Minister also about what UK has to say on this entire statement. We've been getting you the statement from the Prime Minister of UK as well. Yesterday, he also tweeted out and he mourned the loss of those who have lost their life in this very tragic incident that has come to the fore. But most importantly, since morning, Prime Minister has been holding back-to-back meetings with the top officials of Gujarat. In fact, since yesterday, ever since this incident has taken place, he's been speaking to the Home Minister, he's been speaking to the Aviation Minister, and this morning he arrived at 8 o'clock in Gujarat, because he has been Prime Minister for last 11 years, but he was also the Chief Minister of Gujarat, and that is why this holds a lot of importance. We're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, Boeing 787 Dreamliner was flawed, and this is what the whistleblower had said as he sounded alarm early in the year 2024. Now, many are asking, was this warning ignored? We'll also tell you about the Israel strike on Iran nuclear plant, which is a massive escalation in the Middle East. Israel has declared state of emergency. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Welcome back. Now, the Israel Defense Forces confirmed that it has launched a full-scale aerial campaign targeting Iran's nuclear program. The military operation titled Nation of Lions involves precision airstrike on dozens of locations across Iran suspected to be linked to its nuclear activities and other military assets. According to IDF, this preemptive operation is aimed at neutralizing what it calls as a threat from Iran. The Israeli Air Force has reportedly completed the first stage of the operation, carrying out strikes on numerous sensitive targets. This includes military facilities, infra associated with Iran's nuclear development spread across various regions in this country.
This morning, the IDF began preemptive and precise strikes targeting the Iranian nuclear program in order to prevent the Iranian regime's ability to build a nuclear bomb in the immediate time frame. We have no choice. We are operating against an imminent and existential threat. We cannot allow the Iranian regime to obtain a nuclear weapon that would be a danger to Israel and the entire world. This operation is for our right to exist here, for our future and for our children's future. The State of Israel has the right and the obligation to operate in order to protect its people and will continue to do so.
במערכה זו צפויות התראות רחבות. יש חשיבות גבוהה להתמגנות מיטבית, בין אם במרחב הפרטי או הציבורי. עדיפות לממ"ד, מקלט, מרחבים מוגנים במוסדות חינוך ומחסים ציבוריים שמאושרים על ידי פיקוד העורף.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time.
Now moving on, after the Axiom 4 mission being postponed, NASA and ISRO have released statement on their X accounts on the matter. The mission was supposed to launch on June 9th after its initial delay, but people have been waiting to see Captain Shubhanshu Shukla make his way to the International Space Station with the 3 other team members. There are more details on this story. Here's more.
India eagerly waited for June 9th to see Captain Shubhanshu Shukla embark on the Axiom 4 mission. However, the mission to the International Space Station was postponed due to a technical glitch being detected on the Falcon 9 rocket. ISRO Chief V. Narayanan also posted on X. He stated that ISRO is working closely with Axiom Space, NASA, and SpaceX as they responsibly addressed the ISS module observation causing the delay. When the mission launches, the world will witness Shubhanshu Shukla from India, Peggy Whitson from the US, Slavos Uznansky from Poland, and Tibor Kapu from Hungary making their way to the International Space Station.
Short break coming up. On the other side, Boeing 787 Dreamliner was flawed, and this is what the whistleblower had said, sounding an alarm early in the year 2024. Many are asking, was this warning ignored? We'll also tell you about Israel's strike on Iran nuclear plant in a massive escalation in the Middle East. Israel has declared the state of emergency. We'll get you these top 2 stories and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
Deep in the dense forest of Gadchiroli, a silent force moves with the precision and purpose. These are the C-60 Commandos, elite anti-Naxal unit trained to fight to end the Naxal terror.
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
India's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hi there, welcome to this Friday edition of 5 p.m. Live and Breaking. The painstaking and painful process of connecting the relatives with the last remains, the mortal remains of those who perished in Ahmedabad crash. That's our focus, even as authorities are close to getting hands on the black box with the tail being brought down and it's been located. That's our focus. Let's begin with the headlines. Republic has accessed a new video of the moment of crash. It shows people running and screaming as plumes of smoke is seen. Prime Minister Modi in Ahmedabad visits the crash site and meets injured victims in the hospital. The black box from the crash will be sent to a top international lab, likely in France or the United States, for expert analysis. Air India under immense scrutiny, 3 flights hit with multiple snags in the same 24 hours.
I want to make clear that I have raised these issues over 3 years. I was ignored. I was told not to create delays. I was told, frankly, to shut up.
Boeing 787 Dreamliner was flawed. Whistleblower sounded alarm early in the year 2024. Was his warning ignored? Israel strikes Iran nuclear plant in massive escalation in the Middle East. Israel declares state of emergency. All right, we are getting a breaking news development connected with the Iran-Israel war. With the United States President now speaking, Donald Trump has issued a sharp warning to Iran following the Israeli strikes. Trump has said they are all dead now and it will only get worse. Praising Israel's military might, Trump warned of even more brutal attacks ahead and urged Iran to make a deal quickly, saying, just do it before it's too late. Remember, overnight we had Israel striking at least 6 major military locations across Iran, including the capital Tehran, and in those strikes has taken down the chief of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, and essentially the successor of General Soleimani. And in fact, the Israeli strikes have taken down a couple of top Iranian scientists. Israel maintains that these were preemptive strikes to debilitate Iran's capacity to make a nuclear bomb, which Israel maintains that Israel was close to having. Newsroom. From newsroom, we have Kritarth joining us live. And Kritarth, what more can you share about the latest situation in West Asia post those Israeli strikes overnight?
Indeed, this is the first reaction that is coming on from US President Donald Trump after Israel struck Iran, and there was subsequently also a massive drone and missile attack done by Iran in retaliation. However, initial reactions from the United States were from Marco Rubio, who attempted to distance the US's involvement in this entire decapitation strike that was ordered by Israel on top nuclear program officials, including the IRGC chief. Now, Donald Trump has taken a very interesting position. After distancing US directly from the attacks, Donald Trump has gone on to say and warn Iran that this entire attack happened because Iran never agreed to a nuclear deal with the United States. The US has been attempting to come to a nuclear deal with Iran since President Trump took office earlier this year in order to prevent them from nuclear proliferation. Now, in this sequence of events, Trump is saying that the people who oppose this deal, the hardliners, as Trump called it in his post on Truth Social, are all dead. And he's now warning that Israel is perhaps planning a second strike on Iran. And if Iran does not come to a deal, then the next strike will be even more deadly, as Israel has some of the most lethal weapons made by the United States, and Israel knows very well how to use them. So now, after initially distancing the United States' involvement in the killing and decapitation strikes ordered on top Iranian nuclear program officials, US is now attempting to leverage the Israeli position of potential second attack and try to force Iran back on the negotiation table. Now, whether Ali Khamenei and his government subsequently takes any action that can bring them to the table to make a deal with the United States is something that remains to be seen. However, as usual, President Trump taking it to social media to put out his opinion on this entire situation after strategically putting outside the US of this entire equation is something that seems like an opportunistic way of him attempting to hijack Israel's strikes, claim credit of some form by trying to get a peace deal on the table. While Israel does not believe in the deal at the moment, there is no comment made yet. Benjamin Netanyahu has said that more strikes are perhaps to come in the next 2 days. That's the big update that we're tracking, Abhishek.
Thank you so much, Kritat, for those updates back home. And back to the story under focus, which is the Ahmedabad crash of Air India. The UK High Commissioner, Lindy Cameron, met Prime Minister Modi earlier in the day in Ahmedabad. And in fact, she has posted before that and she has been in Ahmedabad since last evening itself. And she says, my team and I have visited the crash site and the hospital in Ahmedabad. Colleagues in UK and India are working around the clock to gather information. Nationals affected. Lindy Cameron in Ahmedabad, and I'm told Chandrakala joins us live from outside the UK High Commission. What more can you share, Chandrakala, about the UK High Commission's engagements or High Commissioner's engagements with the authorities there? Remember, viewers of the 242 on board Air India 171 that met with that crash, about 50 were British citizens. Chandrakala, over to you. Okay, in fact, we have cut live to pictures.
Of course, the UK...
Go ahead, Chandrakala, go ahead.
The UK High Commissioner has personally met Prime Minister Modi in Ahmedabad, and of course...
Okay, Chandrakala, just hold on to your thoughts. We are getting pictures of the tail of the aircraft which has been brought down from the floor of the building where it was struck. And now, these are pictures coming in from the crash site where the tail has been located and brought down. And this is important because the black box, a component of which we had shown to you viewers just a while back, the emergency locator transmitter. Now, hopefully the authorities would be close to or would have picked up the black box. Also, Akhil joins us live from the location, the crash site. Akhil, earlier we had those pictures of a component of the black box, the transmitter, the emergency locator transmitter. How close are we to getting the black box now that the tail is taken down and the authorities can inspect it?
Well, Abhishek, if you see, still we are seeing that in the NDRF team is still inside. The SDRF team is still inside. Both the state unit and the central unit team is still inside. And they are trying to remove all those debris, the leftovers of those debris from the very location. If you can see the visuals over here, you can see there are people who have been living inside the very apartment of this BL hospital. You can see they are just coming out from that BL hospital. And they are we just spoke to some of the doctors over here, and they have earlier said that right now they are not in position to live over here, so that is the reason they are rehabilitating from this very place. Coming back to your question on the investigation part, see Abhishek, what we have been seeing that the black box is going to be one of the crucial elements to give us the details regarding the altitude, regarding the speed, regarding the momentum, and at what projection, at what projectile, about the trajectory. All those details, nuanced elements will basically come out through the black box elements. Apart from that, if you see, there are other elements which will be crucial in the investigation, which is what we have seen that during the daytime, initially at 7 a.m., what we have seen that a forensic team arrived over here, and then again another forensic team has arrived over here, and they have collected materials from the very spot, and those materials, those wires, electronic devices and other equipment from the spot will also help connect the dots, because if you see there are elements that can be seen through different parts of the aircraft. If you talk about the fuselage part, if you talk about different components, including the head portion or the tail portion, the cockpit portion where the audio recording system is there. So those components will help getting to the details, because if you see that point, the cockpit point basically helps connect with the ATC, which is the air traffic control. So at what point the aircraft pilot lost the control and lost the communication with the ATC, these are the crucial details. So the investigating team will try to conjoin those dots. So once those dots will be joined, then a larger picture, larger canvas will come out in that direction, that who is accountable in this regard. Because if you see, there are multiple agencies, multiple organizations which are part of this. You cannot blame just Air India, because there are regulators as well. There are the aircraft as well, which is Boeing in this very case. So once the report will come out, then things will be clearer that how basically this entire mishap took place. Yes, back.
Yeah, Akhil, we are going to stay with these pictures. In one frame we can see you, in the other we can see the effort going on to locate the black box, Akhil, and the SDMA or the NDMA teams. They are the disaster management teams. They are working on it. They have taken down the tail, and the pictures of which we are seeing, and exactly this is the place, friends, from where the black box is located. Earlier we had shown you pictures. In fact, they are there on the screen to your right, and this is the transmitter, which is a component of the larger black box, and we should be able to get the black box now. The authorities there should be able to get the black box, and once that's there, an analysis of the entire machine, which includes, of course, a cockpit voice recorder, as it is called, and apart from that, there is a flight data recorder, and we'll have an expert also explain to us. But the possibility of the black box now coming out of that piece of tail, which was struck and on the floor of the residential building where the plane had crashed actually. Akhil, difficult task ahead for authorities, both at the civil hospital, where a very painstaking and painful process of matching the DNAs is going on. We are told by our sources that in many cases, those who were on board, they've been reduced to ashes, obviously because of the scale of the fire that was there. And now, after this tail is brought down, we are close to getting the black box. Akhil, just tell us what's happening there, not what is going to happen after the black box, but what's happening there. Who all are present? Which authorities are there? Are these just the Gujarat authorities, or are there investigators from Delhi, from the DGCA, from the AAIB? Who all are present there?
Well, Abhishek, if you see initially what has happened when the incident took place, there were 6 different teams of the NDRF which was called in, right? Right now, if you just see what we have seen during the daytime, that 4 teams have been moved out from this very place, and still 2 different teams are over here. Here you see one of the teams over here, they are collecting some evidence in the sacks. Here I would like to request my video to show you the visuals over here. So they have collected some materials in the sack, and they are just taking this into a van right now. So even at this point in time, collecting evidence is very crucial, because if you see when there were 6 teams, they were trying to just remove the debris and wreckages from the aircraft mishap. But right now there are just 2 teams of the NDRF, and this SDRF team has also been moved out. So they are doing the micromanagement work and trying to find out the nuances, the small elements which could be found from the debris, because if you just go inside the very complex of the BL hospital, there at least at an area of approximately 300 meter, you could find those debris lying. So it's going to be very crucial to get all those details, and different units of the central agencies and the state agencies are still inside. Here you can see through the Republic lenses, you can see the officials are over there. The forensic expert teams are also over there. We tried to speak earlier with them. We get familiar with them, so we try to speak with them, but they are reluctant to basically comment on this part at this moment, that what they have found so far and how much advancement they have done in the investigation process as of now. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Akhil, with those details. And as soon as we can bring that information that the authorities have finally got their hands on the black box, we are told that it's been located, it's been seen, and the moment they have it, they will hand it over to the AAIB, the Aircraft Accidents Investigation Board. All right, and we will come back to those pictures as soon as that development happens. Moving on for now, but staying with the story, we have in fact got aerial video of the hostel that was completely destroyed, and the crash killing many on ground inside the hostel, and specifically in the mess. These are pictures of the hostel, and if you look at the impact, gives you an idea of the kind of tragedy that unfolded. And that's the crash site at some distance, where removal of the remains of the plane is being carried out. After all the bodies that could be recovered, that process was done. In fact, the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital has announced that they have remains of 132, which means many bodies still remain unfound, and it's likely that they were just lost in the fire. They were burned to ashes. This is after all the painstaking work that's going on to pick up DNA samples, both at the site as also at the hospital. And in between, we get stories of families of victims, and in one case, a victim who survived. Air India flight that was bound to London crashed in Ahmedabad moments after taking off. 241 were killed of the 242 on board, which means one person made it out miraculously. Vishwas Ramesh Patel cheated death and walked out alive from the burning plane. Traumatized, injured and burnt, Vishwas is currently being treated. The Prime Minister, in fact, met him and at the civil hospital ward to hear his story. Here are the details.
टेक ऑफ के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना, तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्टक हो गया वो। बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ। बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई, ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं, वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस बोलते हैं क्या, रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ, और सीधा स्पीड में ही घुस गया जहाँ वो क्या था वो हॉस्टल में। मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से जिंदा बाहर निकला, क्योंकि थोड़ा टाइम लिए कि तो मेरे को लगा था कि मैं भी मरने वाला हूँ।
One man walking away from what no one else could. From the mangled wreck of flight AI-171 emerged Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, the only survivor among 242 souls on board. A miracle in the midst of unimaginable horror. Burnt, shaken and scared, but alive. Vishwas was rushed to Ahmedabad Civil Hospital where he is now recovering, the only living voice of what unfolded. Prime Minister Narendra Modi met the lone survivor, offered words of strength and heard a story that sounds almost unreal.
सर ने पूछा कि कैसे हुआ, तो मैंने उसके बारे में बताया और सब हाल चाल पूछा सब, और मेरे नजरों के सब सामने हुआ था। मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से जिंदा बाहर निकला।
Vishwas recalls the moments of horror. Just seconds after takeoff, a shudder, a burst of green and white lights, then the deadly impact. His left hand burned, his heart pounding. Vishwas unbuckled his seatbelt and crawled out, the only one to walk away from death.
क्योंकि थोड़ा टाइम लिए कि तो मेरे को लगा था कि मैं भी मरने वाला हूँ, लेकिन जब मेरी आँख खुल के मैं देखा ना तो मुझे लगा मैं जिंदा हूँ। तो मैंने ट्राई किया, जब मेरी सीट थे वो मेरी बेल्ट निकाला, मैंने वो ट्राई किया जहाँ से निकल सकता वहाँ से, तो मैं निकल गया वहाँ से। मेरे नज़रों के सामने एयर होस्टल और दूसरे आंटी अंकल सभी उसमें मिस हो गए थे सभी। टेक ऑफ के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्टक हो गया वो। बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ, बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई, ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस बोलते हैं क्या, रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ, और सीधा स्पीड में ही घुस गया जहाँ वो क्या था वो हॉस्टल में, और सब सामने सब हुआ।
His seat was right next to the hostel's ground floor after the impact, and in the right nick of time, he got out.
मैं जो साइड पे था ना, वो साइड हॉस्टल पे नहीं लैंड हुई थी, हॉस्टल के जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर है ना जैसे नीचे, वहाँ लैंड हुई थी। तो मुझे दूसरे के बारे में मेरे को पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं जहाँ लैंड हुआ था ना वो नीचे की साइड थी, तो जब वहाँ थोड़ा पेस भी था प्लेन के जब बाहर, तो जब जैसे मेरा डोर टूटा ना सब, तो मैंने देखा ना जब सामने कि थोड़ा इधर पेस है, मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए, तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर, क्योंकि अपोजिट साइड पे था ना वो बिल्डिंग का वो था ना दीवार, तो उधर से कोई शायद नहीं निकल सका होगा, क्योंकि उधर पूरा उधर ही क्रैश हुआ था।
$241 lives lost and one defied death. Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, the man who lived to tell the tale.
many people they are using these magazines. AC is not working at all. And as usual, your TV screens are also not working. Neither this button for calling the cabin crew. Nothing is working. Nothing. Not even the light is working. See, is this what you are providing? And as usual, that is why Air India is considered as one of the worst airlines in the world. AC is still not working, and today it is very, very, very hot in Delhi. And we are here for the last 15 minutes, nothing happening. Remote isn't working, and nothing is working.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Deep in the dense forest of Gadchiroli, a silent force moves with the precision and purpose. These are the C-60 Commandos, elite anti-Naxal unit trained to fight to end the Naxal terror.
Republic accesses new video of the moment of crash. It shows people running and screaming as plumes of smoke has been seen. Prime Minister Modi in Ahmedabad visits crash site and meets injured victims in the hospital. The black box from the crash will be sent to a top international lab in France or United States for expert analysis. India's aviation watchdog leading the probe. Air India under immense scrutiny. 3 flights hit with multiple snags yesterday.
I want to make clear that I have raised these issues over 3 years. I was ignored. I was told not to create delays. I was told, frankly, to shut up.
Boeing 787 Dreamliner was flawed. Whistleblower sounded alarm early in the year 2024. Was his warning ignored? And Israel strikes Iran nuclear plant and massive escalation in Middle East. Israel declares state of emergency. Good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Rhythm. Our top focus is going to be on the breaking news that's coming in, which is on the black box. Officials have clarified that the video being circulated is not the digital flight data recorder. The actual black box containing the DFDR was recovered from a rooftop. The Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau has begun work swiftly with 40 state government officials assisting the central teams at the crash site. And they have now stated that the actual black box has also been accessed. It contains the DFDR. The black box has also been recovered. We're seeing and showing you visuals of the wreckage. The unanswered questions are there. The aftermath of the plane crash is also on our screens. We're also continuously saying just one thing on Republic TV. It is time Air India puts out an answer. Akil is joining us live from the crash site. First, I want to go across to Akil. Akil, as we're getting clarification on the black box that has been recovered, I want to ask you, what are the other details that have been recovered? What are the evidences? The incriminating ones have been found. You've been speaking to people who are going to be handing out this evidence to the laboratories, for forensic examination. Give us details.
Well, Rhythm, if you see the different parts of the aircraft is going to be crucial, because those parts will help connect the dots to the investigative agencies that are basically investigating the entire matter. Here you can see, I would like to show the visuals from the ground zero. There you see, this is the moment where that incident took place from the very spot when at around 1:39 p.m. and yesterday afternoon, what we have seen that a flight which was supposed to bound to fly to London basically crashed into this very building. That was a head-on collision with that building, and there are 4 towers in our visual. You can see there are 4 different towers, and those towers basically got impacted. And if you just move around 100 meter from the first tower, which is Tower A, there you will find a mess. So in that mess area, there were several people, a dozen of people were basically having their lunch at that point in time when that incident took place. So at this point in time, what we are seeing that the NDRF team, 2 different units of the NDRF team is still inside. Earlier there were 6 different units that have been constantly working, but right now the 4 teams have left and there are still 2 teams inside the very premises of this BL Medical College. So they are trying to get the micro management work, micro details, because if you see when we went inside, we haven't found any part of that plane in its actual form, in its actual structure. If you talk about the cockpit, we found out that the several parts, the head part and the tail part of that cockpit has been scattered on the floor over there. As cockpit is a very significant part, Rhythm, if you see, because it is the command and control of an aircraft. Apart from cockpit, if you see, jet engine is also one of the most important parts, because it basically generates thrust for an aircraft. If you talk about the wing also basically helps in generating lift when an aeroplane flies. So at that point in time, when it takes on the projectile movement, at that point in time, it uses the wings of both the aircrafts being used. So when we went inside last night at the very premises, because right now you can see the entire passage has been blocked by the senior authorities, because the forensic team is still inside. They are also collecting materials, crucial evidences from the ground zero that will help them, that will enable them to connect those dots, which will basically help the investigative agencies to find out the exact cause of this incident. Because so far, if you see, almost more than 24 hours have passed, and we have not got any confirmation from the DGCA side or the Airport Authority of India side, or from the manufacturer, the airline manufacturer, which is a Boeing in this case, or the Air India side as well. So these organizations have not given any details or data on the point that how basically this mishap took place, and why did this incident took place. To get the why of this question, which is very crucial, so we'll have to wait and watch. Once the details, once the forensic report, the material evidences, the technical evidence, the mechanical evidence that the forensic teams have recovered from this very point, they will submit it to the DGC, and after that the investigation will carry on, and it will take some time to get to know that what actually transpired between those 30 seconds when the flight of Air India 171 basically crashed into this very building.
I want you to stay with us. We're also going to go across to more breaking news coming in. This time we're getting to know from our sources within the ministry that after the conclusion of the investigation and report preparation, Boeing Global CEO is likely to visit India and hold a joint press conference with Ministry of Civil Aviation and the DGCA to assuage the concerns. I'm going to go across to my colleague Shambhavi to give us more details on this top focus. Shambhavi, we're now being told the Boeing CEO, concerned with all that's happening, is possibly going to be here. How is Kelly Ortberg, the Boeing CEO, going to explain this, especially after there have been whistleblowers who have had alleged unfortunate accidents? One of them we saw on our headlines, who said he's been speaking about the Boeing several times over. Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg possibly going to be in India after the conclusion of this investigation. Shambhavi, give us more details.
Yes. We've not got the briefing sources within the Ministry of confirms that post the investigation and report preparation, the global CEO of Boeing is going to likely come to India and hold a joint press conference with the Ministry of Civil Aviation and Directorate General of Civil Aviation to assuage concerns. We did try to press for more details, the date, the timing and everything, but the sources declined to answer on that.
All right, the top focus. Thank you for giving us those details, Shambhavi. Now, moving on to the other top focus that we have here, viewers. Professor Graham Braithwaite, Director of Aerospace and Aviation and Professor of Safety and Accident Investigation, shared his expert insights on the Air India plane crash. A leading voice in the global aviation safety, Professor Braithwaite spoke exclusively to Republic, breaking down key aspects of the investigation and what to expect in the days ahead.
Our guest, Professor Graham Braithwaite, who is the Director of Aerospace and Aviation, Professor of Safety and Accident Investigation Central. He is joining us live from the United Kingdom. Sir, I want to ask you that United Kingdom has also agreed to send their investigation team to India. In fact, what we're learning is that teams have already been sent. I want to first and foremost ask you, what, according to you, led to this plane crash yesterday?
Well, I think at this stage, and our first focus is on the families and loved ones of people who've been affected by this accident. And you know, there's deep sorrow across the industry for what's happened yesterday. But in terms of the investigation focus, they'll be taking a very careful and measured approach at this point. So that investigation is led by the Indian Air Accident Investigation Bureau, and they will be assisted by investigators from the United Kingdom because of the number of people on board, and from the United States of America because that's obviously where the aircraft was manufactured. And they'll be focusing on gathering all of the evidence they can, some of which will be quite perishable. So things like witness testimony can be affected by those people then talking to other people or seeing things on the news. So they want to get hold of that very quickly, and they will want to read out that flight data recorder and listen to the audio recording. And that will help those investigators to figure out what happened here. And I think the discipline of all investigators is not to try and speculate and not to jump to a conclusion. And yet in this accident, we see a lot of people coming forward and drawing a simple conclusion about one thing that they think might have caused the accident. I think the thing we definitely know is that aircraft accidents do not happen because of one thing going wrong. They happen because multiple things must have occurred for it to result in something as tragic as yesterday.
Absolutely. And I also want to ask you, because you've been a professor of safety and accident investigation central, I want to ask you this question because Boeing is also under the scanner. What we're learning is that in 2024, one whistleblower had alerted that there are in fact lapses as far as Boeing 787 is concerned. I want to ask you, are you aware about it and what do you have to say about that? Because despite that, that Dreamliner 787 was taking off.
I think we have to be so careful not to jump at things without evidence at this point. And although I'm aware of that whistleblower's remarks, actually there's no evidence at all that that is related to what's happened yesterday. In fact, if we look at the 787 as an aircraft, it's been flying for airlines since 2011. There's nearly 1,200 of them flying around the world, and they flew their billionth passenger just recently. And our aircraft has performed all of that and been completely accident-free. There's been no fatal accidents and no what we call hull losses, so no write-offs of aircraft in that time. So actually that performance does speak for itself. Now, we cannot be complacent, and actually the aviation industry prides itself on being very open with its information, encouraging people to report and to do things about it. So even when we hear about events, and you've given 3 examples from this morning, actually those are events that we would anticipate could happen. We plan to make them things that we can deal with safely. If you use that example of the hydraulic system, it's one of 3 independent systems on that aircraft, and it can operate with just one. In the case of the bird strike that you mentioned, then again, the engines are designed to cope with a bird strike, and the aircraft is designed to be able to fly with just one functioning engine. So in the case of this particular accident, until we really know what happened yesterday, I don't think it's helpful at all to try and conclude that it was the aircraft or the crew or any other factor. We have to be led by the evidence.
Absolutely. That all will come out during the investigation. Thank you so much, Professor, for speaking to Republic TV.
This is a tragedy that didn't just fall from the skies. It tore through futures, friendships and families at BJ Medical College in Ahmedabad. And I want to go across to big breaking news coming in, which I was just looking at, viewers. In light of the AI 171 accident on 12th of June 2025, DGCA has issued directives to Air India to carry out additional maintenance actions on B787, Boeing 787, Boeing 788 and Boeing 789 aircrafts equipped with Gen X engines with immediate effect. I'm going to give out the breaking news that has been sent by my colleague Harsha. Read it out, which says, this is now given out dated 13th June 2025. On 12th of June, Air India Boeing 787-8 aircraft met with an accident while operating flight AI 171 Ahmedabad Gatwick as preventive measures. And this is the big breaking news. The DGCA now orders enhanced safety inspections from Air India, hereby directs Air India to carry out following additional maintenance actions on Boeing 787 and Boeing 788 and 9 aircrafts equipped with Gen X engines with immediate effect in coordination with the concerned regional DGCA offices. It says one-time checks before. Okay, I want to just quickly go across to Harsha getting us that news. Harsha, give us more details from the notice that you've just sent us.
So, Rhythm, now it's clear that the MOCA and the DGCA have ordered Air India to have immediate inspections in all the aircraft of Air India, Boeing 787, 8 and 9. And also, it will be with immediate effect. They have to start the inspection. And the inspection includes the fuel monitoring, all the parameters, the hydraulic system, and the power functions in the aircraft as well. And when the plane takes off from Delhi and also during the transit from anywhere in any of the state in India, whenever the plane is in transit, every time the inspections will be done. Plane is in transit, every time the inspections will be done. And also it has come to light in the span of 15 days. It clearly states the order that in the span of 15 days, multiple snags have been reported in the Boeing 787 aircraft. And that is the reason why the inspections have to be carried out with immediate effect. Now, this is an order which has come directly from Ministry of Civil Aviation. And also DGCA has sent this order out to Air India. So now we can say that from now when the